612. When Guozhuzhou returned home this time, she was no longer roaming the streets alone. She was no longer a stray cat on the wall of her neighbor's mansion on Yuhu Street. Because she had her master by her side, she was very well behaved. A familiar young man was leaning on the wall and asked with a smile, "Lu Duan, why aren't you beating your opponent today?" "My swordsmanship has improved greatly in the past 2 days. I'm sure I'll succeed. I'll make you take a detour." Guozhuzhou raised her head and asked blankly, "Who are you?" The young man saw Guozhuzhou secretly winking at him and quickly disappeared. This was also Chen Pinggan's first visit to the Guo family on Yuhu Street. Sword Immortal Guojia personally came out to welcome him. Chen Pinggan only sent Guozhuzhou to the door and politely declined Guojia's invitation. After all, the hidden official's Luo Shan Sword Immortal was still watching him. The Ning residents did not care about this, but Sword Immortal Guojia and his family still cared. At the very least, he should put on an act to show that he cared. Guojia pulled Guozhuzhou inside and asked casually, "What did you talk about with your little senior sister over there?" Guozhuzhou said, "Father, even if you torture me, I won't say a word." "Who am I?" "I'm the daughter of the great Sword Immortal Guojia. If I shouldn't say anything, I won't say anything." Guojia lowered his head and looked at his smiling daughter. Guojia patted her little head and said, "No wonder they say a grown daughter can't be kept at home. Father's heart aches for you." Guozhuzhou asked, "But my mother isn't like that. She married father, but didn't she still protect her family?" "Father, you're really too much. Every time you're wronged by mother, you don't go to your master to pour out your grievances, nor do you go to your sword immortal friends to drink. Instead, you go to your father-in-law's house and pretend to be pitiful. Mother is so annoyed by you. You still don't know, right? My grandfather has already looked for me in private and asked me to advise you not to go there anymore. He said that he's begging you, my son-in-law, to take pity on him." Guojia was already used to his daughter's heart-wrenching words. It was good to get used to it. Therefore, his father-in-law should be used to it. They were a family, so there was no need to be polite. Guojia's originally gloomy mood brightened up a little. It was a good thing that he had come looking for him once. When he came to reason with him, he did not draw his sword. He was much luckier than that great sword immortal Yu Qing. Of course, he didn't draw his sword. He still had his sword on him. Deep in his heart, Guojia was actually very grateful to this person who had the highest level of swordsmanship in the world. Guojia also admired the young man just now. The disciples of the sage of literature seemed to be good at talking about things beyond words, and they were talking to people other than Guojia and the Guo family. Guojia had always hoped that his daughter, Lu Duan, would be able to go to the inverted hanging mountain to take a look. She wanted to learn from Ning Yao and go further to take a look. It wouldn't matter if she came back late. However, even though his daughter liked to be lively since young, she had never thought of sneaking to the inverted hanging mountain. Guojia had asked his wife to hint to his daughter, but his daughter said things that made him speechless. Guozhuzhou said that when she was young, she spent a lot of effort to climb to the roof of her house. When she saw the moon on the wall of the Great Wall of Sword Qi, she wanted to touch it one day. In the end, when she grew up and went to the wall by herself, she realized that it wasn't like that. The moon was far away from the wall and she couldn't reach it. Therefore, she was not willing to take the long route. The Great Wall of Sword Qi was so high, she couldn't reach the moon even if she used all her strength to jump. If she went to the inverted hanging mountain, it would be even more impossible to reach it. It was meaningless. His visit this time was to hope that Guozhuzhou could officially become the disciple of his little senior brother, Chen Pinggan. As long as Guojia agreed, Guozhuzhou would have to follow her senior brothers and sisters to the Patriarch Hall of the Aquarius Continent's Luopa Mountain to pay respects to the Patriarch. After that, she could stay in Luopa Mountain or travel to other places. If she really missed home, she could return to the Great Wall of Sword Chi later. Guijia felt that it was okay. Since his left and right asked, Guijia, who was a sword cultivator in the raw jade realm, didn't dare to disagree. The other sword immortals also couldn't find any reason to criticize. If they could, they would find his left and right to talk. However, Guizhujo suddenly said, "Father, on the way here, Master asked me if I wanted to go to his hometown and follow Big's senior sister and the others to the vast world. I risked my life to defy Master's order and refused. Don't you think I'm very brave? Am I very heroic?" Guijia sighed in his heart and asked with a smile, "Why didn't you agree? There are many rules in the vast world for apprenticeship. We can't compare with them here. If you don't agree, you don't even need to kowtow. You just need to make a toast. You still have to go to the Patriarch Hall to pay respects to the statue and offer incense. There are many complicated formalities. If you want to become the direct disciple of Qin Pingan, you have to do as the Romans do." Guizhujo shook her head. "When Master returns to his hometown, I'll follow him. If I leave, who will take care of Father's flower garden?" Guijia tried his best to keep a straight face and earnestly advised, "Next time you hit mosquitoes and flies, don't use your sword skills. Don't cut the flowers and plants together." Guizhujo said regretfully, "It's a pity that Big's senior sister didn't want to give me the mountain walking stick. Otherwise, not to mention Father's flower garden, if even a mosquito or fly ran into the Holgua mansion, Father, you will punish me and cut off my dog head." After Guijia separated from his daughter, he went to see the flower garden. After his daughter became a disciple, she ran to the Ning mansion all day long. She didn't take care of the flower garden so carefully, so the flowers and plants were particularly lush. Guijia stood alone in a pavilion full of flowers. He looked at the round and neat flowerbed scenery, but he could not feel happy. If the flowers were good and the moon was round, everything would be perfect. How could people live a long life? So Guijia would rather the flower garden be broken and people reunited. In the Ning mansion, Ning Yao was still in seclusion. Pei Qian was asking Nurse Bai about the fish technique. He said that he didn't even dare to knock on the door to see the person at that time. He gave Qin Pingan a punch and said angrily, "No, no, no, you can either directly tell the ending or change to a more straightforward story to tell. Otherwise, I won't come back in the future. You can sit here alone and drink the northwest wind." The rest of the children all nodded. Sure enough, those sword immortals who drank wine had good eyesight. The second shopkeeper's heart was really black. It was better not to listen to such a vexing story of mountains and rivers. The second shopkeeper raised the bamboo stick with one hand and put 2 fingers together on the other hand, shaking it like a sword flower. He shook it a few times and asked, "The last time I mentioned the city god temple, does anyone remember the half of the couplet on the main door?" A youth said, "It's the one that says, 'Pray for a conscience to control me, be a good person. In the day, the world is big, do a good deed and be at ease. At night, a bed, the soul is settled and the dream is stable.'" Qin Pingan smiled and nodded. The youth asked, "Previously, I asked you why you didn't tell me the other half. You only said that the mysteries of heaven couldn't be revealed. Now, you can't keep us in suspense, right?" Qin Pingan said, "I'll keep you in suspense. Don't be anxious. Let me continue to tell the story that is far from finished." Inside the Xing Wang temple, there was complete silence. Lord Xing Wang stroked his beard and did not dare to speak. The civil and military judges, as well as the wandering spirits, were all speechless. At this moment, dark clouds suddenly covered the moon. There was no money in the human world to light a lantern, and the moon in the sky was no longer bright. The scholar looked around and was completely disheartened. He only felt that the sky was falling and the earth was splitting. He was destined to not be able to save the woman he loved. Living was worse than death. Fong Kangol and the rest of the children were all worried to death. What was going on over at Howran World? Now that there were so many people listening to the story, there were more and more. Your second shopkeeper only knew how to embarrass me, Fong Kangol. In the future, how would he be able to mingle in the Jianghu? It was your second shopkeeper who said that the Jianghu was actually divided into small and big ones. You should first walk well in the small Jianghu beside your home. Chen Pingan slapped his knee. At this critical moment, I didn't expect that at this moment when the scholar's life was hanging by a thread, outside the Xing Wang temple that was shrouded in darkness, an extremely small speck of light suddenly appeared. Lord Xing Wang suddenly raised his head and laughed heartily, loudly saying, "My friend is here, this matter isn't difficult." Lord Xing Wang, who had a smile on his face, walked around the desk and walked down the stairs with large strides. He stood up and went to welcome the scholar. When he brushed past the scholar, he softly said something. The scholar was skeptical, but he followed Lord Xing Wang out of the Xing Wang Pavilion's main hall. "Judges, do you know who the visitor is? Could it be that the evil mountain god has personally come to denounce the scholar? Or is it someone else who has graced us with his presence?" In the end, there was a glimmer of hope at the end of the tunnel. How do you foresee this matter? Listen. The little girl suddenly reached out her hand hurriedly and passed a handful of melon seeds to the storyteller. "Don't break it down next time. Tell me today." "I have melon seeds. There are many more." The young man who said half of the contents of the couplet on the city god temple's main door said angrily, "Don't beg him. If he doesn't want to say it, then don't say it. After listening to this story, I won't come back in the future anyway." The storyteller took the melon seeds from the little girl's hand and rubbed the bamboo stick with all his might. If you look closely, in the blink of an eye, that tiny speck of light actually grew bigger and bigger. Not only that, more specks of light soon appeared. One by one, they gathered together like a new bright moon. These specks of light streaked across the night sky and broke through the sea of clouds when they encountered the sea of clouds. It was like the path of immortals, and it was even higher than the 5 peaks. On the ground, the Taoist cultivators of the Day Dragon Snake sect and the commoners in the market all woke up from their dreams. They went out to open their windows and looked up. What they saw was amazing. When they opened their windows, they opened their windows. "Don't rush me, don't rush me. I'll eat a few melon seeds first." After eating the melon seeds, Chen Pingan continued, "The closer he got to the city god temple, the louder the sound of thunder became. It was as if a deity was beating a drum above his head. He was worried that the lord of the city god temple was in cahoots with the mountain deity. However, a glimmer of hope appeared in his heart. He hoped that there would be someone who would be willing to help him seek justice. Even if he couldn't get justice in the end, he would be willing. The path of the human world is not messy. The hearts of others will comfort my heart." Around the small bench, everyone held their breaths and listened attentively. The scholar couldn't help but raise his hand to cover his eyes. The light was indeed becoming more and more dazzling. It was to the extent that the scholar who was only an ordinary person couldn't look at it. Not only the scholar, even the lord of the city god temple and the assistant official were the same. They couldn't look directly at the great light between heaven and earth. Guess how big the light was? It directly illuminated the area within 100 miles of the city god temple. It was as if the sun was hanging in the sky. How could a mere mountain deity cause such a scene? Fong Kangol asked tentatively, could it be the sword deity that was passing by? The little girl who was sitting on the bench beside Fong Kangol nodded vigorously. Of course. Mr. Chin said that the sword deities all had a clear heart. Their swords emitted light. Chen Pingan said, "That's right. It was the sword deity that went down the mountain to travel the world." But it wasn't just that. The leading young sword deity in fluttering white clothes was the first to arrive at the city god temple. He kept his flying sword and stood still. Coincidentally, this person's surname was Feng and his name was Kangol. He was a new sword deity that rose to fame in the world. He loved to be chivalrous and walked the jianghu with his sword. There was a small clay jar tied to his waist that made a clanking sound. Coincidentally, there was a beautiful female sword deity beside this sword deity. Her name was Shu Axian. Every time she went down the mountain on her sword, she liked to keep some melon seeds in her sleeves. It turned out that every time she met an injustice at the foot of the mountain, she would eat some melon seeds after she solved the injustice. If someone was so grateful that they shed tears of gratitude, this female sword deity wouldn't ask for money. She only needed to give some melon seeds. Feng Kangol was dumbfounded. When he came back to his senses, he quickly straightened his back and almost burst into tears. He said excitedly, "This story is too exciting." The young lady named Shu Axian was a little embarrassed. Her face was flushed red and she was a little guilty. She had brought too few melon seeds today. The storyteller continued, "Whoosh, whoosh, whoosh." There were sword deities landing on the ground continuously. Each of them was graceful and at ease. The men were either handsome or had a shocking aura. The women were either beautiful like flowers or full of vigor. Therefore, even the city god elder who knew what was going on, but didn't know enough, was a little frightened. The rest of the assistant officials and ghost envoys were even more agitated. Each of them bowed with their hands in front and didn't dare to raise their heads to look. They were extremely shocked. Why could they see so many sword deities in one breath? They saw that among those famous sword deities, other than Feng Kangol and that Shu Axian, there was also that Zhou Shuiting, Xiao Yuzhen, Ma Xiang. Just the names alone were a long list. During this time, the storyteller even looked at an unknown child. That child anxiously shouted, "I'm called Charcoal." The storyteller then added a sword deity named Charcoal. And that youth Xiao Yuzhen who heard his name grinned, but his face quickly turned serious. If the storyteller's next story had sword deity Xiao Yuzhen, then he would listen. If not, then he still wouldn't listen. How would he know if there was sword deity Xiao Yuzhen with the same name? The shabby alley youth Xiao Yuzhen naturally had to listen to the next story before he knew if there was one. Actually, after that, the story was still full of twists and turns. The children were still picking and choosing, listening to what they liked and wanted to hear. No matter what, beside the bench and in the distance, there was still a person who didn't leave. After listening to the complete story of the mountains and rivers, that scholar and his lover finally got married. All the sword deities came to congratulate him. The scholar and the woman he admired, after going through many hardships and difficulties, finally got married. From then on, they were happy and the story ended. Not only that, the children and the young man and woman who usually left after the story ended didn't leave immediately this time. This was a very rare thing. But this time, the storyteller didn't say anything other than the story. He just looked at them and smiled. A story is a story. Stories in books aren't just stories on paper. You actually have your own stories. The more you read, the more it will be like this. In the future, I won't be here as a storyteller. I hope that if there's a chance in the future, you can be a storyteller and I'll listen to your stories. Chen Pingan picked up the small bench and stood up. A child asked timidly, "Mr. Chen, are you going back to your hometown?" Chen Pingan shook his head and smiled. "No, I'll stay here. But I'm not a storyteller who only tells stories to deceive people. I'm also not an accountant who sells wine to make money. So I'll have a lot of things to do." Chen Pingon walked away. After walking for a while, he suddenly turned around with a smile. How's the prophecy? Many of the children who had already stood up and moved away roared with laughter. There were only sparse echoes, but their voices weren't soft. Listen to the next story. Chen Pingon smiled and muttered to himself, spare for now. Pei Qian practiced martial arts diligently, just like when she was in the bamboo house of Luopa Mountain. She was afraid that one day her master would suddenly drive her away. Luopa Mountain was very good, but as long as her master wasn't there, it wasn't good enough. Today, Grandma Bai didn't want to use her strength to teach her martial arts. It was probably because she didn't eat enough. But Pei Qian didn't think it was okay, because she felt that she was about to break through the bottleneck of the 4th level. This made Pei Qian very happy. She couldn't stop smiling and talked with Grandma Bai for a long time. Pei Qian felt that she could finally confidently stay in the Great Wall of Sword Qi for a few more days. She didn't expect that before she could report the good news to her master would bring Cui Dongshan down from the pavilion of the dragon beheading platform and come to the training field. She said that they could leave for their hometown now. Pei Qian looked at the big white goose. The big white goose shook its head helplessly. There was no other way. Master had already made up her mind. Little brother couldn't change her mind. Pei Qian didn't make a scene. She didn't dare and didn't want to. She silently followed her master to her house to pack her luggage. She carried her small backpack and took her walking stick. It was winter. Why was the sun so bright? It would be great if there was a heavy rain. Then they could leave Ning Mansion later. It would be good to hide from the rain at the gate for a while. Chao Qinglang was also holding her walking stick and carrying her bag. She appeared at the gate of the house with Master Zhong. Chen Pingon left Ning Mansion with them. They walked all the way to the gate where the old female Taoist priest and the old sword fairy were guarding. However, Cui Dongshan went somewhere else halfway. He said that he would meet them at the Stork Inn on the inverted mountain. Chen Pingon stopped. I won't send you off. Be careful. Pei Qian lowered her head. Chao Qinglang gave her master the seal. Chen Pingon accepted it with a smile. Pei Qian raised her head and said softly, Master, I left something on Master's wife's table. Remember to tell her when she comes out of seclusion. Chen Pingon nodded. I won't forget. When you go back to Luopa Mountain, tell Manchu and Meili about the Great Wall of Sword Qi. Don't just show off and talk nonsense with them. Tell them what you want. Pei Qian's eyes were red. She nodded. I'll listen to Master. It was very strange. In the past, it was always her who stayed at the original place to send her master off. Only this time, her master stayed at the original place to send her off. Instead, she felt even more sad. Then in the future, would she have to leave Luopa Mountain alone to wander the Jianghu? It was so pitiful to leave her master alone in Luopa Mountain. Chen Pingon looked back and saw a little girl running over. Pei Qian was finally happy. She thought that if this little junior sister didn't take the initiative to come and see her, she would lose a lot. Guozhuzhou suddenly stood still. Then she jumped and landed beside Pei Qian. She smiled brightly. Little senior sister, I'm going to leave with Master. Cry for me. After crying, you can be at ease. I'll be by Master's side to take care of him. Pei Qian couldn't cry even if she wanted to. She took out the small, empty box and handed it to Guozhuzhou. She said, let's make it clear. I'm lending it to you, not giving it to you. The next time we meet, you can't give me a tattered little bamboo box. There can't be any damage to it. If you don't agree, I won't even lend it to you. Guozhuzhou took the small bamboo box and carried it on her back. She nodded vigorously. Senior sister, don't worry. I look better with the small box on my back. If the small box could talk, it would definitely be smiling like a blooming flower. Even if it could talk, it wouldn't be able to talk. It's just being happy. Pei Qian stretched out her hand. Return the box to me. Guozhuzhou didn't answer. Instead, she asked, Senior sister, can you also lend me the mountain walking stick? The small box and the mountain walking stick are a perfect match. I'll carry the small box every day and hold the mountain walking stick in my hand. I'll poke the bluestone slabs and yellow mud all over the streets and alleys. I'll never stop. Pei Qian felt wronged. She borrowed the small bamboo box and still wanted a yard after taking an inch. How could a junior sister be like this? She immediately turned to look at her master. Chen Pingan smiled. You can lend Guozhuzhou the mountain walking stick next time you see her. After returning your small box to her, I'll return her the mountain walking stick. Pei Qian raised her eyebrows at Guozhuzhou. Guozhuzhou nodded. Okay. Then Guozhuzhou pulled Pei Qian aside. The two girls whispered. Guozhuzhou gave Pei Qian a small wooden box, saying that it was a gift from the junior sister to the senior sister. Pei Qian didn't dare to accept it. She turned to look at her master. Her master smiled and nodded. Chen Pingan said to Zhong Qiu, Mr. Zhong, after you return to the vast heavens, you don't have to rush back to the Aquarius continent. You can bring them along to travel around the South Whirlpool continent. I have a friend called Lu Xianyang. However, Cui Dongshan probably won't accompany you. He still has a lot of things to do in his hometown. So, when you reach the inverted hanging mountain, borrow some divine money from him. It's nice to travel and study, but it's not good to just look at the scenery. Zhong Qiu smiled. I've already borrowed money from him once. It's no big deal to borrow money again. Chen Pingan said, during this trip, I didn't think much about Mr. Zhong's martial arts cultivation in the Great Wall of Sword Qi. I'm sorry. Zhong Qiu shook her head. Don't say such polite words to me. Chen Pingan didn't say any more polite words. Zhong Qiu finally said, no matter how good the logic is, there are times when it's wrong. It's not that there's a problem with the logic itself, but that people have too many difficulties and accidents. It's obvious that the same rice can raise different kinds of people. In the end, how many people like that bowl of rice? How many people have really thought about the taste of that bowl of rice? Chen Pingan nodded. I'll think about it more. Zhong Qiu wanted to say something but stopped. He wanted to say some comforting words. However, when he looked at the young man in green, he felt that it was unnecessary and didn't say anything. Pei Qian softly called out to her master and was speechless. Guozhuzhou carried the small bamboo box and started counting with her fingers. She was probably counting in her heart to see when her senior sister would cry. Pei Qian saw Guozhuzhou's actions from the corner of her eyes. She couldn't care less about being sad. This young lady was really annoying. Chao Qinglang and Mr. Zhong Qiu bid farewell. Chen Pingan waved gently and then covered his sleeves with his hands. After seeing them off, Chen Pingan sent Guozhuzhou to the city gate. Then, he drove the talisman boat and went to the top of the city wall. On the top of the city wall, Zhuozhua asked, have they all left? Chen Pingan nodded. Zhuozhua frowned. If you have something to say, say it. Chen Pingan missed the time when Pei Qian and Chao Qinglang were both here. Senior brother would be more polite to him. Chen Pingan said softly, if I wanted senior brother to agree to Mr. Zhong Qiu leaving the Great Wall of Sword Qi, I shouldn't have rejected Boss Sword Immortal. I should have agreed to light my natal lamp at the ancestral hall of Luopa Mountain. This way, eldest senior brother won't have to worry about me staying here. Swazwa said, half of what you said. Who taught you that, our mister? Boss Sword Immortal has already told me everything. You're not even a sword cultivator. You can't even figure out how fast my sword is. Who gave you the courage to think about these messy things? How did you say that to Yu Zhuanfu? Are you just saying the truth for others to hear? The truth in your heart is extremely difficult to understand. How can you casually sell the wine and fan in the shop and not keep them for yourself and make money? I think it's better if we don't learn this kind of bullshit logic. Chen Pingan was speechless for a moment. Senior brother usually didn't talk much. Today, he said so much. It seemed that he was really angry. It didn't matter. Chen Pingan already had a plan. No matter how busy Mr. is, now that Pei Qian and Chao Qinglang are at Luopa Mountain, he will often visit. I believe that senior brother's martial nephews will tell Mr. Zhongqiu everything. Mr. will be happy to hear it. This time, it was Zhua's turn to be speechless. Chen Pingan changed the topic and asked, are there many people in the wilderness who haven't forgotten about the Great Wall of Sword Qi? Zhua nodded. Of course. But it's still useless. Chen Pingan asked again, the two saints of Confucianism and Buddhism are guarding the two ends of the city. In addition, the saint of Taoism is guarding the sky. Are they all trying to maintain the Great Wall of Sword Qi so that it won't be contaminated, eroded, and transformed by the luck of the wilderness? Zhuazhua said, for the saints of the three sects, this is not an easy task. The saint of Confucianism, who was born as a Buddha, lost to Mr. in a debate and went to the secondary sage lineage. He is very knowledgeable, so don't think that the secondary sage lineage is bad. We scholars are most afraid of our own interests being damaged. We will scratch our hearts and lungs and resent everything. Don't think that all the Confucian disciples of the sage lineage are gentlemen and virtuous just because the sage lineage has a gentleman king. Chen Pingan shook his head. It's not like you can't see the mountains for the trees. Tongyi Continent's gentleman Zhong Kue was from the secondary sage lineage. Zhuazhua asked, what did Cui Dongshan say before he left? Chen Pingan shook his head. It's just a trivial matter. After a long silence, Zhuazhua said slowly, back then, other than Mr., no one had seen Cui Dong when he was young. The few of us saw him. He was already a young man about your age. Chen Pingan suddenly said, I still believe that this world will get better and better. Zhuazhua smiled. It should be so. Chen Pingan turned his head and said, eldest senior brother, if you can smile more often, you're actually much more handsome than Wei Jin of the Wind Snow Temple. Zhuazhua asked, isn't it the same if you don't smile? Chen Pingan smiled. I think so, but I don't know what Wei Jin thinks. Zhuazhua nodded. I'll ask later. Chen Pingan added, it still depends on whether Wei Jin's answer is sincere or not. Zhuazhua nodded. Makes sense. The two of them looked into the distance together. People who were familiar with each other went to different places. Just like today, Chen Pingan did the same. Not long ago, Qi Jinglong left the Great Wall of Sword Qi with the white-haired old man and some young sword cultivators of the Taihui sword sect. The people at the foot of the mountain were like this, and the immortals on the mountain were no exception. The Great Wall of Sword Qi was stolen by another year, and the flowers bloomed again in spring. This time, Ningyao's seclusion was leisurely, as if she had forgotten the winter and summer. In fact, this was the most common cultivation. Fan Dash still hadn't broken through, but his foundation in the Dragon Gate realm was getting better and better. He was completely familiar with the Ning mansion and the Yen family. Yen Ji now had the guidance of the family's chief consecrator, and his swordsmanship had improved a lot. Chen Sancho was still the licentious young master who always felt that the wall was coming to help him after drinking. Dong Hua Fu still bought things no matter where he went without spending money. The business of the Stack Cliff wine shop was still very good, and there were more and more nameplates hanging on the wall. It was said that Qi Shou had gone into seclusion. He had a high chance of becoming a nascent soul sword cultivator after coming out of seclusion. Peng Yuanji often went to the Stack Cliff wine shop to buy wine. This was because the shop had launched a new wine, the extremely strong burning knife wine. However, it was a little expensive. A flask of wine cost 3 snowflakes. Therefore, the Bamboo Sea Grotto Heaven wine that cost 1 snowflake did not decrease in sales. Instead, it increased in sales. However, Peng Yuanji did not lack money. Furthermore, his sword immortal friend, Gao Kuei, liked wine as well. Therefore, Peng Yuanji always felt that he was supporting half of the wine shop's burning knife wine business. Unfortunately, the manager, Lady Stack Cliff, had inherited the second manager's teachings. She became more stingy, and no matter how much wine she bought in one go, she would not be willing to spend a snowflake cheaper. She even blamed Peng Yuanji for buying so much. What would happen to the other sword immortals? She was willing to sell the wine because Peng Yuanji owed her a favor. Peng Yuanji was extremely distressed. He could drink any kind of wine, but Gao Kuei was a wine addict and had no money. Now that Gao Kuei was nurturing his intrinsic flying sword and had reached a critical juncture, he instantly went from a wealthy man to a pauper. This was a common occurrence in the Great Wall of Sword Qi. When one had money, they would have plenty of spare cash in their pockets. Without money, they would not even have a single copper coin left. They would have to scrounge up money and borrow from others. However, Peng Yuanji was most interested in the stinky tofu. He wanted to know when it would be sold. For some reason, the shop's helpers were no longer the 2 youths from Consonance Alley and Straw Hat Alley. Instead, there were 3 people. A young man, a young girl, and a tan child. They were all the manager's neighbors. However, the one who was nimble was the youngest. The drunkards and gamblers liked to tease this little guy. Despite his young age, he had a fiery temper. He did not care if you were a sword immortal or not. If you dared to take more pickled vegetables or yang chun noodles, he would roll his eyes at you. The pickled vegetables would still be served to the table or sent to the roadside, but the child would not be happy about it. From last winter to the beginning of spring this year, the second shopkeeper had been living in seclusion and rarely showed his face. Only Guizhuzhou, who was diligent in visiting, could occasionally see her master. When she saw her, she would ask why Big Senior Sister was not back yet. Now that she had developed feelings for the small bamboo box, the next time she saw Big Senior Sister, the box would definitely say that it liked the new and was tired of the old, so it would not return home. In the Ning mansion, Nailan Yexing was a little nervous. He took the initiative to ask Bai Lianshuang, the old woman, if the young master's sword practice method was too impatient. Was it really okay? Nailan Yexing did not have the heart to use his sword. Grandma Bai was also anxious. However, Miss was in seclusion. Who could she ask? Therefore, she asked Nailan Yexing to go to the city wall to find the young master's senior brother. Nailan Yexing thought that it was right. He went there, but the senior brother was even more ruthless. He said that if Senior Nailan felt that the young master's sword practice with the young master would delay the young master's return to the immortal realm, he could let the young master come to the city wall to practice. Nailan Yexing left the city wall with a black face. Grandma Bai was guarding at the gate. When she heard Nailan Yexing's angry words, she almost couldn't help but go to the city wall. Nailan Yexing persuaded her for a long time before he stopped her. After persuading her, Nailan Yexing was secretly happy in his heart. He was called Senior Nalan by Nalan Yeshing. Well, I'm going to drink. If the young master asked me to practice with the young master tomorrow, don't blame me for being ruthless. If you drink too much, you won't be able to control the strength of your flying sword. After several large and small spring rains, there was a rising heat between heaven and earth. On this day, Chen Pingan sat alone in the pavilion with his hands in his sleeves, leaning against the pavilion pillar and taking a nap. On the city wall, Nalan Yishing stood up, stretched out his hand to hold the hilt of his sword, and squinted his eyes to look into the distance. To the south of the city wall, thousands of miles of yellow sand covered the sky and the sun. The rolling sand was even higher than the Great Wall of Sword Chi. Like a tide hitting the shore, it went straight to the Great Wall of Sword Chi. The monks sitting on the left and right of the Great Wall of Sword Chi and the Confucian sage stretched out their palms at the same time and gently pressed the white fog. A Taoist sage holding a snow-white tail was sitting cross-legged at a very high place. When the old Taoist looked up, the sea of clouds under his feet opened layer by layer. There was a little girl with goat horns who had been yawning and lying on the city wall, staring blankly at a jug of wine that had not been opened. At this moment, she was so happy that she rolled a few times and jumped up. Her eyes were shining, and she shouted in a childish voice, "Those below the Jade Primitive Realm, all leave the city wall. Those in the north who are strong enough, come and make up the numbers." Chen Qingdu slowly walked out of the thatched cottage with his hands behind his back. He came to the left and right side and gently jumped on the wall. He asked with a smile, "Do you want to keep the sword chi for dinner?" The left and right side were silent, but they didn't draw their swords. They just stopped trying to restrain their sword chi and moved forward. Outside the Great Wall of Sword Chi, the yellow sand seemed to have crashed into a wall and instantly turned into dust. It was difficult to get close to the city wall. Not only that, the invisible wall of Sword Chi continued to move south, and the rolling yellow sand was pushed back dozens of miles. Finally, the world became clear again, and one's field of vision widened. Over at the northern side of the city, rays of dazzling sword light flashed. They all withdrew their swords and stopped on the southern side of the city. Finally, the sword chi reached the city wall. Sword immortals were everywhere. Chen Qingdu, left and right. Dong Sangeng, Lord Hidden Official, Chen Shi, Qi Tingji, Nalan Xiaowei, Old Deaf, Lu Ji. Yu Qing, Ning Lianyun, Wu Qingpei, Shou Qing, Mi Hu, Mi Yu, Sun Ju Yuan, Gao Kuei, Tao Wen, Yen families worshipped immortal, sword cultivator Li Tumi, North Continents Han Huizi, Aquarius Continents Wei Jin, South Whirlpool Continents Yuan Qing Shu, Fuping Sword Lakes Gao Kai, Xiao Yuan Dynasty's Ku Xia. Chen Qingdu looked into the distance and chuckled, "Now that I have that old fart backing me up, I'm much more courageous. There are so many fresh faces." Yes, there are quite a few of them. Those who have a seat in the mouse hole are almost all here. 613. The great sword celestial Yu Qing was wearing a standard robe of the clothing workshop. There was a sword hanging from his waist, the mighty suppressing 5 mountains. However, compared to this half-immortal weapon that would not be easily unsheathed, Yu Qing actually preferred the standard long sword made by the sword workshop. Hence, the sword he was holding was made by the sword workshop. Many sword celestials and earth immortal sword cultivators at the Great Wall of Sword Chi still liked to wear the clothing workshop's robes and the sword workshop swords. Yu Qing had contributed greatly to this. The female sword celestial Zhou Qing was still swinging on the swing. A long time ago, the young man who said that he wanted to visit his hometown died in the hands of his so-called hometown people because of her. Zhou Qing did not have a sword. The golden threads of sword wool that had been passed down from generation to generation were her sheathless swords. The young and handsome sword celestial Wu Qingpei's eyes were red and his face was distorted. Good, good, good. There were many big demons today. There were many familiar faces but also many new ones. The sword celestial Yuan Qingshu of the South Swirl Continent and the local sword celestial Gao Kuei stood side by side. Gao Kuei's expression was solemn as he told Yuan Qingshu about the origins of the legendary big demons. This time, the big demons that had been hiding in the wilderness for countless years had all gathered at the southern battlefield. This was a situation that had never happened before. The 14 big demons at the front were the earliest existences in the first editions of the White Swamp painting and the Mountain Searching painting. Later, the many editions that had been passed down in the world did not record them. Even Gao Kuei admitted that he had never seen them alive. This time, the wilderness had gathered them all at once. This saved him a lot of trouble. Yuan Qingshu took a blade-strengthening gourd and drank. Every time Gao Kuei talked about the ancient origins of a big demon, Yuan Qingshu would take a sip of wine. It tasted great to drink with the big demon's name. The sect master of the Taihui sword sect, Han Huizi, was resting with his eyes closed. His palm was resting on the hilt of his sword. He tapped it lightly from time to time. Beside him was the sect master of the floating duckweed sword lake, Li Kai, who was also from the North Continent. Li Kai's eyes were shining. Good, all of them look like they can fight. There were 2 foreign travelers who did not look like sword immortals but more like a fisherman and a woodcutter. They were a pair of close friends on the snowy continent, sword immortal Zhang Liao and Li Ding. Their hearts were originally heavy, but when they looked at each other, they smiled knowingly. They were ready to die. A sword celestial body. Was. Now, not only was his cultivation base higher, he was also fighting to be the first to die. Qing Quan, a mere nascent soul realm cultivator, did not even have a chance. Qing Quan, you could just obediently eat the dust behind him. When we get down there, I'll go see her first and piss you off to death. Nalin Yeshing was a little annoyed. Couldn't these animals wait a little longer before they came to die? Once he returned to the immortal realm, wouldn't he be able to kill those beasts with his flying swords in a much more comfortable manner? However, Nalin Yeshing was also a little puzzled. The other party's posture was a little strange. The army that used to be as vast as a swarm of locusts in the sky and as dense as rats and ants on the ground hadn't gathered yet. Could it be that the savage world wanted to rely on these big monsters to attack the city? My son-in-law didn't sell his wine to the savage world. How could these big monsters' brains be broken? Han Huizi smiled. He looked free and easy and high-spirited. After this battle, my Grand Hui sword sect will have a clear conscience. Hidden official rubbed his hands and wiped the corners of his mouth from time to time. He murmured, it's obvious that they are going to fight. After this battle, as long as we don't die, not only can we drink wine, but we can also drink until we are full. Some sword immortals squatted on the edge of the city wall and reached out to stroke the edges. Their expressions were indifferent, and there was a faint sense of nostalgia that involved life and death. A sword immortal opened a pot of wine and muttered in his heart. He slowly poured the wine and threw the pot out of the city wall. Old Deaf was expressionless. He was only thinking about when he could walk down the city wall and return to his little nest. The wind at the city wall was really strong. Mihu's expression was solemn. This time, it could be said that they didn't come with good intentions. Li Tumi, who was in the immortal realm, smiled bitterly. Well, this time, it wasn't that little fatty yen who could eat meat anymore. Looking at the other party's posture, he was also a dish on the plate. On the vast land south of the city wall, there were a total of 14 seats arranged in a row. The only difference was that the height and size of the seats were different. It was like the strangest ancestral hall in the world. This was different from the arrangement of the ancestral hall in the vast world. Apart from the 14 unfamiliar great demons, the other so-called great demons, who had been familiar faces on the Great Wall of Sword Chi for the past 100 years, no longer appeared to be great demons. These illustrious existences that had attracted the most attention on the battlefield and attracted the most flying swords were now obediently standing behind that line. This was the rule of the desolate world. It was simple, crude, and direct. It was even more straightforward than the Great Wall of Sword Chi. As for the vast world that liked to pretend, it couldn't be compared at all. Chen Qingdao put his hands behind his back and laughed softly. Your sword skills are high enough. Look at the picture scroll in front of you. It's a beautiful and magnificent concept. I always feel that I can strike with my sword casually. Left and right, what do you think? Left and right reached out to grab the sword. I never think so much when I strike with my sword. Chen Qingdao looked further south. As expected of the master of this world. If he didn't take the initiative to show himself, he really wouldn't be discovered if he was slightly further away. Chen Qingdao retracted his gaze and looked at the noisy fellows. Some of them were people he had interacted with before. A finger not only pushed him back into the prison at the bottom of the well, but golden light also shone down, firmly trapping this great demon of high seniority. Fortunately, the great demon had a long lifespan since ancient times. It was far from comparable to the human race raised by the ancient gods. Once they chose to hibernate, the flow of time had little effect on them. Finally, the old man reappeared and allowed him to atone for his mistakes with his sinful body. On the unmoving line in the south, an inverted mountain and a golden-robed great monster. The great monster sitting alone on the railing of a jade palace was like an ancient immortal recorded in the book of the vast world. The man on the head of the god's corpse had a spear that pierced through the skull. It contained the purest divine will of lightning in the wasteland of Sword Chi. On the throne of bones, it had forged an ancient great sword immortal into a puppet that had returned to its peak. The scarlet snake coiling around the pillar was like the master of all the water gods in the wasteland of Sword Chi. The snow-robed Taoist had refined half of the essence of one of the 3 moons in the wasteland of Sword Chi into his life bond item. The 3-headed, 6-armed giant had been the first to scale the Great Wall of Sword Chi, surviving a blow from Chen Qingdao's sword. On this expedition to the wasteland of Sword Chi, the territory of the ancestral hall, regardless of its size, would be destroyed. The woman in the dragon robes with the imperial crown aspired to become the master of the wasteland of Sword Chi. The orderly flow of incense in the mortal world and the rebirth of the gods were all under her control. In exchange, she gave her Yeluo to another great monster of the same generation. Henceforth, there would be no more competition between fellow Taoists in the wasteland of Sword Chi. Before this, neither side trusted the other and both wanted to eat the other. Now, however, they both had greater desires. The owner of the tattered robe had left the Great Wall of Sword Chi with Chen Qingdao. He had been one of the sword cultivators of the same generation as Chen Qingdao on the moon-supporting mountain. He had once been the best friend of the eldest sword immortal. The bearded man next to him, his only disciple, had once fought with Alliance. They had also drunk wine together. When he had nothing else to do, he had helped that old blind man move mountains. The man in Confucian robes wanted to go to the wasteland of Sword Chi. After the mortal world was completely destroyed, he wanted to rebuild the mountains and rivers. He wanted to use his knowledge to educate all living beings, teaching them regardless of background. The great monster that had been bound by the golden armor for countless years not only wanted to go to the wasteland of Sword Chi, he also wanted to lead an army to the blue netherworld realm, to the Beko Kakyung building. The old man on the sword wanted to refine all of the 5 sacred mountains in the wasteland of Sword Chi for his own use. He also wanted to personally destroy the 9 majestic strongholds and ask Bai Zhe what he was thinking. The handsome man with the blade-strengthening gourd at his waist felt that his ambitions were the smallest. All he wanted was to gain the face of all of the beauties in the wasteland of Sword Chi. Even if the female cultivators on the mountain lost their face, it wasn't like they couldn't live. If they lost their face, they wouldn't even need him to do anything. There were thousands of ways for them to die. These 14 great monster spirits were the peak of the wasteland of Sword Chi. Most of them had been awakened from their endless slumber. Some of them had been awake the entire time, but they had remained in their lairs throughout history. They had chosen to stand by and watch the war at the Great Wall of Sword Chi. They had never interfered with the once-in-a-century siege. The number of seats in the martyr's palace wasn't fixed. When someone died, their throne would shatter and fall to the bottom of the well. When someone of the younger generation rose to prominence, they would occupy a seat in the martyr's palace. There was no such thing as seniority. The stronger one was, the higher the throne, and the weaker one was supposed to look up to the others. The history of the wasteland was a history of experts stepping on the corpses of ants and climbing to the top to achieve immortal feats. There were also mortal dynasties that weren't inferior to the wasteland of Sword Chi. They had various rules and etiquette, but in the end, they didn't end well. They couldn't withstand being trampled on by some of the great monster spirits who had turned from neutral to hostile. In the long river of time, they were like a flash in the pan. The ultimate goal of the wasteland's experts was to become incomparably strong. Other than that, everything else was a fabrication. The internal friction, the destruction of millions of demons, and the death of countless ants were all steps for a single expert to climb to the top. This small group of existences kept each other in check so that they wouldn't all walk down the same path. This was the only rule in this world. The existence of the martyr's palace and the increase and decrease of thrones in the ancient well were all rules. The 14 great monsters suddenly fell to the ground. A gray-robed elder slowly walked out from the center, holding the hand of a young child. The child held a head in his hand. The man had died with his eyes wide open. Even as he died, his eyes were still glaring fearlessly, as if his hatred hadn't been appeased. Behind the gray-robed elder and the child was an ascendant realm great monster with his head lowered and waist bent. This was the great monster in charge of the previous siege, the one being chased by the new sword immortals on the city walls. This great monster called himself Chongguang. He was an ancient existence with a revered status in the wasteland. Chongguang naturally didn't dare to reveal his true body. He swaggered behind the gray-robed elder. After the gray-robed elder stopped, Chongguang followed the former's instructions and strode forward. He approached the great wall of Sword Chi alone and said loudly, "In the next battle, sword immortals who don't use their full strength will not die on the day the great wall of Sword Chi is breached. From now on, you are free to travel the wasteland or go to the vast world to enjoy the scenery. As for the sword cultivators of the lower 5 realms on the city walls, those who are unwilling to use their swords and leave the city walls will be my wasteland's first-class guests, honored guests." The city walls were silent. Dong San sneered, "Bastards of the upper 5 realms in the south, the first to reach the city walls will die." Chongguang turned his head. After all, it wasn't his turn to speak ruthlessly. The gray-robed elder patted the child's head. "Go, you were old friends. Now, as a direct disciple of the moon-supporting mountain, pay your respects to Qingqing." The child held the bloodied head in one hand and walked out slowly. He walked faster and faster, and his momentum was like thunder. He was the last one to stand still and threw the head out. It rolled on the ground. The owner of that head was a great sword immortal of the Great Wall of Sword Chi who had been hiding in the wasteland for 600 years. Not only was his swordsmanship high, he was also proficient in the art of maneuvering. Many battles between great demons were planned by him. The child felt wronged. He turned his head and said, "Master, my realm is too low now, and there are too many Sword Chi on the city walls. I can't throw it on the city walls." The gray-robed elder smiled, it's fine as long as you have the intention. Moreover, those sword immortals have good eyesight. The child grinned. He shifted his gaze and looked at the young man beside the bearded man provocatively. The young man didn't say a word. He only unsheathed the swords on the sword rack behind him. The gray-robed elder looked up at the city walls. In his eyes, there was only the eldest sword immortal, Qin Qingdou. Qin Qingdou put his hands behind his back and looked down at the ground. Then, he reached out and casually pulled the head of an Ascendant Realm great demon from the prison north of the city walls. Then, Qin Qingdou held it in his hand and said with a smile, "I've kept this head for you for so many years. It's also a direct disciple of the moon-bearing mountain." The gray-robed elder smiled. "Qin Qingdou, I haven't seen you for 10,000 years. Have you become so powerful?" After a pause, the elder finally asked, "Then I'll let you die again." Many sword immortals from other places on the city walls were confused. Qin Qingdou said, "As expected of the resentment that has been suppressed underground for 10,000 years. No wonder you're so arrogant." The gray-robed elder shook his head. "I heard that the new sword is called Long Breath. It's not very good." "No, it's too bad." Qin Qingdou kept his hands behind his back and said with a smile, "If you're a woman, you'll know whether I'm good or not." Whistles sounded on the city walls. It seemed that not only the sword immortals in the city liked this. Actually, sword immortals were about the same. The child returned to the gray-robed elder's side and shook his master's sleeve. "I'm convinced by what you said." The gray-robed elder was not annoyed at all. He lowered his head to look at the disciple in seclusion who he had spent so much effort to find but still had an incomplete soul. Instead, he smiled and said, "These people, whether they're dead or alive, sword immortals or not, they're the best at talking. In the future, if you want to learn such unconventional skills, feel free to learn them at Vast Heaven." The great demon sitting on the railing of the immortal residence laughed and said, "You, Qin Qingdou, are truly respectable, hateful, and pitiful. However, you're the most pitiful. Imprisoning these great demons and not killing them, as a whetstone for sword immortals, and as the product of that pill workshop, you should be cursed by many scholars in Vast Heaven, right? Dragging the entire Great Wall of Sword Chi here to die, you should be hated by your own people. Don't you think you're pitiful? You've already died once, but you still have to be criticized behind your back." Qin Qingdou, "Oh Qin Qingdou, if I were you, I'd rather die than worry." Qin Qingdou did not even look at this pinnacle great demon. He looked left and right at the jade palaces with ethereal immortal auras and asked, "Are you even worthy of speaking to Boss Sword Immortal?" The great demon laughed and said, "Perhaps I'm not worthy enough to speak to Qin Qingdou, but it should be enough to speak to you." The child walked out alone again and finally walked to the side of the head. He stepped on the head of the great sword immortal and looked up with a smile. "I'm 12 years old now. Isn't your great wall of sword chi full of geniuses? Someone who's about the same age as me and has fought with me before. I won't bully you. Any sword immortal below 30 years old is fine. Remember to bring a few half-immortal weapons or Dharma treasures, or it won't be enough." The old sword immortal frowned and said, "This little bastard is hoping that Ning Yao will appear. After exchanging a life for a life, he wants you to leave the city so that that old bastard can take advantage of the situation." Qin Qingdou nodded and said with a smile, "That's what I'm thinking. But it doesn't matter. If I can't even handle this bit of provocation, what's the point of guarding the Great Wall of Sword Chi?" Qin Qingdou waved his hand. A group of more than 10 young people appeared behind him. Peng Yuanji, Qin Sanqiu, and Dong Huafu were among them. Of course, there were also Ning Yao, who had already come out of seclusion, and Qin Pingan, who was originally standing in the pavilion on Dragon-Slaying Cliff. Qin Qingdou stretched out his arm and lifted the head. He turned his head and smiled. "Who's going to return the gift for me?" Ning Yao took a step forward, but a hand pressed on her shoulder. Chen Pingan said, "I'll go." Chen Qingdou smiled and said, "Aren't you afraid that you'll use up your only chance?" "Then what about the next battle?" Chen Pingan smiled and said, "Then we'll talk about it when the time comes." Chen Qingdou casually threw the head of the Ascendant Realm Great Demon. "Go all out and have a good fight." A green-robed figure leaped onto the city wall. Then, he stepped on air and ran down along the wall. Then, he suddenly stood still, as if his feet were rooted to the ground. His knees were slightly bent. With a bang, he shot toward the southern land like an arrow and caught the falling head. He picked it up with one hand and put the other hand behind his back. Finally, he floated down to the ground. On the ground, the child tiptoed and grabbed the dust-stained head of the sword immortal in his hand. He slowly walked forward. The two sides were more than 100 steps apart. Chen Qingdou sneered and said, "The outcome of this battle will be decided between you and me. Who's going to take a sword strike? What do you think?" The gray-robed elder nodded and said, "Why not?" On the battlefield, the two sides confronted each other. The child smiled and stretched out his hand. Chen Pingan threw out the great demon's head. At the same time, the child raised his arm and, intentionally or unintentionally, threw the sword immortal's head high into the air. The child did not extend his hand to catch the head of his fellow great demon from Moon-bearing Mountain. Instead, he stomped the great demon to the ground and patted the blood off his body. 6:14. There was one good thing about cultivators who had grasped the true Great Tao. It seemed like there was no such thing as parting in life and death. As long as the opportunity arrived, they could meet again after a long separation. So what if it had been 10,000 years? Hadn't he still met Chen Qingdou, and Chen Qingdou had met him? The only difference was that he was standing on one side of the river of time while Chen Qingdou was standing on the other side. The child didn't even look at the young man whose name he didn't know, only at the old man standing on the wall with his hands behind his back. This was Chen Qingdou, nicknamed Eldest Sword Immortal. Ever since he had awakened, his master and senior brother had never hidden anything from him. Thus, Chen Qingdou was not only his master's old friend, but also his own old friend. Back then, the three most senior, most skilled, and most lethal felons had traveled together, taking advantage of the fact that the foundation of the great Tao of the world had yet to be stabilized. The sun, moon, and stars had shifted, and the 4 seasons and solar terms had changed. But regardless, his master had still been recognized as the master of the great Tao of the world. Chen Qingdou and the other leaders of the felons, Guan Zhao and the Dragon Lord, had paid the price of being trapped in a situation where their swordsmanship was superior to that of the great Tao of the world. Whether it was the process or the result of that battle, the history of the world had never recorded it, and those who knew the inside story could be counted on one's fingers. The child had heard from a senior brother of Moon-bearing Mountain that the surrounding tens of thousands of li had been turned upside down. Moon-bearing Mountain had been reduced in size by half, the result of the master of that tattered robe handing over his sword. As for the earliest embryonic form of the Yeluo, it was said that he had created it with a single slash of his sword, resulting in its grandeur. But he was the most miserable of them all. His soul was incomplete and had been scattered throughout the world. Generations of guardians of Moon-bearing Mountain had always had a secret mission, which was to help him gather his soul. Even now, they had only managed to gather his original soul and physical form and then piece together the rest of his soul. As for his physical body, it had long since been obliterated and could not be reconstructed. In this aspect, he was actually not as fortunate as the Dragon Lord. For better or worse, the Dragon Lord had left behind a real head. Alas, the withered bone great monster that he had named Baiying had been playing with for years. When he was in the mood, he poured a cup of wine and used some unorthodox arts to create a puppet with the strength of a great sword immortal. It was a pity that he had not been able to learn this move, or else how much fun would he have had in breaking through the Great Wall of Sword Chi. But for some unknown reason, the Dragon Lord, who had only lost one soul and two physical forms, had retained most of his intelligence. As a comrade who had fought alongside Qin Qingdou in the past and the earliest sword immortal of the human race, not only had he never shown his true face, he had not even taken back the head that originally belonged to him. He had allowed Bai Ying, whose killing power was roughly equal to his, to trample on his skull and ignored it. Instead, he had an inexplicable deep-seated hatred for his close friend, Qin Qingdou. The child raised his hand and yawned, quietly waiting for the Dragon Lord to make his move. The outcome had long been decided, so it was really meaningless. After looking at Qin Qingdou, he turned to look at the young woman standing at the edge of the city wall. Ning Yao. She was a young sword cultivator whose name had been heard throughout the wilderness for a long time. It had little to do with the level of her current realm, but the level of her realm in the future would determine her position in the hearts of many great monsters in the wilderness. What was a genius? It was as if as long as one ignored them for a few days or a few years, that future would arrive in the blink of an eye, without any accidents or what-ifs. He was like that. That bastard who carried the Mahist sword rack on his back could be counted as half a genius. His name was strange, and he was called Beijing. His master, Beijing, was the truly amazing one. Even his master had said, it's a pity that his temperament wasn't domineering enough, resulting in his swordsmanship not reaching the peak. Otherwise, the most suitable candidate to suppress the Great Wall of Sword Chi would be this person. He had heard that in the central plains of the vast world, there was a young man who learned martial arts called Chao Ci, who was also like him. The child was stepping on the head of the Ascendant Realm Great Monster. Nominally, he was still a direct disciple of the moon-bearing mountain lineage. However, in the prison at the Great Wall of Sword Chi, his physique had been damaged too much, and he had lost too much of his cultivation. That was why Qin Qingdou was able to pull out his head with a casual pull. However, his Ascendant realm was not stable, and his physique was still that of a great monster of the wilderness. If it were him now, even if he carried a few immortal weapons and chopped for a few years, he wouldn't be able to do anything. Qin Qingdou was indeed very powerful. This time, he had followed his master out of the mountain and visited the Great Wall of Sword Chi. He had seen so many people who were about to die, and the people on the city wall were all sword immortals of the upper 5 realms. This trip had not been in vain. This 12-year-old child who still looked like a child thought a lot. If he was on the battlefield, it would only take a few blinks of an eye. He patted his mouth and said, if I deliberately didn't kill you and let you live half a life out of kindness, would Ning Yao come down and fight in your place? If she did, then you are really lucky. In the future, the 2 heavens, or even the 4 heavens, will remember you. To be able to be my first candidate for the battle after leaving the mountain, you will still be alive. The old man who carried the long rod on his shoulder used the Abhijna hibernating half-dead. In his early years, he had swallowed more than 10 towering mountains of the wilderness in one breath. He had been sleeping soundly for thousands of years. The woman in the dragon robe next to him laughed softly and asked, did this child come up with this idea on the spur of the moment, or did he receive the instructions of the Grand Elder? The woman shook her head. In the Grand Elder's eyes, there is only Qin Qingdou and the Great Wall of Sword Chi. He has no interest in these trivial matters. As the master of the Yeluo and the 36 rivers, she had not fallen into a long slumber. Or perhaps it could be said that the scarlet snake that had once been in conflict with the great Tao could not allow her to cultivate in peace. The 2 sides had been at each other's throats for 3,000 years, and countless disciples and grand disciples had been killed or wounded. However, their cultivations had not been damaged in the slightest. On the contrary, they had been steadily improving. The dead soldiers under their command were all great nourishment for them. Compared to eating a great monster every few days and ruining their reputation, it was more worth it. Every 800 years or 1,000 years, the two sides would arrange a battle. Although it was called a battle, it was just that the two sides would work together to isolate a world and reveal their true bodies, causing the world to shake. Most of the time, they would fight on their own, destroying one or two half-immortal weapons and a pile of tattered magical treasures that they had received as offerings. Finally, when they had had enough fun, they would shatter a small world and deliberately make their true bodies a bloody mess. After all, the two sides were keenly aware that there was not much of a difference in strength between them. If they really wanted to fight to the death, there were quite a few existences of the same generation sitting on the throne of the ancient well who would not mind working together to eat them. This was especially true of that skeleton, which loved to act stealthily and dig 3 feet into the ground. Many great monsters in history who had been secretly recovering from their injuries had silently died while recuperating. In truth, they had been refined into puppets. Thus, great monster Bai Ying's fighting strength was not high on the surface, but her family's foundation was immeasurably deep. The old man on the sword patted the long rod lightly with both hands. That's interesting. I like this child. When he arrives at the vast world, I must give him a gift. The woman in the dragon robe and the old man on the sword were half Taoist companions. She joked, he's the last disciple of the ancestor. Is it your turn to give him a gift? The old man laughed, it's up to the child to accept him, but it's up to me to give him a gift. If he doesn't accept it, I'll strike him with the rod and his soul will be scattered. Come again, the vast world is famous for its heavenly treasures. It's not difficult to piece together his bones and soul. Who knows, the next time this child appears, his aptitude will be even better than now. The ancestor will have to thank me for helping him. The child whose original name is Guanzhao suddenly grins. It's better to change his real opponent to Ning Yao in his first battle. As expected, Guanzhao had received his hint. The handsome great demon with the beautiful blade-strengthening gourd on his waist glanced at Ning Yao on the city wall again. He also felt that Ning Yao would gain more if she fought. Therefore, this great demon slapped the blade-strengthening gourd. A beam of sword light flew out of the blade-strengthening gourd and went straight for the young man who was delaying things. Only if Ning Yao died on the city wall would he have a chance to peel off the skin of the little girl's face. Ning Yao's face, as well as that of the Green Mountain deity Madam and the female martial god Pei Wan, were all great beauties that he had to obtain. After the sword light left the blade-strengthening gourd, it shot forward in a straight line. Although it was called a sword light, it was actually as thick as the mouth of a well. The sword qi was so strong that it stirred up countless sword qi and sword intent that were originally flowing between heaven and earth. The sword light was so fast that it only tore a wide trench several feet deep on the ground when it was about to hit the young man in the green robe. Did they care about the rules of the battlefield? Did they care about the identity of a great demon? There was no such thing in the desolate world. When the desolate world lost the Battle of the 13, who among the great demons, including Chongguang, took it seriously? Only the sword immortals and the vast world took it seriously. After breaking the agreement, the two great demons who had sworn oaths on behalf of the desolate world died on the spot. Did the desolate world suffer a loss? If they could trade lives with the sword immortals of the Great Wall of Sword Qi, what did it matter if a few great demons died? The desolate world could afford to lose them. The desolate world had always been troubled by the fact that the Great Wall of Sword Qi was indestructible. The Great Wall of Sword Qi allowed the sword immortals to advance and retreat as they pleased. Every sword immortal that could be injured but not killed was the most troublesome thing to deal with. The desolate world and the vast world viewed the drop in cultivation base as the greatest calamity on the path of cultivation. Only the drop in cultivation base of the Great Wall of Sword Chi was not considered a drop in cultivation base. After the great demon slapped the blade-strengthening gourd and sent out a sword, he began to wait for the outcome of the battle. As long as that young man died, the patriarch's disciples could continue fighting. Wasn't there still Ning Yao? The people of the Great Wall of Sword Chi cared about face. They cared about face to the death. If Qin Qing became unhappy and chose to attack, the patriarch would not hesitate. Then, they might as well engage in a chaotic battle. Both sides would save time and effort. So what if the prelude to war was kicked off? On the city wall, Qin Qing couldn't say whether he was happy or not. Before the great demon slapped the blade-strengthening gourd, he smiled and said, "Left and right, as the eldest senior brother, it shouldn't be difficult to create a clean and refreshing battlefield for our junior brother, right? If the other party really goes overboard, you just have to leave the city wall. I will personally hold the line for you." Left and right nodded. As a result, thousands of strands of sword chi appeared out of thin air in front of the green-robed figure and shot into the sky, shattering the surging sword chi on the spot. "You're attacking just like that? Isn't your opponent me?" After the great demon that oversaw the thousands of bejeweled palaces landed, he didn't put away the ancient immortal mansions that he had painstakingly gathered. They circled around slowly like stars moving to the side of the immortals. The great demon slowly raised his hand, and a palm-sized ancient hall that was completely made of white jade flew into the sky above the two people on the battlefield. It suddenly grew larger and covered the sky as it smashed towards the ancestor's disciple and the young man in green. They would either accumulate some strength on the battlefield and choose to commit suicide, or they would be carried away from the battlefield and commit suicide at a later time in the city. The wilderness only cared about victory and defeat and life and death. It did not care about the process. Ning Yao said, "Then they will regret it." She gently clenched her hands and unsheathed her sword. The tip of her sword was pointed at the great demon who had summoned a white jade palace. In front of the line where the grey-robed elder and the 14-peaked great demons stood, a huge whirlpool suddenly appeared. Sword tips broke through the void and slowly emerged. It was as if a total of 15 small worlds had been added between the wilderness and the Great Wall of Sword Chi. The wilderness, the left and right sword cultivators were asking all the great demons at the same time. The wildlands and the Great Wall of Sword energy were at different levels of cultivation. Both sides were well aware that the more attention the wildlands and the Great Wall of Sword energy had, the more likely they were to die in the next battle. Those who didn't die were simply courting death. Those who could have died a bit later would die even faster. First, it was Chen Pingon. Then, it was the left and right. The wilderness, the literary sage's lineage, had never been reasonable. The golden-armored burly man suddenly revealed his huge true form. The golden armor on his body expanded and firmly suppressed the great demon. The golden-armored burly man reached out to block the sword tip. He pushed back the sword and the whirlpool. In the end, the sword and the whirlpool shattered together. The golden armor on his body was splashed by the sword chi. The burly man did not even look at it. He only lowered his head and looked at a small gap in his golden palm. Unfortunately, it was quickly covered by a thick golden light elsewhere on his finger, filling the gap. The burly man was furious. He reverted to his human form. After thinking for a while, he decided that in the next battle, he had to deal with this left and right sword cultivator who had decent sword skills. On the line, the great demons with ancient well-thrones used their mystiques. Some punched out to disperse the flying sword and the whirlpool. Some of the movements were so loud that the earth trembled. For example, the sword immortal who stood beside the withered bone great demon, Bai Ying, used his sword against another. The difference in size between the two swords caused countless sparks to fly. It was like a gorgeous rain of fire falling on the ground. Some of the great demons had profound methods. They also raised their hands to create a small world to clash with the sword. The bearded man did not do it himself. He just let his disciple fly into the air and use his sword to resist. The scholarly man dealt with it the most easily. He allowed the huge flying sword to fly out of the whirlpool and go straight to him. Then, the flying sword shrank its sword chi in the air. The size of the flying sword changed rapidly and finally became the size of a pocket-sized flying sword. It hovered in front of the scholarly man. He put his two fingers together and smiled. With a flick of his hand, the flying sword turned around and flew to a place far away from the great wall of sword chi. It suddenly disappeared. The scholarly sage, who was sitting at the end of the city wall, also flicked his two fingers and sent the flying sword into the billowing white fog formed by the long river of time. Then, in the next moment, the flying sword inexplicably fell straight from the top of the scholarly man's head. The man smiled and raised his sleeve. The flying sword immediately dissipated. The fierce flying sword that was stained with the aura of the long river of time returned to heaven and earth. On the battlefield, the child did not care about the sword light behind him from beginning to end. He did not care about the white jade palace that rose into the air and was destroyed by the sword on the city wall. It was just that the sword light that left the blade-strengthening gorge shattered and the white jade palace exploded, causing the sword chi around the battlefield to become chaotic. The child's vision became a little blurry. The child twitched the corner of his mouth. He gently pushed aside the great demon's head that was originally under his feet and kicked it away to avoid getting in the way. What kind of senior brother was a dead direct disciple of the moon-supporting mountain? The child withdrew his foot and just stood there, not dodging. The other party was finally willing to make a move. He was really a good person with a gentle temperament. There was no point in being so careful. After leaving the city wall and confronting him, it would be difficult for him to live. Death was the easiest way. However, when he thought about how to deal with the corpse and soul so that he could lure Ningyao down from the city wall to fight another battle with him and die together, the child was a little troubled. He really could not do something like chewing on a person's limbs and face. He was not a Yao and did not have a true body that was easily thousands of zhang long. Even if he opened his mouth to the maximum, how long would it take for him to disgust someone? He was afraid that he would be half dead from disgust before he could disgust someone. Moreover, he was just a dabbler sword cultivator with an unstable soul. Just practicing the sword was already very strenuous. He had never learned the immortal technique of using the soul as a wick to light a lamp. Now, the child who had helped him name himself Li Zhen only thought that fighting was fine, but he found that when he was really on the battlefield, he had to think so much. He regretted that he had been too careless in practicing the sword in the past. Then, he was overjoyed by the jealousy and resentment that some senior brothers and sisters hid in their hearts. Li Zhen looked around absent-mindedly. The other party was still passable. He was a sword cultivator with two intrinsic flying swords. One of the flying swords was extremely slender and sharp like a needle. It was ancient and carried an aura of rustling pines. It was a little similar to many sword immortal flying swords that did not have much killing power but could kill people quickly. The intrinsic item had the aura of interweaving lightning. It was not concealed at all and was completely unwilling to hide. This was even more similar to those sword immortals who were known for their outstanding killing power. It was no wonder that boss sword immortal had placed such a heavy bet on him. He was quite capable. However, it was a little odd. He had clearly conjured two intrinsic flying swords at once, but they were not used to kill the enemy. The other party still closed in on him and moved rather quickly. The child was a little worried. He had too many worldly possessions. As he walked and through it, he said, "Every step I take is a small flaw." I'm also reminding you out of kindness that your flying sword can't break the sword formation. At least you can take the opportunity to drive your flying sword to burrow into the ground, and see if you can poke me from the bottom. But you don't appreciate my kindness, and insist on waiting for death. Alright, let's see if you throw out more Qingming yellow papers, or if my treasure will help you clean up your grave faster. Once, Li Zhen threw out a scroll and found that it fell to the ground but did not open. In fact, it did not hinder the operation of the treasure. The child still squatted down and spread it out. It was a tattered painting of the 18 sword deities. Only then did Li Zhen get up and continue walking. His steps were slow, but each step could cover more than 100 feet. Every time Li Zhen made a move, the sword formation line closest to him would automatically bypass the child's hands and feet. Li Zhen did not even need to move his mind. Li Zhen strolled casually like this, throwing out a treasure every 3 or 4 miles. In the end, he did not plan to take out those of poor quality to embarrass himself. Li Zhen finally stood still, stretched out 2 fingers, and pinched a long slanted sword intent line that was always hovering a foot away from him. He twisted it gently, making a buzzing sound. He smiled and said, "The original disciple observation, how did my swordsmanship reach the heavens? Now, even I can't imagine it. In the early years, which big shot other than Qin Qingdu did I walk with the sword to the top, and man triumphed over the heavens? Unfortunately, I can't remember it." The man in the green robe stood 20 feet away in front of him. He finally stopped running. That's right, he felt that it was unnecessary. Li Zhen did not know if he should call this person stupid or stupid. Just because the sword formation around him was about to disappear. Did he really think that the sword formation was to protect him from the flying sword and talisman? Li Zhen asked, "By the way, what's your name?" Seeing that he had no intention of speaking, Li Zhen said helplessly, "What's wrong with you?" In many books that have been passed down from the vast world to the savage world, the fights between masters are all very open and aboveboard. You say the name of your fist art, and I say the name of your sword art. Those nobodies around you are only responsible for cheering and marveling. How lively it is! Then, when you use your trump card, they are all dumbfounded and dumbfounded. Silence is even better than words. Look at yourself, are you worthy of so many sword immortals watching the battle on the city wall? Just because you are a mute, I can't even muster up my energy. At the beginning of Li Zhen's words, the sword formation had already begun to dissipate. The crisscrossing essence of the sword intent began to dim, but it did not return to heaven and earth. You took the initiative to return the favor for Qin Qingdu, and Ningyao didn't stop you. Qin Qingdu even dared to bet heavily. From that moment on, I knew that you had to die. What's wrong with paying a price? Who knows, killing you might not be any less than killing Ningyao. Li Zhen pointed at the great wall of sword qi. Price? In the future, the entire city walls will be my cultivation ground. Li Zhen looked at the young man in white robes and waved his hand. Have a safe journey. When the yin spirit disintegrated, the soul would be incomplete. To a cultivator, it was an incurable illness that even immortals couldn't cure. Their battle prowess would be greatly reduced. The yin spirit smiled. With a shake of his sleeves, the talisman moved like clouds and water, covering the sky and earth. The talisman that was thrown out earlier was crushed by Li Zhen's treasure. It's alright, I have a lot of talismans. The 5 Elements Talisman, the Thunder Technique Talisman, the Snow Mud Talisman, the Yang Qi Lantern Lighting Talisman from the True Alchemy Works, the Extradition Talisman taught by Qi Jinglong, and the Mountain Searching Talisman taught by his student Cui Dongshan. There were no less than 20 types. It was naturally regretful that the talisman couldn't form a formation earlier. However, it could still rely on the circulation of the remaining spiritual qi from the talisman guts to help observe the qi flow of the heavenly tribulation and earthly tribulation. Li Zhen suddenly stopped and asked, "Earlier, you looked like you were ready to die. Was it to lure me to throw out this formation early?" The white-robed Yin spirit smiled. "Take a guess." Li Zhen kindly reminded, "Enjoy the heavenly tribulation and earthly tribulation. Don't forget about the 18 mustard sword immortal puppets guarding the treasure. When the heavenly tribulation starts, they will be free. Every time they attack, it will be equivalent to an all-out attack from an earthly immortal sword cultivator." Li Zhen looked in a direction. "Can you show your true form now?" Li Zhen had done something to the head of the Yu clan sword immortal. After the strange talisman that helped him hide his aura was gone, it was useless to hide it anywhere. Where Li Zhen's line of sight was, ripples spread out like water. A man in a green robe with his sleeves rolled up walked out. Beside him were two sword immortal flying swords made by the North Continent's sword Hatred Mountain, Pine Needle and Cough Thunder. The two flying swords flashed and disappeared. Li Zhen said no more. Behind him, two black-robed immortals formed by sword intent swept out. Their sword lights were like rainbows. Chen Pingan stomped on the ground and disappeared into thin air, dodging two beams of sword light. There were two more black sword fairies. One of them stood in front of Li Zhen with a sword, while the other disappeared without a trace. Only the clairvoyance, with the most substantial sword intent and almost a real person, stood behind Li Zhen. A sword cultivator with a low realm and a pure martial artist with a high realm. What kind of person is he? Li Zhen's unhappiness lessened a little. The big demon Chongguang bowed and stood behind the gray-robed elder. He wanted to say something but stopped. The gray-robed elder smiled. "Behind closed doors, we are all family. Li Zhen will suffer a little this time. It's okay. It's still too early to talk about victory and defeat. Only after suffering would one know how to concentrate on sword practice." He would no longer reject the identity of clairvoyance deep in his heart. The big demon Chongguang smiled flatteringly, but he was instantly terrified. Wasn't this the result of Li Zhen's victory? The gray-robed elder said, "You won't lose." The big demon Chongguang was sweating profusely. The gray-robed elder smiled. "Being so close and standing for so long, you've earned a lot of Dao Qi. Just treat it as a reward for the previous two fights." The big demon Chongguang bowed and retreated, leaving quietly. On the city wall, no one attacked the sea of tribulation clouds with their swords. The young sword cultivators of the Great Wall of Sword Qi under the age of 30 were all geniuses among geniuses. This was the first time in the thousands of years of the Great Wall of Sword Qi. The last time such a big year appeared was when the Battle of the Great Wall of Sword Qi was at its fiercest. Only Qin Qingdu was left to guard the city wall. But this time, the Great Wall of Sword Qi had taken good care of these children for 30 to 40 years. Of course, the price was the death of many Earth Immortal Sword Masters who guarded the formation for the children. Peng Yuanji said, "If it were me, I wouldn't be able to dodge the 5 thunders of heaven and killing intent of earth. I would only be able to take it head-on and die." Gao Yuqing, Gao Yeho's sister, said softly, "I would only die faster. I would die from that sword formation." Dong Huafu said, "That little bastard is the reclusive disciple of the moon-supporting mountains master. Other than Sister Ning, it's normal for any of us to lose. There's no need to think too much. Look at us. Who can take out so many half-immortal weapons and magic treasures at once?" So, according to Chen Pingan's words, when dealing with someone with money, power, and backing, we can't just all go and fight him one-on-one or let him fight all of us. When the time comes, we'll split the loot, and everyone will be rich. Peng Yuanji said, "That's the logic." But we also have to look at that little bastard. Just the fact that he can control so many treasures at once is not something an ordinary person can do. This time, when we fought against Chen Pingan, it was all thanks to Chen Pingan that the other party's traps, big and small, didn't work immediately. In the next battle, we have to be especially careful of people like him. A young sword cultivator who didn't have a good relationship with Ning Yao, Chen Sancho, and the stacking mountain wine shop said, that little bastard found the wrong person to deal with. Ning Yao looked up at the cloud sea heavenly tribulation in silence. If it were her, it wouldn't be hard for her to block it, but the effects would be far-reaching and troublesome. Chen Qingdou smiled. Girl Ning, if it were you, there naturally wouldn't be such a bet. And since I pulled Chen Pingan to the top of the city wall, there won't be such an if. Chen Qingdou recalled an old incident that he rarely remembered. Wu Qingpei once questioned Alliance about who in the world can't die and whether it had anything to do with one's family name or clan. Alliance couldn't do anything about it. This sort of question is the most troublesome to answer, so he had no choice but to make a trip to Moon-Bearing Mountain and the Yeluo. Chen Qingdou smiled and turned to Ning Yao. I naturally value you and Chen Pingan, but I really don't think that the two of you can't die. After all is said and done, it's a little complicated. Girl Ning, do you understand what I mean? Ning Yao nodded. I understand. But I'm very unhappy, not for myself, but for Chen Pingan. Suyo sneered. Count me in as one of the unhappy ones. Chen Qingdou's smile widened. Talking to Ning Yao really was easy, and it was also very good that she was so straightforward. That's good. It's good that you don't pay attention to everything and become unhappy. Otherwise, you'll have to learn from the mistakes of others. What do you practice the sword for? Why do you practice the sword? 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 Why do you live and die? Only today did you start to look like a true sword cultivator. Chen Qingdou pretended not to hear, muttering to himself, a true sword cultivator. A true sword cultivator would unsheath their sword for the world. They could forget life and death, transcend life and death. This was a major matter that was extremely difficult to accomplish the more one thought about it, but it was also a minor matter that could be done inadvertently. It was also a strange matter that many sword cultivators of the middle 5 realms could do, but sword immortals of the upper 5 realms were increasingly unable to do. The world was becoming less and less beautiful, and the heart was disheartened and unwilling. The world was becoming more and more beautiful, and it was inevitable that one would be reluctant to part with it. If one's swordsmanship was not high enough, there was nothing one could do about it. It was better to die for oneself and for others. If one's swordsmanship was high enough, one would have the ability to find all sorts of reasons to not die. This was also human nature that could not be demanded. The human heart was truly worthy of being the most interesting cage set up by the gods. As for the other cage, it was a person's perception of the long river of time. The sages of ancient times had separated the heavens and the earth, and the people of later generations had obtained an invisible protection. They could only view the scenery from the shore, so it was always a little lacking in meaning. Thus, before one truly attained the Tao, even if one was at the ascendant realm, one would inevitably feel that life was unreal. This was a huge problem that the sages of the 3 sects and the 100 schools of thought had been tirelessly trying to find a way to solve for thousands of years. The cultivators of the immortal realms sought the truth, the Confucians used the awe-inspiring righteousness to calm people's hearts, the Buddhists broke self-obsession, and the Taoists returned to the natural state. All of them worked hard on this matter. Everyone was working hard to live, but everyone was silently seeking death. What a contradiction. Therefore, one had to pursue life between the heavens and the earth, and one's heart was like the moon in the sky. Li Zhen took a step back, and the body of the clairvoyant became more and more condensed. He was about to reach out and confine the sneaky flying sword with 2 fingers. But he didn't expect that the dark green flying sword that failed to hit him would fly backward and disappear. Ordinary people had weak bodies. Even if they had a magic treasure on the mountain, they wouldn't be able to control it, and would only suffer. Similarly, not all Earth immortals could completely control a half-immortal weapon. As for making the immortal weapon recognize its master, it was even more difficult. But now Li Zhen had 2 immortal weapons in his hands. Li Zhen raised one of his palms. It was the talisman of the ancestor of the 5 true shapes of the 5 mountains, and it was called the talisman of the 3 mountains. Once it was used, the price was so high that even Li Zhen would complain incessantly. Li Zhen was willing to use it to deal with Ning Yao, but he was still reluctant to use it on this young man in front of him. So Li Zhen continued to clench his fist, and opened his other hand. The sword ball that was slowly flowing in his palm was once his, or the clairvoyant's, natal flying sword. In the Battle of Mount Tuiue, it was originally broken, but it was nourished by Mount Tuiue at a huge price for 10,000 years, and gradually recovered to its peak. In history, in every siege war, there would be a special big demon in charge of extracting the sword will of the Great Wall of Sword Aura and secretly sending it to Mount Tuiue. Among them, the big demon of Mount Tuiue personally took the risk to steal more sword will, which was why it was trapped by Dong Sanging and Qin Shi. Capturing an Ascendant Realm great demon alive was far from as simple as killing a great demon. When Li Zhen opened his palm, the sword ball only trembled slightly, and it caused the world around Li Zhen to begin to distort. The clairvoyant, which was nothing more than the condensation of sword will, turned its head to look. It was obviously a dead object, but at this moment, it revealed a very human-like complex look. Li Zhen raised his head, clenched his fist again, and smiled at the clairvoyant. "This is mine, not yours." The clairvoyant gently waved its sword, and the green sword light that suddenly appeared was knocked away. Li Zhen no longer cared about the flying sword that appeared and disappeared mysteriously. He strode forward, passing through the clairvoyant's body, and continued to watch the battle. The young man was really not an ordinary fighter. When the Heavenly King Dharma form smashed down with a spear, he directly blocked it with his arm. His whole body was hit, and his legs sank into the ground. On the city wall, the young geniuses of the Great Wall of Sword Aura continued to communicate with each other. Dong Bude smiled. "It's another battle where Chen Pingan has no power to fight back. It's one-sided, one-sided." In the second small world, Chen Pingan, who was dripping with blood, was still punching non-stop, attacking a part of the barrier of the small world with the deity drum beating style. His fists were white bones. Every time he punched and retracted his fist, Flying Sword number 1 would add a sword to the place where his fist landed. Flying Sword number 15 in the third small world suddenly turned the tip of its sword, as if it wanted to meet Flying Sword number 1 with the tip of its sword. When the 2 swords collided, a crack appeared in the barrier of heaven and earth. The last punch of a green-robed deity drum beating style, at the price of a broken arm, punched open the heaven and earth. In the incomparably dazzling light, it rushed straight towards the existence of the most favored son of heaven in the wilderness, Li Zhen. However, after breaking open a small world, he was about to enter the next small world. His body should have been blocked, and he was seriously injured. It was reasonable that his running speed should be slower than before. However, his peak fist intent flowed like a waterfall, as if a high god had descended on him, allowing Chen Pingan to run as fast as lightning. In an instant, he had traversed more than 10 miles. The golden fist intent collided with the moonlight-flowing water created by Li Zhen's natal flying sword, and directly exploded the latter. Ning Yao stood on the city wall, her eyes shining. She could see the pure martial artist Chen Pingan, who was still in his green robe but without the white jade hairpin. She resisted the urge to look at the thunder pool heavenly tribulation that bordered the heaven and earth. Li Zhen no longer clenched his fist, but gently clenched one hand. His entire arm began to be torn apart, and the white bones shattered. He didn't expect that he would still have to use this immortal weapon, the talisman, in such a tragic state. Li Zhen's entire arm had disappeared, and his face was a little pale. However, where he had clenched his fist, an ancient talisman appeared, floating in the air. The young man whose arm was hanging limply shook his left sleeve, and a golden robe appeared. He continued to run, but at the same time, the robe automatically put on his body. In the next moment, a mountain range with 3 undulating peaks appeared on the ground. The young man who had changed from his green robe to his golden robe was nowhere to be seen. A golden line swept across the great wall of sword chi. It passed through the 3 mountains. The small world created by the natal sword, moonlight, and the flowing water of time was split open, and it landed on Li Zhen's head. Li Zhen threw away the sword orb in his hand, and it instantly merged with the sword immortal's clairvoyance. The sword immortal's clairvoyance's ethereal figure instantly sputtered out sword light. He was dozens of feet tall, and he held a long sword in his hand to block the golden sword. Li Zhen's 7 orifices bled, and his heart was filled with hatred. No matter what, he had to drag him down with him. Originally, only Ning Yao was qualified to make him pay such a huge price. In order to control the immortal weapon, the talisman, Li Zhen had to lose a part of his soul and a part of his spirit. And after the sword orb emerged with the clairvoyant sword heart. Li Zhen's original intention was to simply give up this clairvoyance, which was equivalent to the value of 2 immortal weapons, and cooperate with the talisman of the 3 mountains to exchange his life with that Ning Yao. Otherwise, in the future, as long as his sword heart slightly resisted the clairvoyance, it meant that he would never be able to truly control a puppet that wielded an immortal weapon and was an immortal weapon in his lifetime. The clairvoyance was completely useless and even damaged his Dao heart in this lifetime. The sword slashed down, directly cutting Li Zhen's body into 2 on the spot. Li Zhen only slightly tilted his head. Therefore, he managed to preserve a complete head. The long sword in his hand was only condensed from an imitation of the sword intent. Did he really think that Chen Pingan was wasting his time on the city wall, being taught the sword by both sides time and time again? It was not the sword immortal that was still confronting the clairvoyance. The scholar looked at the world and took everything for his own use. After Chen Pingan landed, the sword intent of the long sword had already shattered. He stepped on the head and punched out, capturing all the souls that were trying to escape in his hand. Li Zhen's soul, which was already incomplete, was held in the hand of a young sword cultivator whose name was still unknown. Li Zhen was lifted up gently, and a fist aura that vaguely resembled spring thunder enveloped Li Zhen tightly. Chen Pingan crushed the head with his foot. His 5 fingers were like hooks that penetrated the other party's soul. He asked, "Little trash, why aren't you nagging anymore?" Li Zhen's soul did not struggle at all. The corner of his mouth twitched, and just as he was about to speak, Chen Pingan's fist aura shattered it. "I beg you to say one more word. Can you do it?" Between heaven and earth, only sword chi and astral wind blew at the young man's temples and robes. Many of the 14 great demons on the line in the distance were restless. However, the gray-robed old man raised his hand and stopped these peak existences from attacking the young man. He took a step forward and smiled. "Little guy, your state of mind is not bad." Not only that, the gray-robed old man waved his sleeve and casually scattered the clairvoyance that swallowed the immortal weapon sword pill. Not only that, the 3 mountains talisman also disappeared. Chen Pingan also grabbed the flying sword celestial and pointed the tip of the sword at the gray-robed old man. His actions could not be more provocative, but he said, "You can't bully the weak. I'm the most timid person." The gray-robed old man smiled. "Quit while you're ahead. Return to your great wall of sword chi." Chen Pingan carried the sword celestial and turned to leave. Along the way, not a blade of grass grew. He collected all the trash, and even the head of the Ascendant Realm Great Demon was not left behind. He kept it in his hand. The white-robed Yin spirit swept out from the white jade hairpin. Most of the Yang spirit's body was covered in white bones. It gathered with Chen Pingan and became one again. Chen Pingan suddenly stood still on the battlefield. He stretched out his hand and clenched his fist. He raised it high and then slowly withdrew it. He looked at Ning Yao with a smile and gently knocked on his chest. As a result, he spat out a mouthful of blood and staggered. Then, he was dragged to the top of the wall by the sword celestial in his hand. During this time, the handsome great demon couldn't help but want to slap the blade-strengthening gourd again. He might as well use all the sword chi to kill the annoying young man. He only slapped it once, but the blade-strengthening gourd didn't move. He looked at the gray-robed old man and resentfully stopped. The gray-robed old man stepped out and stood on the ground between the 14 great demons and the sword celestials of the Great Wall of Sword Chi. He stretched out his palm. Chen Qingdou, according to the agreement, just use your sword. Chen Qingdou smiled and asked, you put on such airs. Let's make a deal. How about 2 swords? The gray-robed old man withdrew his hand and smiled. He was too lazy to answer. Chen Qingdou turned his head and waved to Chen Pingan. I can't let you work for nothing. Come here, I'll teach you a sword. Chen Pingan's shoulder was pressed down by Chen Qingdou. It wasn't just the Great Wall of Sword Chi. "616, Chen Pingan opened his eyes. Almost instantly, 4 flying swords appeared at the same time. Chiyu was asking for credit, Shiwu was still obedient, and Songjin and Kolei were imitation swords after all. Although they were refined, they were still far from being so spiritual. The small room had the most familiar smell of medicine. Looking at the sky outside the window, it was close to dusk. Closing his eyes, he felt the vague atmosphere of the Great Wall of Sword Chi in the distance. When he opened his eyes again, Chen Pingan put away the flying swords. His mind was immersed in the small world of the human body, checking the aftermath of the big battle, mainly inspecting the 4 key acupuncture points. In the Battle of Cultivators, if the natal chi residence became a ruin similar to the ruins of the battlefield, the foundation of the Great Tao would be damaged. However, just as the spiritual mustard seed appeared, an aggressive fire dragon swam over. On the dragon's head stood the golden little man, still wearing a scholar's robe. In addition to the sword, there was also a golden scripture, but it had become a little bald head. The golden little man stood on the fire dragon's head and stared at Chen Pingan, ready to attack. Chen Pingan bluffed, don't scold others. When I'm ruthless, I'll even scold myself. That little bald head even cared about this. He kept scolding. Chen Pingan couldn't really scold the golden little man, so he had to pretend to be deaf and dumb. After all, without it to help in patrolling the small world, controlling the pure chi of the martial artist and not interfering with the circulation of the spiritual chi in the chi residence, Chen Pingan's mind would be like Shao Si after such a big battle. The martial artist's chi and the cultivator's spiritual chi would have already been in full swing in the small world. That would be one disaster after another, endless troubles. Over at the underwater mansion, the spiritual energy had been completely depleted. The water ripples on the murals had dimmed, and the small pond had dried up. However, the water word seal, the painted murals, and the small pond had not been damaged at all. Naturally, they were not completely undamaged, but only had the opportunity to repair them. For example, some of the painted murals had peeled off. Many of the already unstable portraits of the water god had become more and more scattered. Among them, a few of the water gods that seemed to have been given an eye had their pure golden light dimmed. The entire underwater mansion looked a bit gloomy. The boys in green clothes were all idle. Even the cleverest housewife couldn't cook without rice. They raised their heads and looked at Chinpingan's spiritual seed. Although they didn't complain, they all frowned with resentment in their eyes. Chinpingan had no choice but to promise them that he would try his best to provide for them as soon as possible to restore the vitality of this place. The little children in green drooped their heads in disbelief. At the entrance of the underwater palace, the little golden man was sitting cross-legged on the dragon's head, glaring at those boys in green. The listless little fellows immediately got up and respectfully sent Chinpingan off. After leaving the underwater palace, the little golden man began to ride the fire dragon again, chasing after Chinpingan and scolding him. The mountain temple and the wooden house were also in a similar situation as the underwater palace. They had to be a mender, relying on the immortal money and the corresponding treasures of the 5 elements to slowly fill up the holes. The damage to the 3 key aperture acupoints and the natal item caused Chinpingan to drop by 3 realms. Now, he was a great cultivator of the 2nd realm. The good news was that after Alliance's modification of the 18 stops of Sword Aura, there were no more obstacles. (617) By Lianshuang's description of all the battles of the Great Wall of Sword Qi in history was very accurate. Death. On the city wall, sword immortals and sword cultivators all took out their flying swords. Sword Qi surged to the south like a tide, turning everything in its path into dust. On the battlefield, the demons that were swarming towards the Great Wall of Sword Qi fell to the ground one by one as if they were being mowed down. There were 3 moons in the savage wilderness. The city wall had the most moonlight. There were so many sword cultivators on the city wall. Once they took out their flying swords, the night became as bright as day. It was enough to overshadow the moonlight. It was still too early for the demon clan to go against the current. It was too early for them to attack the city like a swarm of ants. They could only use their lives to exhaust the sword cultivator's spiritual qi in exchange for a chance to get close to the Great Wall of Sword Qi. They had to pay a huge price for every step they took toward the north. A group of big demons showed their true forms. Under the lead of Chongguang, the big demon in the Ascendant Realm, they were responsible for uprooting the mountains from the savage wilderness. They carried them to the south and smashed them toward the Great Wall of Sword Qi. Great Sword Immortal Yuqing, who was known as the candidate of the 10 pinnacle cultivators, had 2 swords at his waist. One of them was majestic, and the other was a standard long sword of the sword workshop. Both of them were still sheathed. He took out 2 natal flying swords. The 100-foot-long spring poured down like a waterfall, smashing the mountains that were flying toward the city wall to the ground. The earth shook, and countless demons were crushed to death. There was also a flying sword skylark in the sky. Sword Qi fell on the battlefield like a torrential rain. Han Huizi, the leader of the Taihui sword clan in the North Continent, didn't aim his flying sword at the demons who were dying on the battlefield. Instead, he cooperated with Yuqing to smash the mountains that were smashing toward the city wall. Li Tumi, the head of the Yen family and a sword cultivator in the immortal realm, also had 2 natal flying swords. One was a white dragon, and the other was a black dragon. The flying swords were like 200-foot-long dragons, rolling on the ground and killing demons. The immortal realm whose natal flying sword, Aou, left the city wall and sank into the ground. It tore gullies on the battlefield to stop the demons from advancing. His younger brother, Miyu, summoned his flying sword, Rosy Sky. Together with his elder brother, they produced a rosy sword Qi that was as thick as water in the ravine, preventing the enemy great demons from filling up the ravine. At the same time, they killed all the demons that fell into the ravine. Yuan Qingshu, the sword immortal from the South Whirlpool continent, also took out his flying sword, Frost and Snow. He stabilized the gullies for the sword immortals of the Mi family. The sword chi was abundant. Many demons at the edge of the gullies felt as if they were in a bone-chilling winter. The ground was covered in thick snow, and snowflakes filled the sky. The demons, who were known for their tough bodies, had their flesh and blood melted by the sword chi. Their bones were exposed, and their bodies were badly mutilated. Sword immortal Wu Qingpei, who had been stuck at the bottleneck of the pure jade realm for many years, sat cross-legged on the city wall. His natal flying sword, Sweet Dew, was an extremely strange flying sword even in the Great Wall of Sword Chi. Sweet Dew didn't have a fixed pattern. It fell into the piles of corpses and pools of blood on the battlefield. Wu Qingpei held his breath and concentrated. He didn't attack the demons. Instead, he began to cultivate his sword in peace. Although the female sword immortal, Zhou Qing, did not have a high realm, she had a unique providence. As the last remaining member of her lineage, she had cultivated on the city wall for a long period of time. She had been able to obtain the sword intent of generations of ancestral masters and temper them into an intrinsic flying sword. Finally, she had forged and nurtured an intrinsic flying sword, Rainbow. The sword beam had 7 colors, as though one person had 7 intrinsic flying swords. Niren Xiaowei and Lu Ji, who were among the top 10 sword immortals, didn't attack. They led a dozen sword immortals of the upper 5 realms with extremely fast flying swords to patrol the battlefield. They were specifically targeting the big demons hidden in the demon army. If any demons approached the city wall, they would attack with their swords. They would never let the demons advance to the city wall so easily. On the city wall of the Great Wall of Sword Chi, the sword cultivators were performing their duties. The sword immortals of the upper 5 realms had their flying swords at the front of the tide of Sword Chi. They were the furthest away from the city wall and killed the most enemies. Naturally, they consumed the most spiritual chi and were the most dangerous. The Earth Immortal sword immortals of the Nascent Soul and Golden Core realms followed closely behind. These sword cultivators weren't required to kill demons from afar. They only needed to stabilize the formation of the Sword Chi River. If they had the energy to spare, they would find an opportunity to kill the demon cultivators who were wearing Daoist robes and talisman armors. This was especially true for the array masters who were secretly escorting this group of people. Once they noticed any signs of them, they had to kill them on the spot regardless of the cost. All the sword immortals of the middle 5 realms below the Golden Core realm had to be more careful when attacking. Their main task wasn't to kill the enemy, but to form a formation in front of the city wall. This was to prevent the demons who were specifically targeting them from damaging their natal flying swords. The 3 groups of sword immortals took turns to put on a show to scare people. After all, it wasn't enough to scare people to death. Every sword immortal on the Great Wall of Sword Chi was always in pursuit of real battle results. After all, the big demons attacking the city wasn't a matter of a few days or months. It would often last for years. For the demons of the desolate wilderness, 3 days and 3 nights of attacking the city was really just an appetizer. During this period, the only exception was one of the 14 big demons who appeared in public, Bai Ying, who was sitting high on the withered bone throne. He was a towering existence like an army supervisor. He stood up once and used the white bone temple Abhijna. On the bloody battlefield, thousands of skeletons of demon cultivators stood up in an instant. In the end, the Great Wall of Sword energy would become the true ruler of all the lands in the wildlands. As the saying goes, 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 the Great Wall of Sword energy. Bai Ying began to drink. He had heard that the vast world had many immortal wines. Didn't the arrogant sword immortals on the city walls like to use their swords to kill demons? They could just use their swords to their heart's content and earn battle merits. After all, they would be stuffed to death with battle merits. In fact, the desolate wilderness had already begun to plan from the start of the Battle of the 13. The 3 siege battles that ended with the desolate wilderness retreating were just exercises for the desolate wilderness. The Great Wall of Sword Qi seemed to have been born, and a large group of young geniuses led by Ningyao rose up. In fact, the desolate wilderness was the same. Li Zhen, who had a part of the soul of the oldest felon, was naturally one of them. If he died, he died. The patriarch didn't feel any heartache, much less buying. It had to be said that there was 100 sword immortals of the demon race. They were only determined by their great Dao talent and their future accomplishments. They were not determined by their current cultivation level or combat strength. The only disciple of the bearded man, Bei Jin, was only ranked 3rd among the 100 sword cultivators. According to the habits of the Great Wall of Sword Qi, when the battle was balanced or at a disadvantage, the sword cultivators would leave the city walls together and split up the battlefield. They would appear at the front lines and block the demon race's follow-up attacks. Then, it would be the turn of the Earth Immortal sword cultivators and Ningyao to leave the city walls. Both sides would kill each other on the battlefield. Life and death depended on their own abilities and fate. At that time, the weak sword cultivators of the lower 5 realms would appear on the city walls. Once a great demon successfully ascended the city walls, even if it was intercepted by the tired sword cultivators guarding the city walls, it would still bring disaster to countless pitiful ants. Flying swords constantly flew out of the city walls. Countless sword lights dragged countless fireflies behind them. During this period, sword cultivators kept their natal flying swords and returned to the city walls. Then, these sword cultivators would leave the front lines and head to the north side of the city walls to nourish their flying swords. They swallowed pills and breathed in and out to replenish their spirit qi. At the same time, the next batch of sword cultivators would quickly fill their positions and take turns to fight the demon race. This was the most troublesome part of the Great Wall of Sword Qi. Sword cultivators could sit on the city walls and slowly whittle down the numbers of the demon race army. The demon race once had a great demon spectating the battle. After witnessing this scene with his own eyes, he could not help but sigh sadly. Our race's attack on the city was like a huge monster. On the battlefield, we could only sit and wait to be exploited. How tragic, how helpless, and how futile. On the Great Wall of Sword Qi, a sneaky black-clothed youth appeared. After ascending the city walls, he went to a makeshift shop set up by the clothing and sword workshop. The youth seemed to be very afraid of death. He took a robe and wore it on the outside. A standard sword of the sword workshop hung on his waist. Then, he started running. During this time, the Great Wall of Sword Qi was shattered by the sword immortals. The Great Wall of Sword Qi was extremely long. Even if the sword immortals used their swords to shatter more than half of it, there were still some that escaped and landed on the city walls. This time, when he ascended the city wall, he brought an additional scabbard of the sword workshop standard long sword and hid cloud pattern within it. As for the cloud pattern that belonged to Qin Sancho from the beginning, it was temporarily lent to his good friend, Fan Dash, who could not break through to become a Jindan practitioner. Controlling a flying sword to go out of the city to kill demons was not an easy task. Among the demons, there were those who not only had tough bodies, but also had extraordinary battle prowess. There were also many sinister methods that specialized in breaking through the flying swords of sword cultivators. There was also a large number of sacrificial demons. They had talisman engraved on their bodies to lure and restrain the flying sword of sword cultivators. Once the flying sword took the bait, they would not hesitate to self-destruct their Yao Dan and blow up the flying sword. These demons would never write the word sacrificial demon on their heads. They would even deliberately injure themselves or pretend to be careless, revealing one or two fatal flaws on the battlefield. Once the flying sword crashed into the talisman trap on their bodies, the life-bound flying sword would not even be able to return. In this way, would the sword cultivator still dare to use his full strength to kill the demons? Would he still have the indomitable spirit of the sword when he used his sword? This in itself was an extreme test of the sword cultivator's eyesight. It was also a matter of sharpening the Tao heart. Ning Yao, who had both a sword and a sword on her back, glanced at the black-clothed youth. She felt somewhat helpless, but did not speak to him. He was already here. Was she going to chase him away from the city wall? Besides, would he listen to her? Therefore, Ning Yao turned around and continued to control her flying sword. She naturally had more than one life-bound flying sword. However, in less than 20 years and 3 consecutive battles, the demons had only seen one of Ning Yao's flying swords. Chen Pingan, who had transformed into a youth, took a few glances and saw through the clues. Fan Dach's sword was too restrained. It should not have been the killing power of a sword cultivator at the Dragon Gate bottleneck. It was not that Fan Dach lacked temperament or was cowardly. Instead, it was because he was in a rather awkward situation. Killing enemies on the battlefield was not like the sparring in the Ning Manor or the Yen family's drill grounds. Fan Dach wanted too much to catch up to the attacks of Tai Zhang, Chen Sancho, and the others. He wished too much that he could cooperate with his friend's life-bound flying swords flawlessly. As time passed, they would become interlinked. One wrong step would lead to many mistakes. Instead, he needed Chen Sancho and the others to help him save the situation. Originally, even an earthly immortal realm sword cultivator would be unable to see the distant battlefield clearly when looking from the top of the city wall. But now, sword cultivators at the middle 5 realms only had to focus their attention and they would be able to see everything clearly. Chen Pingan knew that this was the work of the 3 Confucian, Buddhist, and Taoist saints. It was a kind of mysterious creation ability that helped the Great Wall of Sword Qi to create an innate advantage of the world. Chen Pingan came to the side of Fan Dach, whose face was tense but could not hide the sadness in his eyes. He did not walk up the city wall. He only stuck his head out and looked at the battlefield in the south. Then, he used his voice to form a line and chuckled softly. It's not like we're working together to kill the demons of the upper 5 realms. Just attack with your sword and ignore Dong Haiden, Fatty Yen, and the others. As long as their flying swords heavily injure the demons and don't kill them in time, you can ride your flying sword and secretly stab them. Chen Pingan glanced at the battlefield and continued, Fan Dach, you can ride your flying sword and temporarily leave the battlefield of Stack Cliff and the others. You don't have to deliberately follow them. Go to a place slightly further away. Regardless of whether they are playing dead or not, just give them a stab. It is safer to attack these trash because the possibility of them being a kamikaze soldier is the lowest. Don't be greedy. As long as you don't damage the foundation of your flying sword, you will have plenty of battle achievements. Just treat the battlefield in the south as a brand new training ground. If you want to catch up to Chen Sancho and the others, you have to use your sword. Watch more and think more. Sooner or later, you will be able to successfully predict the trajectory of their swords. At that time, you will not feel that you are being a hindrance. Withdraw your sword. If it is a kamikaze soldier, let Fatty Yen go and tease him first. See? This beast clearly has some brains. It can't take advantage of Chen Sancho and the others, so it wants to take advantage of you. At this time, don't hesitate. Just run. It's a pity that its acting skills are a bit lacking. How can there be a demon that pisses its pants while running for its life with such a firm gaze and steady hands? The opponent's hands are steady, but they are usually ruthless. You have to be more careful. Your life-bound flying sword is not tough enough, and you are not in the Jindan realm. After all, you are not rich young masters like Qin Sancho and Fatty Yen who spend countless money on flying swords. Therefore, when you attack, you must not blindly seek speed and accuracy. If you are not the same kind of person, don't use the same kind of sword. Diche, don't let such a good name go to waste. In any case, can't you at least achieve enlightenment for once? It's clearly a half-dead Golden Core Realm Great Demon lying there waiting for you to send it off with your sword. Its golden core has already been shattered by the stacked cliffs. I told you not to blindly attack quickly, but I didn't tell you to be slow when you should be fast. Look, Fatty Yen has stolen all the credit. In the northeast direction, 230 feet away, do you see that demon cultivator? It has just lost a transcendent artifact and is hesitating. However, it is intimidated by the greater demon army behind it, so it can't just turn around and retreat. It can't be faked. Datch, why are you in a daze? Chop it to death. Alright, it has been snatched away by Stack Cliff again. Datch, are you secretly in love with our head shopkeeper? The one confronting Qin Sancho is probably a nascent soul greater demon that is hiding its strength. It should be at least at the Jindan realm bottleneck. Its skin is rough and its flesh is thick. However, that transcendent artifact is too cumbersome. You can go help it. Remember to keep your flying sword close to the ground. If you can, find an opportunity to stab its crotch. Don't try to stab its head or chest. This beast is clearly coming for Qin Sancho and the others. This fight is going to be tough. Datch, this crotch stab has the demeanor of a sword immortal. Quit while you are ahead. Hurry up and run. The greater demon has its eyes on you. Let Dong Haiden carry it. A demon of the upper 5 realms that was in charge of patrolling the battlefield seemed to have sensed the abnormality of the battlefield. It was still a demon sword cultivator in the unpolished Jade realm. A sword beam with an imposing aura rushed towards the top of the city wall. The sword beam was aimed at Qin Pingan, who only had his head exposed. However, the sword on Ning Yao's back unsheathed itself. She slashed at the sword beam, causing it to fall to the ground. The flying sword smashed into the ground, creating a dusty crater beneath the city wall. If he could save a sword cultivator's life flying sword, he would save it. If he could kill demons, he would kill them. He did not try to be brave, nor was he greedy for merit. Not only that, sometimes it was the black-clothed youth with a dull expression, and sometimes it was the haggard old man. When Qin Pingan was hesitating, he was weighing the woman's skin in his hand, wondering if he should cover his face with it. A sword immortal who was in charge of guarding the array could not stand it any longer. He scolded him in his mind, "You're a great cultivator of the second realm. Can you be more shameless?" This sword immortal had an extremely good relationship with Yu Qin and Mi Hu. Back then, he was one of the sword immortals who went out of the city to mediate the fight. Qin Pingan raised his middle finger at the sword immortal. Then, he gritted his teeth and decisively covered himself with the skin. He leaped onto the city wall, and his footsteps were as graceful as a woman's. Then, he helped a group of young sword cultivators sneakily attack with their swords. The sword immortal from afar was stunned at first. Then, he laughed heartily. He was very impressed by this scholar of the literary sage's lineage who he did not have a good impression of. After the sword immortal laughed, he looked at the back of the young man whose clothes were slightly stained with blood. The sword immortal calmed his mind and continued to guard the array for the flying swords of the sword cultivators who left the city wall. The sword immortal faced the south and paid close attention to every detail of the battlefield. At the same time, a thought appeared in his mind. Perhaps only such a young man could be the junior brother of the left and right sword immortal, who could make the big brother bet on him. Only then could he be a good match for Ning Yao. 6:18. It was early in the morning in Gao City. Stack Cliff, Dong Huafu, and Fan Dash chose to retreat. Ning Yao, Chen Sancho, and Yen Ji remained where they were. Chen Pingan returned to their side and changed into the face of a middle-aged man. He helped Chen Sancho and Yen Ji observe the battlefield situation and occasionally gave them a reminder. Compared to Fan Dash, Chen Sancho, and Yen Ji, who had to be precise, Chen Pingan was much more concise and to the point. He would only fill in the gaps in the details. Most of them were suggestions on the trajectories of flying swords and landing spots. It was a quick review to improve the situation. It was not that Chen Pingan did not take these two golden core sword cultivators seriously just because he was used to drinking and became good friends with them. In fact, Chen Pingan had benefited a lot from watching the battle and observing Chen Sancho and Yen Chi's attacks. Then, Chen Pingan went to find Fan Dash. When Fan Dash saw Chen Pingan with the face of a man, he felt somewhat helpless. To be enemies with Chen Pingan was really bad luck. His ancestral grave was not emitting green smoke, but black smoke. The coffin could not suppress it. Fan Dash was very grateful despite his helplessness. If not for Chen Pingan's appearance, Fan Dash would have been flustered for a long time. Chen Pingan squatted down and threw a flask of bamboo sea grotto heaven wine to Fan Dash. He smiled and said, remember my good deeds. Dong Huafu said, use Fan Dash's money to buy the wine and give it to Fan Dash as a favor. I've learned it. Chen Pingan pretended not to hear. He stuck a yellow paper filth removal talisman on his body to help dispel the smell of blood. Stack Cliff asked with a smile, did you go elsewhere to pick up money? Chen Pingan nodded and said, I just wandered around. As I was worried that I would be a hindrance and attract the attention of some hidden great demons, I did not dare to do much. When I return, I plan to negotiate with the sword immortals to be in charge of a small section of the city wall. I'll act as bait for those who are willing to take the bait. When the time comes, if any of you withdraw from the battlefield, you can come and look for me. You can witness the majesty of a great cultivator riding a sword. Remember to bring wine. I won't let you see it for free. Dong Huafu shook his head and said, then I won't go. Tai Zhang smiled and said, me too. Fan Dash noticed that Chen Pingan was looking at him. He braced himself and said honestly, I don't dare to go. Chen Pingan smiled and said, Deche, even if you don't go, you can still get the wine. Who would want to see you? Stack Zhang and Dong Huafu got up almost at the same time and continued to head to the southern city wall. Fan Dash wanted to follow them, but Chen Pingan gestured for him not to rush. Chen Pingan said, do you feel a lot of pressure fighting side by side with these friends? It seems like every time I help them, I'll be a burden. Fan Dash nodded. Chen Pingan said with a smile, having such thoughts is actually not a bad thing. However, if you want to do better, you should suppress these thoughts. Fan Dash, don't forget that you are a sword immortal who has reached the bottleneck of the Dragon Gate realm. You are not even 30 years old. Do you know that in our Haoran world, even in the North Continent, where sword cultivators are as common as clouds, a sword cultivator who will enter the gold core stage sooner or later is such an amazing young talent. Chen Pingan pointed at himself. It's not that righteous world has a person like me. Righteous world is filled with people like Chen Pingan. Among the people of the same age as us on the mountain, there are definitely people who are better than me when it comes to killing enemies. There should be quite a number of them. However, there are many people who are inferior to me, many of them. However, Chen Pingon stretched out his hand and grabbed the empty wine pot. He stood up and scolded, "You're just a sword cultivator in the Dragon Gate realm. How dare you pretend to be heroic in front of a great cultivator in the second realm? Is the wine pot free?" Fan Dash felt a little guilty and quickly left. However, he could not help but turn his head. He saw the second shopkeeper tilting his head and pressing his fingers against his temples. Then, he slowly took off a mask. Fan Dash asked, "Chen Pingon, I just can't forget her. Am I very useless?" Chen Pingon put the vermilion mask into his sleeve and said with a smile, "There's nothing better than talking about infatuation and infatuation." Fan Dash was puzzled. "When we first met, you didn't say that. You scolded me so badly." The dispirited Chen Pingon took out the blade-strengthening gourd and drank a mouthful of wine. He said with a smile, "I don't have the energy to talk to you about this. Think about it yourself. Also, show some of the spirit of a great sword immortal in the Dragon Gate realm. Roosters quarrel with each other. Sword cultivators don't hold grudges when fighting." Chen Pingon was actually no longer worried about Fan Dash's feelings. Fan Dash did not seem to be outstanding in his cultivation or words. However, Chen Pingon was certain that Fan Dash's path of cultivation would be very long. Chen Pingon was more worried that Fan Dash would hear his reasoning and realize that he could not do it. Or rather, it would be another kind of trouble if he could not do it well. If one did not know a principle, it would be an invisible denial. If one knew and acknowledged it, it would be an affirmation. If one could not do it, it would be another denial. Generally speaking, when one reached this step, that principle would be the end of the road. It would be the burial ground of the path of the heart. There would not even be a corpse left. The most frightening thing was that a series of similar theories would die along with it. A large number of people would die. Unexpectedly, Fan Dash said, "If I can't achieve the kind of firm sword heart you mentioned, I won't be unaffected by Chen Sancho and the others. Chen Pingon, remember to remind me more. If the first time doesn't work, try a second time. I don't have any strong points, but I can listen to advice." Chen Pingon smiled and said, "Well said." Fan Dash finally said, "Then listen to my advice. This war will be fought. A few days or half a month won't make a difference. You should recuperate first before returning to the city. Otherwise, if you continue like this, it will be very difficult for you to recover to your peak when we need to leave the city for the battlefield. You are my guardian sword master. Even if you don't worry about yourself, you should at least worry about my life. Do you still want to drink wine that doesn't cost money in the future?" Chen Pingon nodded and said, "That makes sense." Chen Pingon really took out his charm boat and left the city. Fan Dash went to the southern city wall. Ning Yao nodded and smiled at him, "Thank you." Fan Dash wanted to keep a straight face, but he couldn't do it. He simply laughed. Dong Huafu commented, "You're so silly." Among the group, Chen Sancho, who was the most confident in killing with his flying sword, said with a smile, "Dong Haiten, do you have the ability to get Ning Yao to thank you?" Dong Huafu turned his head and asked, "Sister Ning, can you thank me?" Ning Yao kept her eyes forward and gave him the word scram. Dong Huafu nodded, indicating that he accepted it. He then turned to Chen Sancho and Fan Dash and asked, "Sister Ning has never been courteous with me. Can you do it?" Chen Sancho gave him a big thumbs up. Fan Dash took a deep breath and took out his life-bound flying sword. With a flash of sword light, he flew down the city wall. Chen Pingon controlled his charm boat. With nothing to do, he imitated his disciples and students. He leaned on the bow of the ferry and used his hands to row the boat. Did it really seem faster? During a break in the battle, a few young sword cultivators from other villages retreated from the southern city wall to the northern city wall. Another batch of local sword cultivators who had been conserving their strength silently took over their positions. However, when they brushed past each other, most of them had smiles on their faces. Yu Zhuanfu sat on the northern city wall, chewing on his last piece of pancake. His body was full of fist intent, but he could not punch out. This made Yu Zhuanfu, who could only watch the battle from the top of the city wall, have a great desire to reach a higher martial realm for the first time in his life. A realm 7 golden body was ultimately not like a realm 8 long-distance travel. As long as one reached the realm of long-distance travel, one could fly like a chi refinement warrior and punch to his heart's content. Zhu Mei's face was pale. She was still fearful. She wiped the sweat from her forehead and did not say a word. After she took out her life-bound flying sword, she was in danger several times. She was either protected by sword immortal Ku Xia or saved by Jin Jinming. Even Lin Junbai, who was still a sea-viewing realm sword cultivator, had helped her once. If Lin Junbai had not seen through the disguise of a demon death warrior and purposely used his sword to lure the opponent into using his trump card, Zhu Mei would have definitely damaged her life-bound flying sword. Even if her Dao was not damaged, she would have retreated down the city wall and recuperated in the Sun residence. From then on, the battle would have nothing to do with her. Lin Junbai was talking to Jin Jinming about his experience in the previous battle. This should be the first time Lin Junbai and Jin Jinming had such a private conversation. They talked about the gains and losses, flaws, and many other intricacies of the battle. Jin Jinming smiled warmly. Although he still did not speak much, it was obvious that he was closer to Lin Junbai. This was also the first time Jin Jinming felt that Lin Junbai, a genius youth who seemed to be untainted by dust, had a human touch. Lin Junbai took out an exquisite porcelain bottle made by the Shao Yuan dynasty. He poured out 3 pills of different colors. He kept one for himself, and the other 2 were dark green and spring green. He tossed them to Jin Jinming and Zhu Mei respectively. Jin Jinming and Zhu Mei were similar. They hesitated for a while and still chose to accept the pills. The 3 of them swallowed the pills. Lin Junbai began to concentrate. As he breathed in and out, the pills gradually melted. Abundant spiritual energy surged into a few key chi residences. Lin Junbai split a portion of his attention and continued to ponder over the end of the heart-examining game. Every time he reviewed the game, his Dao heart would be a little more complete. However, Imperial Tutor will seal off the news in the Shao Yuan dynasty and not allow you to exaggerate your experience at the Great Wall of Sword Qi. Then you can wait for the academia to speak up for you. During this period, the more Lin Junbai keeps his mouth shut, the more the Shao Yuan dynasty remains silent. Praise from all directions will come knocking on your door. You can't stop it even if you close the door. Not only the Shao Yuan dynasty, but all the surrounding dynasties, vassals, emperors, generals, ministers, cultivators on the mountain, and the streets below will all know that there is a young Lin Junbai who traveled to the Great Wall of Sword Qi. He dared not retreat in battle and could kill demons with his sword. Cui Dongshan twirled the chess piece between 2 fingers and asked with a smile, "In this fourth, what is the most subtle thing? Think carefully. Don't let me down." Lin Junbai answered, "Let my teacher feel that my conduct is still a little immature. It will also let him do things that his students can't do. Then, he will not hold any grudges in his heart." Cui Dongshan threw away the chess piece. "Fortunately, you aren't stupid to the point of death. Just wait and see. In the future, the war at the Great Wall of Sword Qi will be even more tragic. The world will be stunned by a single blow and become a little more clear-headed. Then, your deeds at the Great Wall of Sword Qi will be even more valuable." Cui Dongshan twirled another chess piece and sneered, even those Confucian sages, gentlemen, and sages who belong to a different Confucian lineage from your teacher will look at you in a different light. The imperial tutor sees you as his last disciple with great prospects. However, the academia of the Confucian Academy may not continue to see Lin Junbai as a disciple of the dynasty's imperial tutor. Experience the profoundness of this place. It will be like drinking wine for you. Cui Dongshan shook his finger and chess piece, but don't get carried away. All the praise today will become criticism in the future. The people who praise and criticize are often the same group of people. This is another wonderful thing. Once you understand, it will be another pot of wine. It will be very intoxicating. Cui Dongshan threw away the chess piece in his hand and smashed it into the pot. The pieces collided with a crisp sound. He shook his sleeves. This person, Yen Lu, can be used well. This person, Zhu Mei, must obtain her approval, especially the latter. Once the relationship between the two sides is properly handled, you will be pleasantly surprised. Lin Junbai asked softly, is it the family behind Zhu Mei? Cui Dongshan shook his head, it's not just that. Your brain is really muddled. What kind of chess game are you playing? You only look at one or two moves with each move and you want to win. Lin Junbai said sincerely, please dispel my doubts, Mr. Cui. Cui Dongshan said, what Zhu Mei says is not as important as what Yu Zhuanfu sees with his own eyes. The two women are inseparable and have a close and pure relationship. What can't they say? Yu Zhuanfu approves of Zhu Mei's character and Zhu Mei approves of you, Lin Junbai. Naturally, she will say a few words of justice for you. It is precisely because of Zhu Mei's innocence that Yu Zhuanfu is willing to listen. In that case, your clumsy shrewdness at the Great Wall of Sword Qi will not become a flaw in Lin Junbai's life in Yu Zhuanfu's eyes. Instead, it will increase her positive view of you. Can you understand this? Lin Junbai said softly, this junior is afraid that my understanding is wrong and not profound enough. Please elaborate. Cui Dongshan laughed, a person without a single flaw is the most unapproachable. Once they deny you and then approve of you, this kind of approval will be even more firm and unshakable than when they first met you. You don't understand this. You don't know how to play chess and you don't understand people's hearts. I'm already regretting doing this long-term business with you. Why do I feel like I'm going to lose money? Lin Junbai, I've played chess with you so many times and I have no worries at all. I've never thought of doing business with you. Instead, I'm worried and sick at heart. What should I do? Lin Junbai wanted to say something but stopped. Cui Dongshan narrowed his eyes. You only know how to ask and not think. Don't you know that my patience is limited? I will slaughter you. Do you know why? If your answer is wrong, you'll die. Lin Junbai's forehead was covered in sweat. I can die of stupidity, but I can't implicate Mr. Cui's foresight and find a fool to do business with. Cui Dongshan smiled. Good kid. You can still be taught. Cui Dongshan placed his palm on the chess piece in the jar and gently stroked it. He said casually, a Central Plains sword cultivator who is smart enough to not hesitate to die will not be disliked by Yu Zhuanfu, who is also a pure martial artist from the Central Plains. What do you think the Yu family, and even that old bastard Zhou Xinji, will do to a young sword cultivator that Yu Zhuanfu doesn't dislike? Is this a trivial matter that can be done without? Old man Yu, Zhou Xinji, these old bastards. What do they think of the original Lin Junbai, that so-called half-wit? Have they not seen enough? Old man Yu single-handedly controlled the fall and rise of two great dynasties. What kind of smart person has he not seen? That old bastard Zhou has lived for thousands of years and is used to seeing the ups and downs of the world. What they have not seen is that kind of smart and stupid young man who is full of vitality and doesn't put the world in his eyes. But he is filled with a sense of foolishness and dares to disregard fame and fortune when it comes to major issues. Cui Dongshan gently raised his hand. When it was an inch away from the jar, he flicked his wrist and said with a smile, "This is the subtle changes in the human heart. The scenery is magnificent. It's just that you can't see it clearly. Careful as a hare. Cultivators are immortals. You don't use your good eyesight and pretend to be blind. Cultivate the Tao, but cultivate the Tao heart, my ass. You, Lin Junbai, are destined to be a mountain man in the imperial court. If you don't understand the human heart, how can you distinguish people and use them to control people? How can you use the human heart without suspicion?" Lin Junbai was convinced and said seriously, "Mr. Cui is wise. Lin Junbai has learned from you." Cui Dongshan raised his head. "Wise? You use such a vulgar term to describe me." Lin Junbai shook his head. "It's wise and wise. Only the sun and moon. This is the realm that I'm willing to spend my entire life pursuing. It's definitely not the wise and wise that the people of the world speak of." Cui Dongshan laughed out loud. "This bootlicker is very much like the style of my mountain. Very good, very good. If there's a chance in the future, I might really take you in as my disciple. Then you can go to the ancestral hall to kowtow and burn incense." Lin Junbai actually had a guess in his heart, but it was too inconceivable and he did not dare to believe it. Cui Dongshan retracted his smile and lowered his head to look at the chessboard. With a swipe of his palm, all the chess pieces fell into the jar. He then took out a lonely black chess piece and placed it on the chessboard. He then took out a white chess piece and formed a large circle. Cui Dongshan said, "Since I'm going to groom you as half a disciple, then I'll have to show you some of my true abilities. Using Yan Lu as an example, you have to make this black chess piece feel very free. You have to make this black chess piece feel that he's not bound by anything and that life is filled with hope. However, his heart and all his thoughts are in fact under your control. Whether you want him to live or die, whether you want him to gain or lose power, it's all within your calculations." Lin Junbai felt that this logic was simple and not difficult to understand. Then, Cui Dongshan formed an even larger circle of black chess pieces outside of the white chess pieces. "This is the heart of that old bastard Zhou and old man Yu. How will you break out of this situation?" Lin Junbai pondered for a long time. He raised his arm to wipe his forehead and shook his head. "There's no solution. Don't even think about breaking out of this situation." Cui Dongshan nodded. "Not bad. You're half right." Cui Dongshan picked up a white chess piece and threw it on the chessboard outside of the black chess pieces. It's hard to change the situation on the chessboard in such a short time. Life is not a game of chess after all. However, don't forget that the heart of a person is unrestrained. Therefore, you can throw away a thought and hide far away. Widen your eyes and carefully look at the larger chessboard of heaven and earth. Zhou Shinji is nothing. This is the cultivation of the heart." Lin Junbai lowered his head and stared at the chessboard that was not a chess manual. He fell into deep thought. Yo, dear cry, eating the wormwood of the wild, eating the apple of the wild. I have good wine and music, but I don't have any guests. Cui Dongshan retracted his gaze from the ground and turned to look at the sky. He smiled. Mountain guest, Lord Yunzhong. When I see a bird flying by, I float. At the top of the city wall, at this moment, Lin Junbai imitated the white-clothed youth, and looked up. That person was Cui Dong, who played the colored cloud manual. His chess skills were even higher than Cui Dong's in the past. The white-clothed youth kept the chess jar and chessboard. After he stood up, he said his last words to Lin Junbai. I taught you this to tell you that scheming against the heart of a person is meaningless. It's not worth it. Chen Pingan did not directly return to Ning residence. Instead, he went to the wine shop. The shop was not closed, but there were no guests. The two young workers, Zhang Jiajin and Jiang Chu, had secretly gone to the inverted hanging mountain like the gold core sword cultivator Cui Wei. Zhong Qiu, Pei Qian, and Chao Qinglang would travel to the South Whirlpool continent. The two young men would follow Cui Dongshan to the Aquarius continent. Of the three people who were helping at the wine shop, the young man was called Qiu Long, the young lady was called Lu Yi, and the youngest child was called Tao Ban. They were all shop assistants selected from the stacked mountain range, and they were all familiar neighbors. Tao Ban was different from his peers, Feng Kangol. Feng Kangol, who had started saving money at a young age to prepare for marriage, was truly fearless. He was good at reading people's expressions and knew how to steer according to the wind. Tao Ban, on the other hand, was fearless and one-track minded. Qiu Long and Lu Yi, who were chatting at the table, immediately stood up nervously when they saw the amiable second manager. It was as if they were slacking off by sitting at the table. Chen Pingan smiled and gestured for them to sit down. We don't have any guests. You can relax. Tao Ban was the only one who was lying on a bench at another table in a daze, staring blankly at the empty street. Chen Pingan sat at the table and asked with a smile, "What's wrong? You can't beat Feng Kangol in snatching your little wife. Are you unhappy?" Tao Ban said unhappily, "Second shopkeeper, do you think I'm that kind of sword embryo that no one can see through?" Chen Pingan was speechless. Chen Pingan patted the table. "Go get me a jug of wine." Same old rules. Tao Ban stood up unhappily and shouted, "Sister Lu Yi, go get a jug of wine from the second shopkeeper. Don't forget to collect the money." Chen Pingan took out a piece of snow and handed it to Lu Yi, saying that there was no need for pickled vegetables and noodles. He only wanted to drink wine. Soon, the young lady came back with a jug of wine and a white bowl, gently placing them on the table. Chen Pingan poured a bowl of bamboo sea paradise wine and took a sip. Tao Ban sat up and leaned on the table, somewhat bored. He tapped the table with his finger and said, "Second shopkeeper, I also don't want to sell wine for the rest of my life." Chen Pingan laughed and asked, "Then what do you want to do?" Tao Ban said, "I haven't thought about it yet." Chen Pingan drank his wine and said nothing more. Tao Ban tried to find something to talk about. "Second shopkeeper, do you know that there are actually a lot of people who speak ill of you behind your back? Quite a few customers who come here to buy wine all feel indignant for you. There are a lot of things that just hearing them is quite infuriating." Chen Pingan shook his head. "I don't know. Can you tell me?" Tao Ban began to spill the beans from a bamboo tube, telling him in full detail what he had heard. Seeing that the second shopkeeper was only drinking wine and not getting angry, Tao Ban became somewhat angry. He said angrily, "Second shopkeeper, you're not deaf. Are you listening to me or not?" Chen Pingan laughed. "I'm listening." The east wind blew up the willow catkins, the east wind blew down the willow catkins. It was the same as the east wind, the willow catkins rose and fell. What was there to care about? It was just that this kind of logic was too boring, and there was no need to say it to a child. Therefore, Chen Pingan seemed to realize something and pretended to be angry. "These bastards are too infuriating." The child said eagerly, "What should we do?" Chen Pingan stopped the wine bowl in his hand and said with a sidelong glance, "Are you going to help me fight, or are you going to be my lookout?" Tao Ban sighed and leaned on the table again. "When there are a lot of customers, I feel tired." There were also those whose entire family was ill-intentioned when they were young and remained the same when they grew up. Then, they would get married and have children. Their lives would not be too good. The family would never quarrel over right and wrong. All the knowledge of the family seemed to have a kind of harmony that was similar to a small world. Even though Chen Pingan had become an apprentice of a kiln worker, he still did not understand why at that time. Later on, he walked the path of the Jianghu and read a lot of principles in books. Only then did he understand the reason. The child in Mud Bottle Alley grew up day by day. He would be unhappy and aggrieved about the things that happened to him when he was young. He could only squat alone, shake his head, and play with grass. Or he could go to the immortal tomb and make small, unbelievably rough clay figurines in front of the dilapidated idols. He would also pick up a withered branch and jump alone on the lush countryside road. He would use the withered branch as a sword and slash along the way. He was panting and very happy. He would also have a toothache that made his face red and swollen. He could only chew some herbs in his mouth and did not want to speak for a few days. But as long as there was no illness or disaster, and no pain anywhere on his body, even if he was hungry for a meal, he was happy. He would also be unable to sleep in the middle of the night. He would run alone to the Loch Dragon Well or under the old locust tree. As a lonely child, as long as he looked at the bright stars in the sky, he would feel as if he had nothing, but also as if he had everything. Later on, the little slug in the same alley grew up. He could walk and talk. The straw sandals youth in Mud Bottle Alley also met Lu Xianyang. Later on, he became an apprentice of a kiln worker and felt that life had a little more to look forward to. He had to take care of the little slug and learn more skills from Lu Xianyang. Chen Pingan hoped that the three of them would be able to eat their fill and wear warm clothes in the future. No matter what they encountered in the future, no matter whether it was a big disaster or a small one, they would be able to smoothly walk through it. The little slug said that he had to earn a lot of money so that his mother could wear gold and silver when she went out every day. He also said that they would move to the residence on Fulu Street. When that time came, all the bastards who had bullied them would not look for trouble. They would all be scared to death. They would slap their own mouths and take the initiative to bring chickens and ducks to apologize. Otherwise, he, Gu Kan, would not forgive them. Those who had scolded him 100 times in the past, he would scold them back a few hundred times. Those who had kicked him once in the past, he would kick them back 7 or 8 times. He would kick them until they rolled on the ground and almost died. Lu Xianyang said that he wanted to become the person with the best craftsmanship in all of the dragon kills. He wanted to learn all of Old Man Yao's skills. The porcelain that he personally made would be placed on the old emperor's table. He also wanted the old emperor to treat it as a family heirloom. When he grew older and became an old man, he, Lu Xianyang, would definitely be more awe-inspiring than Old Man Yao. He would scold all of the clumsy disciples and apprentices every day until they bled. Lu Xianyang still hoped that he would be able to shatter a brick with a casual punch and cross the widest stream with a single step. Everyone who had studied in school, everyone who knew how to write a few sarcastic lines, would look at Lu Xianyang in a new light and beg to write spring festival couplets for his old Lu family. At that time, the three of them had their own wishes. In fact, each of them felt that their wishes were very big and were the biggest. However, no one would have thought that when compared to the fate of the three of them in the future, such a big wish actually did not seem that big. It could even be said that it was very small. It was just that Gu Kan became the kind of person that the three of them hated the most. Lu Xianyang also did not become that kind of hero. Instead, he became a true scholar. Chen Pingan, who only wanted to live a stable life, did not live a stable life. He earned a lot of money and traveled very far in the Jianghu. He met many people that he did not even dare to think about in the past. He was no longer the straw sandals child who carried a large wicker basket up the mountain to gather herbs. He had changed into a large wicker basket that could not be seen and could not be touched. It was filled with stories that he could not bear to throw away and picked up one by one to put into the wicker basket on his back. Some of the stories did not have happy endings. Some lovers did not become spouses. It seemed that good people did not have good karma. Some parted without sadness at the time, but in reality, there was no chance for them to meet again. Some of the stories had happy endings, but at the same time, there were flaws. Some of the stories did not have an ending. However, Chen Pingan had always believed that seeing the light in the dark and giving birth to hope in desperate times was not wrong. Chen Pingan put down his wine bowl and was in a daze. He thought of old man Yao who liked to be alone with his hands in his sleeves. He remembered the first time he followed the old man into the mountains to find soil suitable for making porcelain. It suddenly snowed heavily. The cold wind was bone-chilling and the snow was knee-deep. The thin straw sandals youth almost froze to death. The silent old man continued to walk in front of him. He only slowed down his pace and said a few words, which was rare for him. Walking on the mountain road in the middle of winter, the weather is cold and the ground is frozen. It was not easy to earn some money, but you are not willing to spend a single cent just to freeze yourself to death. The weather is cold and the road is long. You should wear more clothes. Can't you understand this? If your parents don't teach you, can't you think for yourself? On the seemingly endless snowy road, the suffering youth listened to the words that were even worse. He could not cry even if he wanted to. The old man did not care about Chen Pingan's life or death. However, when Chen Pingan once again felt that kind of despair, a person caught up with him. Not only did he bring Chen Pingan a big bag filled with thick cotton-padded clothes and dry food, the tall youth also scolded him for being an old man who had kowtowed to his master and was not a good person. Chen Pingan was not paying attention and his neck was strangled by the person. His body was pulled backward. Not only did the person not stop while he was ahead, he increased the strength of his arm and rubbed Chen Pingan's head with his other hand. He laughed and said, "You are quite tall now. Did you ask for my permission?" Chen Pingan's eyes were red. He muttered, "Why did you only come now?" In the world, the only person who could criticize Chen Pingan's life and who Chen Pingan was willing to listen to was at the Great Wall of Sword Qi. Because he was Lu Xianyang. Qiu Long and Lu Yi were both shocked. This was because the second manager of the Great Wall of Sword Qi had never been bullied like this before. It was always the second manager who cheated others. Tao Ban was such a stubborn child. Protecting the wine shop's business so that his elder sister and the second manager could earn money every day was Tao Ban's greatest wish. But at this moment, Tao Ban gave up the opportunity to speak up for justice. He silently left the table with his bowl and plate. He could not help but look back. The child felt that the tall young man in green robes was really amazing. In the future, he wanted to become such a person and not a person like the second manager. Even if he often laughed and chatted with others in the wine shop, even if he earned so much money every day and was famous on the Great Wall of Sword Qi, when there were not many people, he would still be like today. He was worried and unhappy. Lu Xianyang let go of Chen Pingan and sat beside Chen Pingan, who had already given up some space on the bench. He waved at Tao Ban and said, "Young man, bring another jug of good wine and a wine bowl. Put the bill on Chen Pingan's head." Tao Ban looked at the second manager. The second manager nodded slightly. Tao Ban then went to bring the cheapest jug of bamboo sea paradise wine. Although he did not want to become the second manager's business skills were the best. Whether it was selling wine, acting as a banker, or asking the sword, Tao Ban felt that he could still learn these things. Otherwise, how could he compete with Fong Kangol for a wife in the future? Chen Pingon still had wine in his jug. He poured a bowl for Lu Xianyang and asked, "Why are you here?" Lu Xianyang was not in a hurry to give an answer. He took a sip of wine and shuddered. He said sorrowfully, as expected, "I can't get used to these so-called immortal wines. My life is cheap. I only think that glutinous rice wine tastes good." Chen Pingon smiled and said, "Dong Shui Jing's glutinous rice wine. Actually, I brought some, but I drank it all." Lu Xianyang elbowed Chen Pingon's shoulder and said, "Then what the hell are you talking about?" Chen Pingon rubbed his shoulder and continued drinking. Lu Xianyang took a big gulp of wine and wiped the corner of his mouth with the back of his hand. He raised his thumb and pointed to the street behind him. "I came here with my classmates to travel. On the way here, I found out that the Great Wall of Sword Qi was at war again. I was scared to death. I was afraid that the teachers would be hot-blooded and show us some righteous energy from their stomachs and then take us to the city wall to kill demons. I wanted to hide in one of the 4 private residences on the inverted hanging mountain. 4 private residences. But my classmates and teachers were all righteous. But my teachers and classmates were all righteous, could have been but they were all righteous, so. Of course, I've heard a lot about you in Chunbanzai. That's the most important reason. I have to advise you not to let you do whatever you want." Ban Lu Xianyang was the most talkative person in the world. Chen Pingon had experienced it for many years. Back then, when the 3 of them got along, Lu Xianyang and Gu Kan would quarrel and scold each other whenever they had a disagreement. Chen Pingon didn't even bother to stop them and just listened to them. After all, they were both adults and children, so they couldn't argue too much. Lu Xianyang seemed to have never lost an argument because he didn't care about winning or losing at all. He was always smiling happily. What he does has nothing to do with me. I only know the little snot bug from Clay Bottle Alley. He became the little devil of Book Slips Lake and killed the innocent. If he wanted to die, then he died. By doing bad things, he lived a better life than anyone else. That's the little snot bug's ability. It's the Book Slips Lake's foul atmosphere. Who's going to stop such a disaster? Who did I, Lu Xianyang, kill or harm? You, Chen Pingon, have read a few books, and you're going to demand yourself to be a person of virtue and virtue. You were a layman who wasn't even a disciple of the Confucian school. If you're so arrogant, then wouldn't the Confucian saints and gentlemen have all ascended to the heavens? I, Lu Xianyang, am a proper disciple of the Confucian school. Compared to the Qin clan's ancestor who carries the sun and moon on his shoulders, wouldn't I have come to the Great Wall of Sword Qi to kill demons 708 years ago? Otherwise, I'd have to worry myself to death. I just don't understand. How did you end up living like Chen Pingon? I remember when I was young, you weren't like this. You didn't like to meddle in other people's business. You didn't even like to gossip. Who taught you that? Mr. Qi from the school. He's dead. I can't say anything about him. Besides, the dead should be respected. Scholar sage old scholar. All right, I'll scold him later. Beside the great sword immortal. Forget it. If we're too close, I'm afraid he'll hit me. Chen Pingon finally opened his mouth and said, I've always been the same person I was back then. Lu Xianyang raised his hand. Chen Pingon subconsciously dodged. Lu Xianyang rolled his eyes. He raised his wine bowl and drank a mouthful of wine. Do you know what I couldn't imagine the most? It's not that you're rich and have become one of the most promising people in our group. It's because I've long believed that Chen Pingon would definitely become rich, very rich. It's not that you're in such a pitiful state today. It's because I know that you've always been a person who likes to go to extremes. Lu Xianyang raised his wine bowl. The thing I couldn't imagine the most was that you learned how to drink. You really like drinking. Lu Xianyang raised his wine bowl and put it back on the table. He really didn't like drinking. He sighed. What can Chen Pingan and Lu Xianyang do when the snotty brat has become like this? Who doesn't have their own lives to live? There are so many things that we can't do no matter how hard we try. It's always been like this, and it will always be like this in the future. We've endured the most pitiful years. Lu Xianyang reached out and pressed Chen Pingan's head. You've helped this snotty brat do so many things to make up for his mistakes. Very good, it can't be better. After all, I've read a few sage books. I know that the world lacks idiots like you who bring trouble to themselves. Lu Xianyang raised his hand gently and slapped him. But you're still so miserable. It's very bad, and it can't get any worse. Like me, Lu Xianyang is Lu Xianyang first, and then that half-baked scholar. So I just don't want you to become that idiot. This kind of selfishness, as long as you don't hurt anyone, don't be afraid of this. Chen Pingan said, I know that. Lu Xianyang smiled bitterly. You just can't do it, or feel that you're not doing well enough, right? So you feel even worse. Chen Pingan nodded. Actually, I've already passed Gu Kan's test. It's just that when I see so many lonely souls and wild ghosts, I'll think of the three of us back then. I can't help but empathize with them. I'll think of Gu Kan being kicked like that. She was such a young child, but she was rolling on the ground in pain and almost died. I'll think of Lu Xianyang almost being beaten to death in Mud Bottle Alley. The world will also increasingly tolerate selfish people. When the world is bad, naturally, people will shut up. It's not easy to even have a full meal. In the chaos of war, who has the time to care about the good and bad of others? They can't even care about their own life and death. This is the truth, understand? Chen Pingan nodded. Lu Xianyang continued, if you think that the matter of Shindu is the most important thing and that Chen Pingan should become a better person, I won't bother to persuade you. Anyway, he didn't die, so it's fine. So I only ask you to do one thing, don't die. Chen Pingan said, there are too many accidents. I'll try my best to fight for it. Lu Xianyang frowned. Mr. Qi from the school chose you to escort those children to school. Old scholar Wen Xing chose you to be his last disciple. So many people in Luopa Mountain chose you to be the mountain master. Ning Yao chose you to be the Taoist companion of immortals. No matter how good these reasons are, they are not a reason for you to die here, in this war. To put it bluntly, none of these people who chose you want you to die in the Great Wall of Sword Qi. Who do you think you are? With one more Chen Pingan, the Great Wall of Sword Qi can be defended. With one less Chen Pingan, it can't be defended. There is no such **t reason. Don't talk to me about Chen Pingan and doing more is more. Don't I know you? As long as you want to do something, will you lack a reason? In the past, you didn't study, so you came up with one thing after another. Now that you've studied a little, you can definitely deceive yourself and others. Let me ask you one thing. Do you want to leave this place alive? Is everything you've done so that you can leave the Great Wall of Sword Qi alive? Chen Pingan remained silent. Lu Xianyang asked, then you don't. Are you betting on luck? Are you betting that the Great Wall of Sword Qi can be defended, that Ningya won't die, that left and right won't die, and that all the new friends you made here won't die? Do you, Chen Pingan, feel that after leaving your hometown, things have been too smooth, and that your luck has finally changed? That you have gone from being the unluckiest person back then to being the luckiest one? Have you ever thought that the more you have now, the more you die, and the game is over? You will still be the unluckiest wretch. Chen Pingan said angrily for the first time, then what should I do? If you were me, what would you do? Lu Xianyang said calmly, it's simple. First, tell Ningyao that even if the Great Wall of Sword Qi can't be defended, both of them have to survive. During this time, they can do everything they can and don't hold back. Therefore, we have to ask Ningyao what she thinks. Does she want Chen Pingan to die here with her and become a pair of lovebirds? Or does she want one to die and one to leave? One less death would be a gain. Or, the two of them work together and strive for both of them to leave with a clear conscience. Even if they owe her today, they can make up for it in the future. After clarifying Ning Yao's thoughts, no matter what the temporary answer was, he had to ask his senior brother what he was thinking and what he hoped his junior brother would do. Would he continue the legacy of the sage of literature's lineage, or would he use his identity as a disciple of the sage of literature's lineage to die a glorious death on the battlefield? Senior brother and junior brother, it was just a matter of who died first. Finally, we have to ask boss, sword immortal Chen Pingan, if I, Chen Pingan, want to live, will he stop me? If he doesn't, can he help me? Life and death is such a big matter, what is face? Lu Xianyang pushed his wine bowl to Chen Pingan and said, have you forgotten? Back in our hometown, who has the right to ask for face? If you ask someone, will they give it to you? If begging is useful, will the three of us think it's a big deal? If the little snot bug begged someone not to insult his mother, if he begged, it would be fine. See how many times the little snot bug kowtowed back then. If you could learn the craft of burning porcelain by kneeling on the ground and kowtowing, would you kowtow? If I kowtowed and kowtowed until my head split into two, I would be rich and could be a lord. See if I kowtowed until I made a big hole in the ground. What, now that you've made a name for yourself, that pitiful bug from Mud Bottle Alley has become the young mountain lord of Luopa Mountain, the second shopkeeper of the Great Wall of Sword Qi, and you don't care about your life and face anymore. I can't afford to drink this kind of wine. I, Lu Xianyang, have studied many books, but I'm still too shameless. I'm ashamed of my inferiority. I can't match up to Chen Pingan. Chen Pingan looked absent-minded. He stretched out his hand and pushed the wine bowl back to its original place. It seemed that this was the only thing he could do. Lu Xianyang grabbed the white bowl and threw it on the ground beside him. The white bowl shattered into pieces. He sneered, Bullsh *T, I won't die here. When I go back to my hometown, don't worry. I'll go to my uncle and aunt's grave and tell them that their son was a good person, and so was their daughter-in-law. It's just that they're all dead. Chen Pingan, do you think they'll be happy if they hear that? Chen Pingan's entire body collapsed. His heart, fist intent, essence, qi, and spirit all collapsed. He could only murmur, I don't know. All these years, I've never dreamed of my parents, not even once. Lu Xianyang suddenly laughed. He turned his head and asked, Sister-in-law, what do you mean? Behind Chen Pingan, there was a travel-worn woman. She stood in the small world and was silent for a long time. Finally, she said, if you want Chen Pingan to die, I'll let him die first. If Chen Pingan wants to die, I like him. I'll beat him half to death. 6:20. After Ningyao sat down, Louis hurriedly brought over a flask of the best Green Mountain divine wine. The girl left after putting down the flask and bowl. She did not forget to help the bad-tempered young man get another bowl. The girl did not dare to stay any longer. As for the cost of the wine, even Tao Ban, who was most concerned about the store's business, did not dare to say a word, let alone Lu Yi. The young man, the young woman, and the peach board hid in the shop together. The conversation between the second shopkeeper and the outsider had been in a foreign accent, so no one could understand. However, everyone could tell that the second shopkeeper was acting a little strange today. After Ning Yao sat down, the three of them could no longer hear the conversation. Ning Yao poured a bowl of wine and said straightforwardly, "Boss, the sword immortal did say that no one can't die, but he didn't say that anyone has to die. Even I don't feel that I have to die here to be worthy of the Ning residence and the Great Wall of Sword Qi. So no matter what, it won't be your turn, Chen Pingon. Chen Pingon, I like you, not the future great sword immortal Chen Pingon. It will be best if you can become a sword cultivator. If you can't, it doesn't matter. Just be a pure martial artist. Also, if you want to be a scholar, just be a scholar." Chen Pingon nodded. "I understand." Lu Xianyang shook his head and lowered his voice, as though he was talking to himself. "You don't understand at all." Ning Yao frowned and turned to look at the Great Wall of Sword Qi. "However, boss, the sword immortal, did not allow me to say more. He said that he would take care of you and wanted you to think more. Otherwise, you would have wasted this trip. Finding life in death and relying on yourself to survive is the best way to sharpen your Tao heart and nurture a sword embryo. Otherwise, it would be less meaningful for others to help you, even if it's just to give you a hand or give you some pointers." Lu Xianyang still shook his head. "It's not fun. It's not fun at all. I knew it. Everyone seems to have no requests, but it's actually the people around him who like to ask for my little Pingon the most." Ning Yao ignored Lu Xianyang and said, "Don't think that you're the only one with such treatment. You should feel burdened. The number of young sword cultivators who have been taken care of by Boss Sword Immortal over the past 10,000 years is not a small number." However, there were some things that could be said, but most of them were not mentioned at all. The sword cultivator himself was completely unaware of it. "In fact, I didn't find it meaningful in the beginning, so I didn't agree to the old sword immortal's request. However, the old sword immortal persuaded me again, saying that he wanted to see if you were worthy of him returning the scholarwood sword case." Chen Pingon smiled and said, "I thought Boss Sword Immortal had forgotten about this. It's just like a marriage proposal." Lu Xianyang stretched out his finger and gently rotated the white bowl on the table. He muttered, "Since his swordsmanship is so high, I might as well give him more. At the very least, it has to match my status and swordsmanship." Under the table, Chen Pingon stomped hard on Lu Xianyang's foot. Lu Xianyang stretched out two fingers as though he was conjuring a sword art. He held them vertically in front of him. It doesn't hurt at all. You're a bastard." In fact, Ning Yao did not like to talk about such things. Many thoughts just swirled in her mind, and the past was the past. Just like washing and refining a sword, what was not needed did not exist. What was needed would naturally be linked to the next idea, eventually becoming something that needed to be done. Ultimately, it would manifest in the sword technique, sword intent, and sword Tao. That was all. There was no need to speak of it. However, today was an exception. Ning Yao thought for a moment and said, "Boss Sword Immortal doesn't think much now. How can he forget such things? Boss Sword Immortal once told me personally that he isn't afraid of anything except for owing debts." Ning Yao added on, "He doesn't think much. The more he thinks, the bigger he can be. This is the state of mind a sword cultivator should have. When a sword cultivator strikes, it should be a straight path with a bright sword beam. It's just that I'm worried that I've always thought too little while you've always thought too much. Yet, you don't make mistakes. I'm worried that what I say doesn't suit you. Therefore, I've been holding back from saying these things. Today, Lu Xianyang has made it clear to you. He spoke about fairness, selfishness, and conscience. Only then do I feel that I can say these things to you. I won't bother about Boss Sword Immortal's instructions. Ning Yao finally said, anyway, I only have this thought. Regardless of whether the Great Wall of Sword Qi can be defended or not, we have to live together. Neither of us can die. In the future, whether it's the sword or the fist, it will only increase. This is because you and I are not forgetful people. You don't have to prove this to anyone. Even Boss Sword Immortal on left and right. You don't have to prove it to them. It's fine as long as I know. So what are you feeling guilty about? In the future, if anyone dares to say anything about this matter, I've always disliked your reasoning. As long as I hear it, it's equivalent to questioning my sword. Chen Pingan smiled brightly and said, this time, I really know. Lu Xianyang slapped the table and said, sister-in-law, your words are so straightforward. As expected of the Ning Yao who said, the great Tao moves naturally, the sword beam is bright. As expected of the Ning Yao who I knew would be my sister-in-law the moment I saw her. Lu Xianyang, this bowl of wine is for you. It's better to be late than never. Ning Yao finished the wine in the bowl in one gulp and put away the wine pot and bowl. She stood up and said to Chen Pingan, accompany Lu Xianyang to continue drinking. After you recover, you can go to the city wall to kill demons. Lu Xianyang and Chen Pingan stood up together and said with a smile, I'm relieved that sister-in-law said so. It's all my fault for leaving my hometown too early. Otherwise, it's hard to say who would call me sister-in-law. Chen Pingan elbowed Lu Xianyang in the chest. Ning Yao smiled and asked, how's the girl in Mud Bottle Alley who likes to look at people askance and say strange things? Lu Xianyang grimaced and rubbed his chest. He said with a bitter face, don't expose people's shortcomings and don't scratch people's faces. This is the most important principle of our hometown's Jianghu. Ning Yao left on her sword. Her sword Qi was like a rainbow. Lu Xianyang clicked his tongue in wonder and said, Chen Pingan, who is always so hesitant, actually found such a straightforward wife. How strange. Chen Pingan retracted his gaze and sat down. He didn't drink. He covered his sleeves with his hands and asked, how's the scholarly style of the Melochin family? Regarding the Melochin family, other than the old almanac of Pearl Grotto Heaven and the world-renowned Qin Chun and of South Swirl Continent, the only other disciple of the Yingyin Qin family that he really came into contact with was the young girl named Qin Dui. Back then, Chen Pingan and Ning Yao went into the mountains with Qin Dui, the grandson of the Qin family from Dragontail Creek, Qin Songfeng, and the sword cultivator Lu Baqiao from the Wind and Thunder Garden. They went to find the tombstone tree that was of great significance to a scholarly family. Chen Pingan's impression of the girl from outside the village was neither good nor bad. Lu Xianyang didn't like drinking, so he ordered a bowl of yang chun noodles and a plate of pickled vegetables. He mixed them together and put one foot on the bench. He finished the noodles in a few mouthfuls. Then, he stood there in a daze and looked at the empty bowl. After a while, he turned his head and asked, do you charge for this yang chun noodles? Chen Pingan shook his head and said, other than the wine, I don't charge anything. Lu Xianyang suddenly understood and said, I knew it. If you did business like this, you would have been hacked to death long ago. Lu Xianyang remembered Chen Pingan's previous question and said, studying there was very stable. When I first arrived there, I received several valuable gifts, such as flipping the book and the ink fish. Later, I sent them all to you and the little slug. There was nothing bumpy at Mellow Scholar Chen's place. Every day, I would listen to the teachers and teachers teach me and clear my doubts. Occasionally, I would go out to study. Everything was very smooth. I would often go to a big stone cliff by the river to enjoy the scenery. There was no other way. Mellow Scholar Chin was known as the master of the world's memorial arches. None of the places looked like our hometown. Only that stone cliff by the river looked a bit like the back of the green ox that the three of us used to play. Even if I wanted to complain to you and pretend to be pitiful, I didn't have the chance. Compared to you, my luck is indeed better. I hope it will continue in the future. Chen Pingon breathed a sigh of relief. Lu Xianyang smiled and said, even if there was a grievance like that of a little wife, do I, Lu Xianyang, need you to stand up for me? Touch your conscience. Ever since we became friends, who was the one taking care of who? Chen Pingon raised his wine bowl and said with a smile, you were almost beaten to death by that old bastard at Mount Jingyang. Later, wasn't it me who helped you vent a little of your anger? When talking to Lu Xianyang, there was really no need to care about face. When it came to being shameless, Chen Pingon felt that he was at most half as good as Lu Xianyang. Lu Xianyang still had one foot on the bench. He knocked on the table with his chopsticks and pretended to be profound as he said, you don't know about this, do you? That was all part of my plan. If it wasn't for this trick, how could a little bumpkin from Clay Bottle Alley like you have a chance to get close to Ning Yao? You weren't even half as handsome as me. Tell me, who is the biggest matchmaker between the two of you? Chen Pingon chuckled. Lu Xianyang was a little worried. I never thought that other than the glutinous rice wine in my hometown, this would be the first time in my life that I would drink properly. It wouldn't be a cross-cupped wine with my future wife. As a brother, I'm really loyal to my friends. I don't know if my wife has been born yet. That woman was infatuated with Li Tuanjing, and it was precisely because she was deeply in love with him that she finally chose a sect or did something that Li Tuanjing couldn't accept or let go of. As a result, Li Tuanjing's hatred for her continued for hundreds of years after her death. A family style and a sect style will depend on the decisions made by the big shots on several major matters, the temperament of the younger generation that they have taught, and the habits of the lower-class people in terms of choosing benefits. It will be difficult to make a mistake by looking at both high and low. Back then, the woman from the Sioux clan of Qingfeng City and the mountain-moving ape of Jingyang Mountain were allies, but they schemed against each other. Look at it now, aren't they still allies with a stable relationship? In the end, it's because they are of the same mind and temperament. Those who benefit themselves often have more friends on the surface. As long as you don't harm the core of the sect, the superficial friend of Jingyang Mountain will still be Jingyang Mountain's friend. It will even make many cultivators who don't have a good impression of Jingyang Mountain become Jingyang Mountain's friend, and they will even be willing to speak up for Jingyang Mountain. Moreover, if you're willing to listen to the temperament of the little girl with the surname Tao and the son of the Sioux clan of Qingfeng City, I can tell you more than a dozen small things right now. Due to the influence of the family style, it's not surprising at all. The current Jingyang Mountain is no longer the Jingyang Mountain when Li Tuanjing was still alive. It's also not just the Jingyang Mountain that no one can suppress after Li Tuanjing's army was disbanded. Now, it's a bigger situation where a continent is a country. You and I need to consider how to cut off the relationship between the Song clan and Jingyang Mountain, how to separate Jingyang Mountain from its many allies, how to smooth out the entanglement of interests between the three major mountains within Jingyang Mountain before Q-Sword, clearly see the nature and character of all the patriarchs of the ancestral Master Hall, and deduce the trump cards of Jingyang Mountain in the face of a great enemy. Think about all of this first. When you strike with your sword, you'll be able to do the same and make the enemy suffer 100 times more. After you strike with your sword, not only will you hurt the opponent's body, but you'll also hurt their hearts. The difference between the two is like heaven and earth. If a cultivator recuperates and goes into seclusion, it might make Jingyang Mountain unite against a common enemy and help them gather the morale of the people. However, if you strike with your sword accurately, besides hurting one or a few people, you can also hurt a lot of people's hearts. At that time, even if you and I strike with our sword happily and sheath our sword happily, the people of Xinjiang Mountain will continue to worry for 10 or 100 years. He put down the bowl and couldn't help but complain, "No, no, I can't pretend anymore." Chen Pingan was confused. Lu Xianyang continued to speak in his mind. "Someone asked me to pass on these words to you. Why would I think about these things myself? That person said that after you've heard it, your state of mind will be more relaxed and you'll have more hope for the ways of the world. You'll also understand the two kinds of people better." As for who that person is, old Mr. Chen didn't say, and he didn't ask me to tell you this either. He asked me to take it as my own reading experience and tell it to you. I reckon that the only person who misses you so much and can ask old Mr. Chen to pass on a message should be that old Mr. Wenxing. This old man is also a wonderful person. Once, when he went on a trip to the Mello Chen family, he secretly met me and deliberately said that he was a foreigner who had come here to pay homage to the Qin family's ancestral hall. Then, we went to the stone cliff by the river and chatted for more than 2 hours. He said that he was chatting, but in fact, it was just him talking to himself. Other than some trivial pleasantries, he just sat there and scolded old Mr. Qin for more than an hour about how he wasn't knowledgeable enough and how the school of the secondary saint wasn't good enough. His saliva flew everywhere and he was so enthusiastic. He even advised me to change schools and go to the school of the Sage of Rites to study. I almost had my fill of punches. At this point, Lu Xianyang raised one hand and then gently pressed it down with the other. He smiled and said, "At that time, I hit it off very well with old Mr. Wenxing." After seeing me raise my hand, old Mr. Wen chuckled and pressed my hand down. He said, "Don't be like this. Let's talk nicely. We're all scholars. Give me some face." Chen Pingan rubbed his forehead. That teacher of his was really capable of doing such a thing. He reckoned that when the swordsmen of the northern continent crossed continents to study the sword snow continent, teacher also convinced them with reason. Fortunately, the school of the Sage of Rites had eldest senior brother by his side. Mr. Qi and even that imperial tutor Cui Dong were not like this. Chen Pingan naturally thought of his own student, Cui Dongshan. This time, the Mello Chen family went on a study trip and Chen Chunan personally came to the Great Wall of Sword Qi. Chen Pingan believed that Cui Dongshan must have done something. However, there was no need to say much about such things to Lu Xianyang. Just being able to meet Lu Xianyang in a foreign land was already the happiest thing. Chen Pingan raised his wine bowl. "Shall we?" Lu Xianyang shook his head and said, "No." He looked up at the sky. "Our group of people who are studying abroad are all staying at Sword Immortal Sun Juyuan's residence. I have to hurry over. I put down my things earlier and hurried to the Ning residence to look for you." She wore a dress that was intricately woven and was extremely beautiful. She was the real owner of the Plum Blossom Garden. However, she lived in seclusion and almost never showed her face. Bien called her Madame Xianyan. Xianyan was a beautiful name. A beautiful name and a beautiful face, they lived up to both. Although Bien was never interested in the affairs of men and women, he had to admit that just looking at Madame Xianyan was pleasing to the eye. Madame Xianyan of the Green Immortal Mountain from the Bamboo Sea Cave and Madame Xianyan of the Plum Blossom Garden. There were a total of 10 madams in the world. They were enough to make the immortals on the mountain daydream and fall for them. There was something strange about these madams. They were all deities of mountains and rivers, demons and spirits. Madame Xianyan and Bien sat opposite each other in a waterside pavilion. She was playing with a sea of bamboo brushes that the Plum Blossom Garden had just given to her. She used the art of sticking yellow to create a scene of thin bamboo. The density of the brushes was appropriate and the workmanship was superb. The bamboo brushes were all from the bamboo sea cave. They were priceless. Madame Xianyan smiled and said, "Are you that afraid of death?" Bien nodded and said, "I'm actually fine. I really want to go to the city wall with Lin Junbai. However, the other one is weird and wants me to hide. She said that it was a divination. If I'm not careful, I might fail and end up in a terrible state." Bien asked, "Who was the one who suggested opening the new door? What did the great heavenly lord of the inverted hanging mountain think?" Madame Xianyan said, "You don't have to worry about these. The old door is the new door. Even if the entire inverted hanging mountain is gone, they will still be there." Bien was puzzled and said, "There's actually a sword immortal who's willing to help us guard the door." Madame Xianyan glanced at the young man and said, "Is it strange? If it were you, one side would have died for 10,000 years while the other side would enjoy a peaceful world and laugh at those dead people. Would you be happy? You can bear with it for a day or two, but for decades or centuries? Can a good-tempered person become a sword immortal?" Bien nodded and said, "If it were me, I'd return it with double." The young shopkeeper of the Stork Inn had lived here for generations. He was squatting at the entrance of the inn and playing with a dog that was passing by. The sun shone brightly, making lazy people even lazier. It was another boring and peaceful day in this peaceful world. Outside the inverted hanging mountain. Of course, the Flood Dragon Ravine did not only have small fishes and shrimps. Even for Earth Immortal cultivators, it was still a forbidden area that was difficult to cross. They could only take a long detour. Further away, the sect with the statue of the Rain Master and the statue of the Divine General was called the Rain Dragon Sect. (621) When Chen Pingan returned to the Great Wall of Sword Qi, he chose a secluded spot on the wall and was responsible for guarding the wall that was about a mile long. Generally speaking, only nascent soul sword cultivators below the Jade Unpolished realm would receive such treatment. They were able to wield their swords alone and guard an area. For example, Qi Shou, who had just broken through to the nascent soul realm. Qi Shou also became the first sword cultivator to reach the nascent soul realm among his peers in the Great Wall of Sword Qi. This was a strict rule of the Great Wall of Sword Qi, and also a special honor. Therefore, even Ning Yao had to cooperate with Qin Sancho and the rest to wield their swords. Peng Yuanji and Gao Yeho were no exception. However, the width of the wall that they were responsible for was much wider than ordinary nascent soul sword cultivators. It was even comparable to many sword immortals. The reason why Chen Pingan was an exception and did not attract any criticism was because Chen Pingan did not break the rule. He was not a sword cultivator now, but a pure martial artist who reared a few flying swords. In addition, Chen Pingan was willing to take the risk and be the bait to attract the attention of some hidden great demons. Ning Yao did not speak. The Yao family's elder sword immortal, Yao Lianyun, did not speak. The other sword immortals on the Great Wall of Sword Qi naturally did not stop them. Coincidentally, Chen Pingan and Qi Shou became neighbors. Qi Shou did not stop wielding his sword. He was only distracted for a moment as he glanced at Chen Pingan. This guy did not cover his face with a messy mask today. He wore a green robe from his family and a robe from the clothing workshop. He placed a sword workshop standard longsword horizontally on his knees. The two immortal weapons that had contributed greatly to Chen Pingan by killing Li Zhen had not shown up yet. This was only the beginning of the offensive and defensive battles. The sword immortals' natal flying swords were like a tidal wave at the forefront of the battlefield, obstructing the demon army of the wildlands. Then came the demons that slipped through the net, requiring the earth immortal sword immortals to wield their swords to kill them. After that, if there were any demons that were lucky enough to survive, they would charge through the second sword formation, only to be greeted by a swarm of flying swords from the middle 5 realms. This was a form of sword practice in the Great Wall of Sword Chi. From the Cave Abode realm to the Dragon Gate realm, sword cultivators of the 3 realms, even if their realms weren't high, would become more familiar with the battlefield and become more connected with their natal flying swords. Naturally, their attacks would become faster and faster. Qi Shou shifted his gaze and looked at Chen Pingan's sword. When Chen Pingan went out of the city to fight Li Zhen, Qi Shou was in seclusion and did not have the chance to witness it. He could only hear about it afterward. Even a proud sword immortal like Qi Shou had to admit that it was a matter of great regret. Chen Pingan did not hold back when he attacked today. All 4 flying swords flew out at the same time as if he was clinging to Buddha's feet at the last minute. It was unknown who he had learned a camouflage technique from. The appearance of the 4 flying swords was constantly changing. Demons of the upper 5 realms and the nascent soul realm could naturally see through the clumsy camouflage technique with a glance. However, it was enough to deal with the demon army that was charging forward. After being obstructed by the 4 flying swords, it was easy to suffer and would be more miserable. There was also a little trick. The demons that charged to the front would die under the swords first. Therefore, many demons continued to charge forward, but they could not help but slow down their pace. However, in the wilderness, life was the most worthless. This was the same for cultivators. Only by becoming a sword immortal could they change their fate and become a bit more valuable. It would not be so easy for them to die below the city walls. For the time being, Qi Shou did not use the jumping bead. There was no need for it. In the battle between the Great Wall of Sword Qi and the wilderness, the key was never the peerless glory of a sword immortal, nor was it the shocking true body or divine ability of a greater demon. It had always been a battle of attrition. It was a battle of attrition, and it was a battle of attrition. It was a battle of attrition, and it was a battle of attrition. Countless lives were lost in the wilderness, while the Great Wall of Sword Qi was the accumulation of spiritual qi of every sword cultivator. Whoever gave up first was the loser. In the last great year of the Great Wall of Sword Qi, sword immortal embryos had sprung up like bamboo shoots after a spring rain. The reason why they had almost lost everything and almost all the young geniuses had been killed was because the Great Wall of Sword Qi had lasted until the very end. After that painful lesson, more and more cross-continent ferries had been sent to the inverted hanging mountains. The Nalan clan and the Yen clan of the Great Wall of Sword Qi had risen to prominence, and their business with righteous majesty grew larger and larger. They had wantonly purchased medicinal pills and talisman magical treasures that sword cultivators had looked down upon as a precaution. Depending on the ferries, a trip to the inverted hanging mountains could bring them huge profits. Righteous Majesty's 9 great continents had seen the rise of new immortal clans and powerful clans. They were brimming with wealth and were overflowing with oil. The leader of these clans was the Snowy Peak Continent's Lu clan. There was also the Fuyao Continent's Shanshui Cavern, the North Continent's Jadewood Sect, the Aquarius Continent's Old Dragon City, and the Rain Dragon Sect, which was an important transit hub, among others. Across Chen Pingan was a female sword immortal from the Snowy Peak Continent, Xie Songhua. She had only arrived at the Great Wall of Sword Qi at the end of the previous winter. Her reputation had not been prominent, and she had been living in a private residence left behind by a sword immortal between the city walls. As she had just arrived at the Great Wall of Sword Qi, she did not have any battle achievements and was only staying there temporarily. Xie Songhua had almost never interacted with outsiders. She had not shown her face in many lively events. Now that she had summoned her life-bound flying sword, its momentum could only be described as mediocre. The flying sword was neither fast nor slow, and the sword light and sword intent were ordinary. It was just enough to kill enemies. Qi Shou could not help but glance at the bamboo sword case on Xie Songhua's back. She should be the person who was fishing with Qin Pingan. It was said that she was only at the jade unpolished realm. This left Qi Shou puzzled. As long as a demon took the bait, to be able to trouble Xie Songhua to use her sword, the one that took the bait was definitely a big fish. Even if Xie Songhua was a sword immortal at the bottleneck of the jade unpolished realm, would she really implicate Qin Pingan and end up being dragged away by the big fish instead? Could this Xie Songhua be the kind of sword cultivator who pursued the killing power of a single sword? There were such strange sword immortals in the history of the Great Wall of Sword Qi, but there were not many of them. They were most adept at fighting in pairs, and liked to fight to the death with a single sword strike. After a single sword strike, as long as the opponent did not die, it would usually be their turn to die. Therefore, such sword immortals did not live for long in the Great Wall of Sword Qi. Carefully controlling the loss of spiritual qi in the 4 key acupoints, he repaired the foundations of the water mansion, the mountain temple, and the wooden house. The spiritual qi in each acupoint was about to be exhausted. For example, the water mansion seemed to have come to light. Many flaws became clearer. He immediately closed the door of the mansion and no longer used the spiritual qi here. The boys in green began to be busy and became menders. On the other side of the wooden house, there was the yin spirit mustard seed guarding. On the other side of the mountain temple, there was a golden figure helping to patrol. The war was urgent and did not allow Qin Pingan to cultivate his mind in the city. Therefore, he took a step back and used the war to nourish the war. Taking this opportunity, he took the initiative to find every small flaw in the foundation of cultivation. Even if this would reduce the effect of the elixir stored in the Ning Mansion and the bottle of water elixir of the Mirage Water Palace, there was no need to be too calculative. Killing demons on the battlefield could also make money. In particular, the Great Wall of Sword Qi had a written rule that was extremely beneficial to Qin Pingan. When killing demons, it was also a golden core demon. The money earned by killing it was vastly different from that of a sword cultivator of the middle 5 realms. The latter's income was far greater than that of a sword immortal. Therefore, Qin Pingan was killing demons to earn money as a second realm cultivator. The secluded official lineage and the Confucian lineage who were in charge of the battle supervisor and scribe had no objections to this. Both sides felt that Qin Pingan deserved additional benefits by lowering his cultivation level through his own ability and acting as bait. Qin Pingan seemed to be focused on controlling the 4 swords to kill enemies on the battlefield, but in fact, he was also distracted to observe the battle from both sides. Qi Shou, who was already at the nascent soul realm, attacked with his sword. It was completely different from the battle on the street. As for Sword Immortal Xie Songhua's attack, it was even more simple and unadorned. She relied on her unknown intrinsic flying sword. Just the sharpness of her attack was enough to allow Qin Pingan to gain more insights. Qin Pingan was ultimately not a pure sword cultivator. The mental and spiritual energy he expended while controlling a flying sword was far more exaggerated than a sword cultivator's. The Golden Body Realm's tough physique naturally had its benefits. It could strengthen one's soul and intent, but it was ultimately incomparable to a sword cultivator's attack. As for the demon army's flood of death, it would not stop for even a moment. Therefore, Qin Pingan often needed to drink wine. There was a lot of knowledge in the wine. By the side, Qi Shou was somewhat amused. It was truly difficult for this second manager who was puffing himself up at his own cost. It was best if the person holding the pole could not hold on before the big fish took the bait. However, the slightly pale young man's eyes turned brighter. Ignoring the fact that it was somewhat difficult to sustain a flying sword for a long period of time to kill demons, just Chen Pingan's tenacity and the way he handled many details left Qi Shou in a different light. Although they were opponents who had nearly exchanged their lives, Qi Shou was not so petty as to wish for Chen Pingan to be injured again and again on the city walls, ultimately damaging his great Tao foundation. Therefore, Qi Shou said telepathically, "If you don't mind, you can deliberately let a bunch of beasts charge through the battlefield of the four swords. Let them approach the city walls while I conjure my flying sword and jump pearls to reap some battle merits. Otherwise, in the long run, you won't be able to defend the battlefield." Chen Pingan was now a second-realm cultivator and could not even use telepathic ripples. He could only rely on the martial arts method of condensing his voice into a line and said to Qi Shou, "I appreciate your kindness, but I don't need it for the time being. I have to be more miserable before I have a chance to catch a big fish. After that, even if you don't ask, I will ask for your help." Wasting one or two water cores for nothing and even implicating the four key aperture points, making it harder for him to use his sword. However, as long as he could successfully catch a demon of the upper 5 realms, it would be a huge profit. This was how things should be settled. The female sword immortal Xie Songhua of the Snow White Continent was just as Qi Shou had guessed. She was indeed the kind of sword cultivator who pursued the extreme sword intent. She practiced the sword all her life and had always been committed to clearing the sky and clearing the earth after using her sword. Xie Songhua was very honest. After the sword immortal boss chose her to help Chen Pingan copy the net, Xie Songhua and Chen Pingan had a heart-to-heart talk. The female sword immortal went straight to the point and said that she came to the Great Wall of Sword Qi to obtain 1 or 2 great demons as a sacrifice to her sword. After the matter was done, she would immediately return to the Snow White Continent after obtaining the benefits and fame. Chen Pingan felt somewhat relieved. Qi Shou smiled and asked, "Why not ask your ally, sword immortal Xie Songhua, for help?" Chen Pingan said, "I don't dare to not repay a favor owed to a sword immortal. How much to repay is a big problem, but the favor owed to you is much easier to repay. This war is destined to be long. Between us, it's hard to say who owes who a favor in the end." Qi Shou felt that this guy was still as annoying as before. After a moment of silence, he tacitly agreed to Chen Pingan's request. Then he asked curiously, "How much of your difficult situation is real and fake?" Chen Pingan smiled and said, "You won't believe anything I say, why are you still asking?" Qi Shou pretended to be helpless and said, "I'm not idle. As a nascent soul sword cultivator, I'm temporarily invincible. It's so lonely." Chen Pingan smiled and said, "I can have a nascent soul sword cultivator and a sword immortal as my gatekeepers. It's even lonelier." Qi Shou raised his middle finger. Chen Pingan took the time to drink a mouthful of wine. The wine pot was the style of the bamboo sea paradise wine from his shop. It concealed a profound principle. The wine in the blade-strengthening gourd at his waist had melted a water core. Unless it was a critical moment, he did not need to drink this wine. From time to time, Fan Dash would send over a wine pot to replenish his spiritual qi. There was no need to worry for now. As for the few precious pills among the 15 square-inch items, they were even more targeted. They were mainly used to deal with the situation where the spiritual qi in the mountain shrine and the wooden house was drying up. On the battlefield, there were all kinds of strange things. Suddenly, a sea of clouds covered the battlefield in a radius of 100 miles. Looking from afar from the top of the city, a speck of light suddenly rose and broke through the sea of clouds. With a ray of light, it fell into the sea of clouds again and landed on the ground. It was like a thunderclap. After sneakily dodging the first sword immortal sword formation, a demon cultivator suddenly revealed his true form. Without exception, he was clad in silver armor and led the charge. He was able to deflect the flying swords of several Earth Immortal sword cultivators. Before he was targeted by a sword immortal and killed, he attempted to create a talisman formation that would not stand on the battlefield. Instead, it would go deep into the ground. The great demon Chongguang personally led the mountain shifter demons and still revealed their huge true forms. They tirelessly threw mountain peaks, like catapults on the vast battlefield of the mortal world. There was also an unknown great demon that stopped at an extremely high altitude. He held a crystal-clear white jade bottle in his hand. The bottle's opening poured down and pointed downwards at the top of the great wall of sword aura. A river poured out. The water was white but did not fall to the ground. It collided with the torrent of sword aura from the great wall of sword aura. There would be a great demon that was stealthily lurking deep underground that would suddenly break out of the ground and reveal his true form that was thousands of feet long. He was like a dragon or a snake as he attempted to destroy the natal flying swords of many Middle Five Realms sword cultivators. However, he was instantly detected by a great sword immortal, Li Tumi, on the top of the city wall. He repelled him with a sword and his huge body sank back into the ground as he attempted to retreat from the battlefield. The flying swords chased after him, causing the earth to shake. The sword radiance under the ground flourished. Even though there was a thick layer of earth between them, the dazzling sword radiance could still be seen. There were also demon race cultivators that were fleeing everywhere. After dodging the great sword immortal flying sword formation, they stood in front of the second sword formation and suddenly threw out what seemed like a handful of gravel. As a result, hundreds of huge skeleton-clad puppets instantly appeared on the battlefield. They used their huge bodies to capture the natal flying swords. Once a flying sword landed on them, it would explode on the spot. As they were at the border of the two sword formations, white bones and armor splattered everywhere. The earthly immortal realm sword cultivators might only be able to damage the edges of their flying swords, but the natal flying swords of many Middle Five Realms sword cultivators would be directly penetrated or even shattered. When they were truly on the battlefield, some sword cultivators would completely forget the flow of time. They would be on the other end of the spectrum, trembling in fear as each day felt like a year. Day and night alternated. The 3 moons that the Great Wall of Sword Aura was incomparably familiar with in the wilderness seemed to be getting brighter and brighter. It was as if the moonlight was getting closer to the battlefield and favored the Great Wall of Sword Aura. Qi Shou glanced at Qin Pingan and reminded him, "Be careful that you don't fail to catch the bait. Instead, you will be exhausted to death. If this continues, you will only be able to withdraw your sword once." If it was just an ordinary sword strike to block the enemy, Qin Pingan's mental exhaustion would not be so great. This required Qin Pingan. He had been tense all this time in case something unexpected happened. The sword sheath on Xie Songhua's back shot out streaks of sword light. It was so fast that it was shocking. In the end, the life origin flying sword of the demon clan Sword Immortal was successfully smashed to the ground. Xie Songhua only withdrew half of the sword light and hid it in the sword box. She stood up, turned her head, and said, "Qin Pingan, you can only protect yourself for the time being. I need to cultivate for a while. Otherwise, it's meaningless to me if I can't kill the demons of the upper 5 realms." Qin Pingan nodded. Lu Xianying turned and walked towards Xie Songhua, as if he wanted to take the position of the female sword immortal. Qin Pingan wanted to say something but hesitated. When Lu Xianying walked past Qin Pingan, he bent down and patted Qin Pingan's head, smiled, and said, "Old rules, learn a bit." Since the two of them met and became friends, Lu Xianyang had been teaching Qin Pingan all kinds of things. The two of them left their hometown and parted for more than 10 years. 622. First, a man dressed in a scholar's robe ascended the city wall and killed a large number of demons with an inexplicable divine ability. Later, Xia Songhua sacrificed a bamboo box to her sword and completely destroyed the natal flying sword of a Jade Realm Sword Immortal demon, causing the latter to fall to the nascent Soul Realm. Moreover, even the nascent Soul Realm was on the verge of collapse. It was hard to say if he could still be considered a sword cultivator in the future. After all, an innate sword embryo could only be encountered and not sought. It wasn't as if the sword cultivator's realm was high enough and the destruction of his natal flying sword could easily produce another one. Therefore, this great demon that suffered the moment he made a move suffered a great loss in this siege. What he lost was not only his realm, but also the various benefits brought by his identity as a sword cultivator. If he were to switch to other divine abilities and return to the upper 5 realms, it would be even more difficult for him to become a sword cultivator of the Great Wall of Sword Qi. On the battlefield where Chen Pingan, Lu Xianyang, and Qi Shou were fighting, the demon's attacks were obviously stagnant. According to the rules of the Great Wall of Sword Qi, Xia Songhua went all out today and took advantage of the situation. It could be said that she had made a miraculous contribution. This battle merit wasn't small. Because the demon that had attacked her was one of the most precious sword cultivators in the wildlands, Xia Songhua could be considered to have killed a half-immortal demon, or the equivalent of a complete unpolished jade demon. However, the person who saw the sword had to make a choice. If she chose the former, she would have to kill another half-immortal to exchange for the corresponding spoils of war. If she chose the latter, she would suffer a small loss. Fortunately, she could immediately get money and treasures from Master Hidden Official. However, Xia Songhua was obviously not satisfied and wanted to attack again. Qi Shou sighed. Good luck is all given to Sword Immortal Xia. I have to take it easy. Qi Shou decisively took out his last flying sword and formed a sword formation around him to prevent the sword cultivator of the upper 5 realms from sneakily attacking him. Qi Shou turned around and asked, "Do you have a share of such a large profit?" Chen Pingan sat cross-legged on the spot and reached out to press down on the sword workshop standard long sword on his knees. He shook his head and said, "No." As bait, there wasn't a single copper coin to be gained. Lu Xianyang smiled and asked, "Are you two friends?" Chen Pingan still shook his head. Qi Shou sneered, "Friends my ass. They're enemies. As long as I get off the city walls, this second manager will want nothing more than to scheme against me to death, and I will want nothing more than to crush him to death with my cultivation." Lu Xianyang nodded. "That's about the same as my hometown. The people there are simple and honest. There were many supervisors and battle supervisors in the wilderness. Once the demon army showed signs of slowing down, they would start a massacre. Therefore, on the battlefield where the 3 of them were, the demons continued to charge forward. Not only that, they seemed to have come up with some countermeasures. There was an additional group of demon cultivators who knew a little about talisman Dao. They threw a lot of yellow paper talisman in an attempt to block the view of the battlefield. For a moment, dust flew and the spiritual energy was chaotic. The demons at the front line were all monsters with huge bodies. They were responsible for being the first to die. They probably wanted Lu Xianyang to attack as much as possible so that they could find more clues. Qi Shou responded as usual. On the battlefield, the flying kite and heartstrings flew extremely fast. Many demons that were dozens of feet tall had their limbs cut off by the sword light. They fell to the ground and wailed in pain. Qi Shou had always been like this when he attacked his enemies. Other than killing them on the spot, skinning them and pulling out their tendons, he would not stop until their bones were exposed. He would also deliberately injure them but not kill them, leaving them on the battlefield to struggle in vain and wait for death. Especially those demon cultivators who could transform into human form, they would often suffer such a calamity under Qi Shou's flying sword. Once a demon cultivator could not bear it and tried to save them, they would end up in a similar situation. Chen Pingan drank a mouthful of the water elixir wine in the sword-nourishing gourd and continued to attack the enemy with his sword. Chu Yi and Chu Shiwu pursued to kill with one blow. If the demon's body was too tough, or if they still did not die after their key aperture acupoints were pierced, Song Jin and Kolei would add one or two more blows. During this period, there were demon cultivators who acted as hidden men of sacrifice who tried to imprison the flying sword with a secret method, wanting to die together with it. However, Chen Pingan was an expert in this kind of scheming and camouflage competition. In addition, the flying sword Chu Yi, which was slightly slower than Chu Shiwu in speed, was unimaginably tough. There was once a man of sacrifice of the demon clan who was extremely hidden who deliberately got injured all the way. He even pulled a demon as a shield to block Chu Yi. As a result, Chu Yi only pierced the demon's mid-brows in front of him and then disappeared in a flash. Before the men of sacrifice of the demon clan behind him died, he looked at the city wall in a daze as if he was at a loss. Chu Yi, which did not fall into the trap and was only affected by the spiritual qi, was not damaged at all. However, Chen Pingan's mental energy consumption was not small. Just as Qi Shou said, after a long time, Chen Pingan, who was not a sword cultivator, would not be able to use his sword. And right now, it was only the opening of the battle. However, Qi Shou was also well aware that when the sword cultivator needed to leave the city wall to fight, Chen Pingan would be like a fish in water. Lu Xianyang still did not see his sword, his natal flying sword, nor did he make a move. From the north to the south, on the front line that was originally guarded by Xie Songhua, all who came would die. There was no reasoning. Chen Pingan could not help but say, "Be careful, you'll attract the attention of the great demon." Lu Xianyang said to Chen Pingan through the Heart Lake ripple, "The biggest and only problem with my sword technique is the height of its killing power. It's far from being top-notch. Other than that, there's no problem." Then Lu Xianyang continued, "Listen carefully. Don't miss a single word. Remember everything." Chen Pingan listened to the opening and was about to speak. Lu Xianyang did not even look at Chen Pingan and laughed, "Don't talk nonsense with me. When Uncle Lu speaks, just listen obediently. If I teach you all the incantations and tricks, will you be able to learn them?" Chen Pingan remained silent. Lu Xianyang continued to impart the incantations telepathically. He knew that Chen Pingan had a good memory since young, so Lu Xianyang annotated the incantations as he spoke. He was not worried that Chen Pingan would remember wrongly. Lu Xianyang spoke in an extremely complicated manner. The content was the ancestral sword manual of Lu Xianyang's family. Other than the sword manual, there were actually two pieces of Lu Xianyang's family heirloom. Other than the sword manual, there was also the old modeled armor. The blue-black armor that did not have a good appearance was obtained by the woman of the Su family in Clear Wind City. After the head of the Su family obtained the treasured armor, he was like a tiger that had grown wings. He became one of the few nascent soul cultivators in the Aquarius continent. His killing power was extremely great. With the invincible treasured armor, the Clear Wind City was regarded as the next most popular candidate for the Aquarius continent, second only to their ally, the Zhengyang Mountain. The Su family was able to form a marriage alliance with the Yuan family of Dali. Even if the daughter of the first wife married the son of a concubine, in the long run, it was still a profitable marriage. The reason why the Yuan family agreed to this undesirable marriage in the muddled situation of Clear Wind City was because of the head of the Su family's cultivation and the hope of reaching the upper 5 realms. Back then, Lu Xianyang's plan was to sell the treasured armor and keep the sword manual. The price was to leave behind the ancestral sword manual and give away half of his life. If not for the rules of the Pearl Grotto heaven, that mountain-moving ape would definitely not mind taking away the other half of his life. There was no reason to speak of either. However, Lu Xianyang was now a scholar. Back then, when he was lying on the sickbed in the Ruan family sword shop, he gained a blessing in disguise. At the brink of death, he learned the sword in his dream. Therefore, the rules had to be followed and the revenge had to be taken. Lu Xianyang asked, "Have you memorized it all?" As he spoke, there were wisps of sword intent circulating around him, as if they were protecting Lu Xianyang. Chen Pingan nodded and then said, "I don't think I can learn it. The threshold is too high." Lu Xianyang smiled and said, "Then it's the same as before. Set your attitude and compare yourself with anyone but Uncle Lu. Is it difficult to learn the sword? To me, it's just as so-so. To you, of course it's difficult. But then again, what's the most important craft in our hometown? Isn't it porcelain burning? No, we've also learned it. So now, you're in the same situation as learning how to burn porcelain. Back then, you thought you wouldn't be able to learn it well in your lifetime and couldn't become an official kiln worker. You pulled a long face all day long and acted like a taciturn gourd. Look, how are you now? The emperor begged you to help burn 1 or 2 pieces of porcelain. Are you willing? Doesn't it depend on your own mood? Of course, my ancestral sword technique is very particular. You're much slower than me in learning everything, but you can still learn it. What's the hurry? You're inferior to me in everything. I have to teach you everything. You have to accept your fate and get used to it. Chen Pingan said softly, "I've really gotten used to it." Lu Xianyang laughed and said, "It's a good habit. You don't have to change it." On Chen Pingan and Lu Xianyang's route, they headed all the way south. In the rear of the demon army, there was an enormous military tent that was heavily surrounded. An inconspicuous wooden plaque was hanging on the door of the tent, on which there was only the word Jiaxin. Inside the tent, there were desks of various sizes. Books and scrolls were piled up into mountains. Among them, there were many severely damaged books on the art of war. They were not the original but were copied. Even so, they were still treated as treasures. Demon race cultivators would be very careful when reading these books. There were few books, but the flippers treasured them. They were willing to read word by word and not by reading the book. They wanted to dig deeper into the meaning within. The military tent occupied a huge area. Close to 100 demon cultivators were gathered here. It was not because they were accomplished in cultivation or had techniques to retain their youthful looks. It was because they were really young. Among them, there was a young sword cultivator called Beijing. He sat cross-legged with his back leaning against the sword rack. Beside him, there was a person of the same age who was reading a book on the art of war. His name was Yu. He was also a sword cultivator who was ranked among the 100 sword celestials of the desolate world. However, like Beijing, he did not have a surname yet. A young man lifted the curtain and walked in. Yu raised his head and asked with a smile, "Ni Tan, how's the result this time?" "It's not as good as last time. Only 3 flying swords were destroyed." The young man stretched out 3 fingers and then shook his head. He squatted beside Yu and Beijing and said unhappily, "It's really hard to get close to the 3rd sword formation. At my battlefield, there were sword celestials who came to hold the line and protect those sword cultivators of the middle 5 realms who were not stable in their attacks. I was almost cut in half by a sword chi. It was very dangerous." Then, the young man smiled brightly. "However, I was not too far away from the battlefield where Chen Pingan was stationed." He was Qi Shou's neighbor. Qi Shou had indeed broken through the realm. He only used 2 flying swords to defend the battlefield. That's impressive. Then, a scholar appeared. His spells were very strange. Those who ran into him did not even know how they died. That's impressive. A woman who was sitting behind a desk glanced at the map and said slowly, "The sword celestial you faced should be Situshuashua. He's in the jade unpolished realm and was born as a wild cultivator of the gold armor continent. His natal flying sword is steel cavalry and his sword is impregnable pass. His killing power is not too outstanding, but he's good at both offense and defense. It's already a skill to be able to escape from his sword. Black Beach, let's make a deal. You can slowly accumulate battle merits, but don't die. Your battlefield is under Wooden Clog's control. You're one of the candidates for the 100-sword celestial, so you'll implicate Wooden Clog. I'm even willing to take out Jia Shin Camp's merit and help you create an opportunity to fight to the death with Qin Pingon. Because it's my honor to fight with Li Zhen, who dares to die again." Mu Zhou looked around and said in a low voice, "Why did Li Zhen fight? Why did he fight with Qin Pingon under the city wall? Don't you know? Are you worthy? How did this become the reason for you to laugh at Li Zhen now? Just because he lost a battle and died once. Then for the past 10,000 years, the Wildlands has never won a single battle. Not a single battle. So many Ascendant Realm seniors, together with the entire Moon Tua Mountain, who isn't a joke. If you're really capable, when you reach the vast world, you can laugh at the people over there as you wish." Mu Zhou took a deep breath, his expression was gloomy, and murmured, "Talking to you guys like this doesn't make me feel happy." Li Zhen seemed to be in this Jia Shin camp. He still listened to Mu Zhou's words. He didn't compete with UC anymore and continued to close his eyes to rest. At the same time, he refined the 5 life items. The woman teased, "Mu Zhou, you're so handsome." The young Mu Zhou smiled shyly and blushed a little. Bei Ying, who was almost a mute, spoke for the first time, "The flying sword of Jia Shin camp will be here soon." As expected, a messenger flying sword arrived at Jia Shin's tent. After reading the secret letter, Mu Zhou's expression became serious. "I only know that the scholar is called Lu Xianyang, and he's from the Aquarius continent. He's not a disciple of the Melochin family, so I still don't know his cultivation background." The woman sighed, "Then we'll prepare for the worst, and use our lives to find out the truth." Mu Zhou suddenly said, "You see, go to the battlefield personally. Remember to disguise yourself well. After you receive a sword, immediately leave the battlefield without any hesitation. That Qin Pingon sword power isn't too strong, but his observation of the battlefield is very detailed. With his temperament, I dare say that his backup plan is definitely not just that female sword immortal. As long as you don't die on the battlefield, there will be other sword immortals in charge of keeping an eye on you." Yu Si stood up decisively, his face was full of eagerness, but his mouth complained, "Retribution comes so quickly." Mu Zhou turned to look at Bei Ying. Yu Si immediately dashed out of Jia Shin camp, not giving Mu Zhou a chance to change his mind. Mu Zhou looked away and said to Enai Tan, "I've already calculated. With the contribution you've accumulated so far, you're still lacking quite a bit if you want to buy that Yeluo treasure. It's fine. I'll take the lead and gather the money. In the future, whoever pays will receive a dividend every year. Who else is willing?" The woman shook her head. "I'm also saving money. I can't give it to you." Mu Zhou said, "You can give it to me. You'll earn it back before the curtains of the battle fall. Trust me, it won't delay you from getting that treasure." Li Zhen opened his eyes and said, "Do you need to buy it? I'll just go and ask for it." Mu Zhou shook his head and was about to refuse. Li Zhen had already stood up and said to the woman, just tell me which treasure you need. I'll go and get it. I can't be bothered to make an extra trip." The woman did not hesitate, directly stating the name of the treasure. Laughing heartily, she clasped her fist in thanks. Li Zhen expressionlessly walked out of Jiaxin camp. He raised his head to look at the Great Wall of Sword Qi. From here, the northern wall was blurry, but from the northern wall overlooking the battlefield, he could see everything clearly. Li Zhen drew back his gaze, froze for a moment, and then turned around and clasped his fist in a rare bow as a sign of respect. At Li Zhen's side was a man with a large beard and a sword on his back. The man nodded. "You go about your business." Li Zhen rode the wind and left. Mu Zhou walked out of Jiaxin camp and called out, "Master." The man said, "Master wants to see someone, so as his disciple, you have to do something for Master. Kill that Qin Pingon." Mu Zhou silently nodded. "623, a loud horn sounded on the battlefield, and the demons started to retreat. This prelude battle lasted for more than 2 decades, and the demon army still couldn't reach the city wall. The sword immortals on the city wall were still outstanding. The demons on the wasteland side didn't attack much, and the number of Ascendant Realm and Immortal Realm demons who used their mystiques could be counted on 2 hands. Moreover, they didn't really break through the enemy's formation, so they seemed to be suppressed by the Great Wall of Sword Qi. During this period, the 2 most outstanding battles were publicly acknowledged. One was when the left and right sword immortals penetrated deep into the enemy's territory alone, and almost destroyed the Zhengguo army tent, which was located at the front, and provoked the attack of 2 Ascendant Realm demons. The left and right sword immortals didn't retreat, and their sword Qi was vast and mighty. From the city wall, it was as if a small world had condensed and materialized out of thin air. Endless snow-white sword Qi, with the left and right sword immortals as the center, formed a huge semicircle that covered the sky. Wherever it passed, the demons' bodies and souls were shattered, and they were all turned into powder. On the Great Wall of Sword Qi, the left and right sword immortals couldn't be seen at all. They could only see sword Qi and sword light. The Immortal Realm sword immortal, Mi Hu, who had broken through the bottleneck not long ago, stood beside his younger brother, Mi Yu, who was still in the unpolished realm. The 2 brothers had different feelings. Mi Hu felt that if the left and right sword immortals could have more sword Qi, that would be delightful. Mi Yu's face was bitter, and he felt that the left and right sword immortals had too much sword Qi. The left and right sword immortals, who liked to be alone, had brazenly attacked the 2 Ascendant Realm demons. This was an extremely magnificent battle, and the battlefield was in the human world. As for the other battle, it took place in the sky. Chen Chunan had actually managed to drag down a bright moon from the highest point of the heavens into the mortal world. Almost the entire wasteland fell into a huge panic, and they were all worried that the moon, which was getting bigger and bigger, would really slowly fall into the human world. The gray-robed elder of the moon-bearing mountain still didn't stop him, and instead, he looked up and laughed, saying that the scholar had good means. Chen Chunan was indeed worthy of being hailed as the new peak of the second sage lineage. Out of the 8 continents outside the Central Plains, Chen Chunan of the Hausa continent, perfected Fiery Dragon of the North continent, and God of Fortune Lu of the White Jade continent each had their own strengths. Even the arrogant Qi refinement warriors of the Central Plains did not dare to say that the pillars of the 3 continents were not powerful enough. The gray-clothed old man let the great demon at the peak of the Ascendant Realm, who called herself the Master of the Lotus Nunnery, fight with Chen Chunan with all her strength. The Daoist ascendant who had already refined half of the moon's soul was in a favorable position. However, it was still unable to stop Chen Chuanan's heaven-defying methods, causing the moon to slowly descend to the ground. The so-called slowness was actually an illusion. If there were really ancient deities and people who had attained Tao who lived in the bright moon for a long time, they would probably be able to experience the rapid descent of the moon. Outside the battlefield, the cultivators in the wasteland who had cultivated Tao and were of a high level could feel the overwhelming suffocation as they neared the upper 5 realms. They could also see the scenery of the bright moon's moon palace more clearly. They could also see the lifeless continuous mountain ranges. Just now, when she looked at Lu Xianyang, it was as if Lu Xianyang was naked. She was not shy at all. She was called Situ Longqiu, the daughter of a concubine from the Situ family on Tai Xiang Street. She was a sword cultivator who had reached the bottleneck of the sea-viewing realm. She was good friends with Dong Bujue. Among the sword cultivators of the same age on the Great Wall of Sword Qi, her realm was not high nor low. However, she was cheerful and had the spirit of the Jianghu. Interesting things on the Great Wall of Sword Qi often became more interesting after being polished by her. Many sources of gossip came from her and Dong Bujue's groundless accusations. At that time, Dong Bujue went to the Ning residence and asked Chen Pingan to help him carve 3 book seals. One of them was Situ Longqiu's. The second manager was upright and honest. Situ Longqiu's, I swear, was definitely true. Gu Jinlong's, allow me to say something fair. Dong Huafu's, spend money like water. Wang Xinshui's, I can pay before the fight, but after the fight, it's on me. These were the newest 5 absolutes of the Great Wall of Sword Qi. The Great Wall of Sword Qi was one of the 5 absolutes of the Great Wall. Liang's gambling behavior was excellent and he washed his hair with saliva. The hidden official's temper was the best and he never hit anyone. The old deaf spoke human language. Lu Zhi's beauty and Miyu's deep love couldn't keep her. Actually, these had nothing to do with swordsmanship or realms. Now, Chen Pingan and Situ Longqiu could be considered a meeting of experts. Situ Longqiu suddenly laughed and asked, is Yendang Mountain very famous in the vast world? Chen Pingan shook his head, it is just a mountain in the Aquarius continent that is not very famous. Its feng shui is very good, but it is not famous yet. But I have a good friend who travels the Jianghu and the wilderness. He likes to write about mountains and rivers. He told me that he had been to such a place before. The scenery there is marvelous. Situ Longqiu said regretfully, I thought it was one of the famous 5 great mountains. She then smiled, it doesn't matter, it is already very good. Because on the seal that Dong Bujue gave her, there was a passage with a strange content. Resting at Yendang Mountains de Longqiu, in the middle of the night, starfire filled the sky. Unable to sleep, I jumped into the grass barefoot. After she obtained the seal, she asked many of her good friends who had rich book collections about Yendang Mountains de Longqiu, but they could not tell her anything. Chen Pingan thought of something and laughed, but there is good news, Yendang Mountain will most likely become the new East Peak's Deputy Assistant Crown Prince of the Aquarius continent, and will be promoted to one of the Crown Prince Mountains. In the future, it will be much more famous. Situ Longqiu was startled. Crown Prince Mountain. What nonsense is this? She then laughed out loud, anyway, it is still a good thing. Situ Longqiu turned and walked back to Qi Shou's side, and together they flew back to the northern city. Guozhuzhou flew over and squatted beside her master for a while. She said softly, Master, don't worry, I will not tell Mistress. Mistress is the eldest, but I still side with Master more. Chen Pingan laughed lightly, whether it is you or Sister Situ, in Master's hometown, you are all fairies. Guozhuzhou asked curiously, fairies? Do you know how to fart? Do you stink when you fart? Do you purposely hide it in your skirt? Otherwise, you would not be a fairy, right? If I were a man who admired fairies, would not be able to stand it. So if I were a fairy, I would hide in the blanket and fart secretly. I would lift the blanket and fan myself, and I would not stink. Chen Pingan was already used to Guozhuzhou's wild and unrestrained thoughts. He drank another mouthful of the water pill wine in the blade-nurturing gourd, and the pitiful underwater residents that had almost depleted of Ling Qi felt better. He patted the little girl's head and stood up. Let's go and find mistress. The master and disciple duo went to Ning Yao's side. Guozhuzhou was jumping around, but it was a pity she did not have the small bamboo box on her back. She asked casually, "How many great demons did master kill this time?" Chen Pingan laughed. "It is already good enough that master is able to stay alive." Guozhuzhou nodded without hesitation and said, "Master has shown mercy. I will leave their heads for a while." Chen Pingan asked, "How is your father?" Guozhuzhou grinned, "I met him on the way. He allowed me to find master first and return home later." This simple sentence, met him on the way, that could be considered more, made Chen Pingan, who experienced such a large-scale war for the first time, feel a bit of warmth in his gloomy heart, like the clouds opening and the moon shining. Chen Pingan was in charge of the battlefield in the middle, not close to Ning Yao's side. Guozhuzhou was not afraid of the long journey. Accompanying master to travel the world, every step was good. Perhaps as they walked, junior sister would surpass the senior sister who was not tall. Along the way to the left, they passed by sword immortal Wu Qingpei, who was at the bottleneck of the Jade Pure Realm. He did not use his sword even once, using the entire battlefield as a whetstone to refine his sword. The Great Wall of Sword Aura had all kinds of natal flying swords. Some could transform into the golden body of an ancient god, some could create talisman arrays, and some could use the Five Thunders technique. There were also the two Earth Immortal sword cultivators of the immortal couple. One of their flying swords could transform into a flood dragon, while the other was called the finishing touch. When the two swords worked together, their power would increase tremendously, no less than a sword immortal's attack. There were all kinds of strange things. No wonder the Great Wall of Sword Aura did not need other chi cultivators. Peng Yuanji did not leave the wall. Beside him was a girl who admired him. She was Gao Yuqing, Gao Yeho's sister. Seeing Chen Pingan and Guozhuzhou, Peng Yuanji smiled and nodded. Chen Pingan used what he had learned and asked with a smile, "Brother Peng, how many great demons did you kill?" Peng Yuanji smiled, "The same as you." Chen Pingan said, "You're an Earth Immortal. Why are you competing with a second realm cultivator? It's beneath you." Guozhuzhou ran to Gao Youqing's side and stood on her tiptoes. She patted Gao Youqing's head with a kind expression, nodded and lectured, "Yuqing, a married girl is like spilled water. You're not married yet. Control yourself, you must control yourself." Gao Yuqing slapped Guozhuzhou's hand away and glared, "Lu Duan, don't talk nonsense." The girl glanced at Peng Yuanji from the corner of her eyes. Chen Pingan and Guozhuzhou continued walking. Chen Pingan saw a young man spitting saliva at the top of the wall. He signaled Guozhuzhou to keep quiet. However, Chen Pingan had only taken a few steps when Gu Jianlong felt that something was amiss. Soon, he discovered the smiling and amiable second shopkeeper. Without saying a word, Gu Jianlong called his friends and hurriedly flew back to the city on his sword. On Ning Yao's side, there were two unfamiliar faces. The mellow Qin family's disciple, the sage Qin Shi, and the gentleman Qin Jingxiu from Pa Continent's Foothill Academy. The two of them did not kill demons like Lu Xianyang. The reason was simple. If they were not sword cultivators, the demon army would not be able to get close to the city and would not be of much help. In addition, sword cultivators were particular about tight and seamless coordination. Chen Shi and Qin Jingxiu's spells and Abhijna were powerful, but they would be of more help than help. Therefore, the two of them were really traveling. They walked all over the city and returned the way they came. Then, they took the opportunity to greet Qin Sancho and the rest. This was because the Confucian gentleman who took away the noble spirit from the Great Wall of Sword Aura was a good friend of Qin Jingxiu. The two of them became gentlemen at the same time. The gentleman hoped that Qin Jingxiu would help him pass the message. Qin Jingxiu was chatting with Stackcliffe. Stackcliffe was talking about the inside story of the battle. He said that in the previous battle, the Great Wall of Sword Aura did not have to deliberately chase after the demons. In order to maximize the damage, they would even close the front line and slowly kill the demon army. However, when the demon army reached the city, it was very likely that they would succeed in attacking the city. A large number of sword immortals would leave the city to guard the front line and cut the battlefield. Then, the Earth Immortal Sword Cultivators would lead the team to fight at the bottom of the city. The sword cultivators of the middle 5 realms who did not have high combat strength were only responsible for guarding the city. Qin Sancho and Yan Ji squatted at the side, watching the show and laughing secretly. They imitated the second shopkeeper and covered their hands with their sleeves. They looked like villagers who squatted on the ridge and watched the harvest. It was rare to see her speaking so softly with someone else. Ning Yao closed her eyes and rested. After Qin Jingxiu announced his name, he also mentioned his relationship with the Confucian gentleman. Ning Yao rarely spoke more. Then, she left the crowd and nurtured her sword intent alone. Dong Huafu was chatting with Fan Dash about what to eat and drink when they returned to the city. Dong Huafu said, "Fan Dash, you did well this time. You should buy a pot of Azure Immortal Mountain wine to celebrate." Chen Shi suddenly said, "There must have been a sword cultivator who betrayed us. He paid the price of a natal flying sword to secretly send a message to the demon race." This was an extremely unpleasant way to put it. This was probably one of the reasons why Chen Shi would inexplicably make enemies everywhere as soon as he left his family. However, Ning Yao and the others did not have any strange expressions. The sky will rain, the mother will marry, the shop will make money. Who can stop that? Dong Huafu turned his head and said, "In order to survive, you paid the price of a natal flying sword. I don't know if the scholars in the South Saw continent will dare to use half of their lives to survive in the future. I heard that ordinary scholars who don't cultivate are very knowledgeable, but they can't bear the pain. What's the saying again? Without a knife at home, without a well in the backyard, it's too ugly to hang yourself. The pillars are too hard and the water is too cold." Qin Jingxiu frowned. Chen Shi laughed instead. There are indeed such sayings. There's no other way around it. There are too many scholars in this vast world. There are both good and bad people. There are all kinds of people. Dong Huafu glanced at the young scholar and nodded. "You are easy to talk to. Treat me to a drink later." Chen Shi was amused. He laughed and asked, "Didn't you treat me to a drink?" Dong Huafu laughed. Dash. Fan Dash immediately said helplessly, "Even the second shopkeeper can't make Dong Haiden pay." Qin Jingxiu turned and saw two people. One of them was a young man wearing a robe and carrying a sword. His face was pale and he looked like a sickly person. However, because of Lu Xianyang, Qin Jingxiu knew that this person was Qin Pingan from the Aquarius Continent's Dali Longquan. He was a direct disciple of the literary sages branch and the junior brother of the left and right sword immortals. When Lu Xianyang and Qin Pingan fought next to each other, Qin Jingxiu's horizons were broadened. Lu Xianyang hid his strength well. Even Chen Shi, who had a good relationship with Lu Xianyang, knew that Lu Xianyang was a sword cultivator for the first time. Qin Pingan smiled and bowed. Greetings, gentlemen. Qin Jingxiu and Qin Shi also bowed back. Dong Huafu muttered, when a disciple of the secondary sage meets a disciple of the literary sage's branch, even if they don't fight, they should quarrel. Ning Yao stood up and said, let's go back. Chen Pingan took out his talisman boat and boarded the ferry. Qin Jingxiu and Qin Shi tactfully declined Qin Pingan's invitation, saying that they wanted to walk around the Great Wall of Sword Qi. The talisman boat headed north. On the ferry, other than Qin Pingan, everyone else was a sword cultivator. Qin Pingan and Guizhuzhou sat on one side and rowed the boat with all their might. Chen Sancho and Yan Ji rowed on the other side. Dong Huafu shook his head and said, it's too embarrassing. Fan Doc deeply agreed. On the city wall, Qin Jingxiu looked at this scene. On the ferry, other than Qin Pingan, everyone else was a sword cultivator. However, none of them rode on their swords. Qin Shi smiled and said, Lu Xianyang often bragged to me about how smart Qin Pingan from his hometown was and how fast he learned things. Other than being a little taciturn and not fond of talking, there seemed to be nothing wrong with him. In the beginning, he patted his chest and promised me that Qin Pingan would be the best porcelain kiln worker in the world. After that, Lu Xianyang stopped talking about the dragon kiln. Qin Jingxiu said, Lu Xianyang probably did not expect that Qin Pingan would become Mr. Wen Xing's closed-door disciple. Qin Shi looked at the talisman boat and said, I guess Qin Pingan also did not expect that Lu Xianyang would become a sword cultivator. This was because there was temporarily no need for these big shots to take action on the battlefield. In truth, they were all very busy. Mobilizing half of the world's factions to attack the Great Wall of Sword Qi was a magnificent feat that had never occurred before in the history of the wilderness. Behind the battlefield, there were many rebellious factions. Not everyone was willing to listen obediently. There were some extremely tyrannical greater monsters that didn't even know how to size up the situation. This was why they needed to be suppressed. There were also many that wanted to obey orders on the surface but secretly hid their strength. And the most troublesome of all, there was a fire in their backyard and internal strife. There was even a group of sword immortals that didn't want to be upright sword immortals. They simply didn't want to use their swords in the open and became insidious assassins. They specialized in assassinating the leaders that led the army north to block the monster army that was heading north. When a sword immortal insisted on killing someone and then leaving, it would be a huge problem. The difference between defeating a cultivator and killing a cultivator was like the difference between heaven and earth. Why did Jia Shenying still want to kill Qin Pingan even though he knew that Qin Pingan was fishing? It was because Qin Pingan had killed Li Zhen and not simply one. Such an existence that would become a huge problem once he really grew up was worth Jia Shenying taking out an upper 5 realm sword immortal as a bet. It was just that there was a lack of information at that time. Regarding the female sword immortal Xie Songhua of the Snow White Continent, it was impossible to accurately assess her sword style on lethality, so Jia Shenying paid a huge price. Wooden Clog didn't hesitate to take responsibility for this mistake. Even if it was very likely that he would lose the opportunity to be bestowed with the surname of Moon Supporting Mountain, Wooden Clog didn't have any regrets. In war, people would die, and a lot of people would die. It wasn't like playing house. As long as they won, everything would be fine and they could easily make up for it. But if they lost the war, it was hard to say who would be the master of the wild world in the future. The territory of the wild world was about 2 North continent size compared to the vast world. Compared to the rich vast world, the wild world was indeed like an empty shelf to a certain extent. The land was barren and the products were scarce. Although there was no lack of unique advantages, it was still too lacking compared to its neighbor. However, this huge disparity was like comparing an entire world to another world. Moreover, the demon race multiplied and spread their branches and leaves extremely quickly. In addition, demon cultivators had almost no moral restraints. There were also some extremely large dynasties that occupied vast territories. They also possessed fertile lands that made other powers drool. There were also many treasured lands that were filled with spirit chi. It was said that they were blessed lands that were not inferior to the righteous world and the green netherworld. Yu Si gulped down a mouthful of wine and wiped his mouth. He smiled and said, I went to the battlefield and took a few glances at that Chen Pingon. Just like what Li Tan said, he's very cunning. He's an extremely difficult person to deal with in a head-on battle. Li Jin said, his cultivation base has dropped, and he's not an innate sword cultivator. It's natural that he'll have a hard time fighting now. The fact that he's able to defend his territory is thanks to Lu Xianyang and Qi Shou's help. But even so, he's best at calculating the killing power of his flying sword, calculating the combat power of his enemy, paying attention to the details and fighting a battle of attrition. In truth, he was looking at a certain spot on the Great Wall of Sword Energy. He smiled and said, don't say that the heavens have no eyes and ears. Don't say that the earth has no heart. Chen Qingdu smiled and said, you are still far from establishing a sect. In the night, a slow man came from the Great Wall of Sword Energy to the Jingjian Pavilion through the newly opened door of the inverted mountain. The person accompanying him was Yan Ji's father, who had used the camouflage spell. He was the head of the Yan family, Yan Ming, who had done business with the vast world-crossing continent ferry for countless years. The Jingjian Pavilion had already closed its doors to visitors, so there were only 2 people walking inside. The slow man began to pick and collect the sword immortal paintings one by one. The head of the Yan family said, Chen Pingon, help me carve a seal. I will ask Yan Ji to send it to the Ning family later. The fee is 1 grain of grain rain money. You don't have to think about the seal. Just 5 words. Climbing the city is like visiting a grave. Chen Pingon had just put away a painting. He thought for a while and asked, can you add 5 more words? Yan Ming smiled and said, what do you mean? Chen Pingon said, offering wine as soon as the sword is drawn. Yan Ming was silent for a moment and nodded. I won't let you carve 5 more words for nothing. 2 grains of grain rain money. Chen Pingon shook his head and said, Uncle Yan, you don't have to pay. Yan Ming asked, you think it's too little? So you don't want it? Chen Pingon was speechless. Yan Ming motioned for Chen Pingon to continue with his work. He walked to the side and said with an indifferent expression, you are a scholar. If you can use your fists and swords on the Great Wall of Sword Chi, you should speak more words of conscience. If I were not a businessman, I would feel that I need to pay you for every word. Chen Pingon carefully put away the scrolls one by one. Chen Pingon could not guess why the eldest sword immortal wanted him to do this. Why did he want to come to the Jingjian Pavilion to take back all the sword immortal paintings? He just had to do it. The 2 walked out of the Jingjian Pavilion together. When Chen Pingon walked down the steps, he suddenly said, Uncle Yan, can I sit for a while? Yan Ming nodded and said, I will wait for you at the gate. Don't stay too long. After Yan Ming left. In the dead of night, there was only 1 moon in the vast sky. Chen Pingon sat alone on the steps, lost in thought. If you like someone, you have to take care of her for a lifetime and give your life to her. If I leave first, she will be the last person I see. If she leaves first, I will be the last person she sees. Can I find a friend to drink the best wine that is not expensive? Can I drink the worst wine to my heart's content? Can I think of some people who have passed away? Once I think of their words and actions, I will feel that I have not done well enough. Growing up was not a slow change of time. It was not walking from one place to another. It was often something that happened in an instant. Where one's mind was, one's flying sword would follow. One's body, mind, and life would be free. However, how should one become a sword cultivator? For some reason, the ancient remnant sword intent of the Great Wall of Sword Chi did not seem to favor Chen Pingan at all. Chen Pingan exhaled and stood up. He made up his mind. Even if he did not have an extremely suitable natal item, he would make do this once. After gathering the 5 elements, he should hurry back to the 3rd realm of Chi Refinement Warrior, the Willow Tendon realm. However, this was no different from pulling up seedlings to help them grow on the path of cultivation. After that, it would probably be a good retention realm. He quietly returned to the Great Wall of Sword Chi with Yan Ming. Chen Pingan followed the instructions of the eldest sword immortal and handed the item that contained all the paintings to Yan Ming. Chen Pingan returned to the Ning residence first. On the city wall, Chen Qingdou kept the item that belonged to Chen Pingan. Not only did he not open the item and take out all the paintings, he cast a forbidden spell and threw it back to Yan Ming. He said, "Return it to that kid. Tell him that there is a small problem with the item and that it can't be opened for the time being. We will talk about it later." Yan Ming braced himself and left the Great Wall of Sword Chi. Chen Qingdou and left beside stood and sat, looking into the distance. Chen Qingdou suddenly asked, "Is your little junior brother a fool? Didn't he already have the last item of the 5 elements? Why didn't he refine it?" Left beside said, "That is the work of perfected fire dragon and it involves the fundamental chi of pure martial arts. With Chen Pingan's current realm, it is impossible for him to strip it. One careless move and he will lose everything. Chen Qingdou, don't make sarcastic remarks here. Don't tell me that in your Great Wall of Sword Chi cultivators will drop 3 realms and pure martial arts will drop another realm before you are satisfied." Chen Qingdou laughed and said, "Is your eldest senior brother useless? Aren't you going to help?" This sentence was very hurtful because left beside really couldn't do it. If his swordsmanship was too high and there was too much sword chi, it would easily clash with the item that perfected fire dragon buried. This would cause Chen Pingan's small world to become a tragic battlefield. To be honest, in the Great Wall of Sword Chi, as long as Chen Qingdou didn't do it, no one could do it. However, who would dare to ask Chen Qingdou to do something? Left beside really dared to, but he knew that as long as Chen Qingdou was unwilling, it would be useless. Chen Qingdou was silent for a moment. "Chen Pingan, can you take it?" Left beside nodded and said, "Yes." Chen Qingdou laughed and asked, "If you want me to strip that fire seed and refine it into the 5th natal item, you have to pay a price. Chen Pingan needs to walk a similar path to becoming a true spirit god. Don't worry, it's just similar and not the real thing. Otherwise, not to mention you, even the old scholar will fight me to the death." For the first time, left beside hesitated. He was in a dilemma. Chen Qingdou clicked his tongue and said, "What a waste of being the eldest senior brother. He's not as straightforward as the youngest junior brother." Chen Pingan has already agreed. Left beside immediately stood up. "I'll go guard the array. I won't care about what's on the city wall first. If I miss the opportunity to use my sword, I'll make up for it in the future." Chen Qingdou pressed down on his shoulders. "Guard my ass, stay here obediently. There's no doubt that you will successfully refine the natal item." "Brother Qi, your realm is not high for the time being, but I believe that your eyesight is good. Look at how complicated it is to put pen to paper. The seemingly small talisman is simply a talisman array. I won't say anything else. Just the amount of immortal cinnabar used to draw the talisman is how much is needed. Brother Chi, how can you conclude that my talisman is worthless just because the quality of the talisman paper is not the best? Brother Chi, I didn't expect you to be such a vulgar person who judges a book by its cover. I'm very disappointed. That Li Zhen was killed by me on the battlefield. Brother Chi and I fought back and forth, and in the end, you only lost to me by a little. This means that Brother Chi is at least a little better than Li Zhen. If you were in the moon-bearing mountain, it wouldn't be difficult for you to be the big brother. Qi Shou said angrily, Chen Pingan, are you done yet? During the war, I'll have to trouble you to control your flying sword and kill the enemy. Even if you dare to be distracted and risk your life, don't implicate others. Chen Pingan put down the 2 stacks of talisman and gently tapped his chest with the folded fan. He looked at the battlefield in the south and said with a smile, since Brother Qi doesn't have the intention to buy it for the time being, it doesn't matter. In this world, fate is the most important thing. I'll just watch Brother Qi's heroic way of killing the enemy. On the other side of the city, some people have a small criticism of Brother Qi's method of killing the enemy, thinking that it's too cruel. In my opinion, it's very good. Brother Qi's habits of being a young master of a wealthy family, his arrogance as a genius sword cultivator, and his selfishness of not being able to tolerate his peers being stronger than him are minor flaws. However, as long as you're on the battlefield, Brother Qi will transform into a true hero. To be able to endure Chen Pingan, who wanted to kill him but couldn't, and even be able to suppress some of the unhappiness in his heart to help me kill the enemy and defend the battlefield, such a sword cultivator Qi Shou really has the demeanor of a first-rate sword immortal. Qi Shou took a deep breath. As long as I don't buy your lousy talismans, will you continue to talk about it? Chen Pingan opened his folding fan and said with a smile, I won't talk about it, I won't talk about it. Brother Qi, just fight with your sword elegantly. Qi Shou withdrew his gaze and continued to control the flying kite and heartstrings to kill the demons. Compared to the first battle, the proportion of demon clan cultivators who had taken human form in this battle was significantly higher in the siege army. They were no longer those unenlightened beasts on the city wall whose sword cultivators had high realms and could not even be counted as battle achievements. After Qing Quan brought out the small mountains and rivers in the bonsai, coupled with the tablet inscription ability of her natal flying sword, strange phenomena would occur on the battlefield. The rivers would surge and the mountains would protrude. Under the guidance of the tablet inscription sword intent, the rivers would suddenly increase and the mountains would become taller. Therefore, in the battle after the Battle of 13, Qing Quan was targeted by a great demon, Chong Guang. He even used a sneak attack to cause Qing Quan's realm to drop. This was because Qing Quan, who was at the Jade Primitive Realm, might not stand out among the sword immortals, but on the battlefield, together with the Jade Primitive Realm Wu Qingpei who had the Sweet Rain sword, this kind of sword immortal would cause great damage to the attacking army in the wilderness. Chen Pingan turned his head to look, and Qing Quan said indifferently, "Shut up. I don't have money for you to cheat." Chen Pingan smiled and said, "All right." Qi Shou did not know whether to laugh or cry. Good fellow, they were both nascent soul sword immortals, so why was Chen Pingan so easy to talk to when he was with Qing Quan? Not only that, Qi Shou realized that Chen Pingan, who was rebuffed, not only did not hold a grudge, he even threw a pot of azure immortal mountain wine worth 5 snow coins to the old man from afar. Qing Quan opened the mud seal and smelled it. He said disdainfully, "The taste is too bland, how can it be considered wine? Only women like Zhao Jioga would like it." Although he said that, he still had to drink the wine. He did not expect Chen Pingan to throw a pot of the wine shop's new soju wine. Qing Quan smelled it and nodded, Now this is considered wine. No wonder the shop's business is good. If you open a wine shop on the city wall, I will buy it too. Chen Pingan smiled and said, I don't buy on credit. Chen Quan glanced at the young man and asked, I heard you were knocked down by a little girl in front of Ning Mansion's gate with one punch. Chen Pingan gently tapped his palm with his folding fan and said, I won't hide it from Senior Ching. Showing my strength to the enemy is my specialty. No matter who fights with me, the chance of winning is very high. For example, this brother Qi beside me. In the second battle, it was still Chuizhu, Songzhen, and Kolei's 4 flying swords. Chen Pingan dealt with them more easily and comfortably, his flying swords extremely fast. When it came to controlling flying swords, he was still the best at it. He did not need to be restrained by principles, so his mind was naturally pure. Principles were good, but too much of it would also suppress people, and the flying swords would naturally slow down by a hair. The difference of a hair's breadth was like the difference between cloud and mud. Chen Quan felt that this kid's words were much more interesting than that Zhao Zhouge. Therefore, this old Yuanying directly moved his seat and sat next to Chen Pingan. He asked, I heard that the vast world has many strange mountains and rivers that can wash one's ears and brighten one's eyes, allowing one to linger on. Chen Pingan did not even turn his head to talk to him. He only looked ahead and said with a smile, it's just like that. After seeing too much of it, especially when one has to trudge through it, one will also get bored. Everywhere one's vision is blocked, and it is very difficult for one's mind to be as clear as a bird flying through the south. The cultivators in my hometown have lived in the mountains for a long time. When they are too quiet, they will want to move and go to the mortal world outside of the mountains and rivers. Going down the mountain only to go up the mountain is also very boring. Chen Quan was a little regretful that he had moved to sit here. This guy was talking very enthusiastically just now, but now he was all talk and no action at all. Chen Pingan took out a by-sword deity seal script from his chest. He turned his head and handed it to Chen Quan with a smile. Senior Cheng, see if there are any seals that you are interested in. My business is really good, and almost all of them have been sold. But if Senior Cheng asks for them, not only can I engrave more seals, I can also give you a discount. Even if Senior Cheng doesn't like them, you just need to resell them and make money for 1 or 2 pots of wine. Why not? Chen Quan took the by-sword deity seal script and casually flipped to a page. He chuckled and said, outside of business, whoever chooses a seal, on the surface, they seem to have met by fate, but in fact, they have some kind of attachment. I give it to you for free. Not only can I make money, but I can also see a person's heart. Deputy manager, it's a good deal. Is it better to see a person's heart? Is it better to push the door or knock the door? I don't think it's good. Then, Chen Pingan waved his folding fan and said with an aggrieved expression, Senior Cheng, don't talk nonsense and bully a junior just because your sword arts are profound and unique among sword immortals. However, Senior Cheng is currently drinking wine, reading a book, and unsheathing your sword. Sword Chi flips the book, killing demons with wine. Senior Cheng, you are a very distinguished person. Although Chen Quan casually flipped through the pages, he was not careless in the slightest when he looked at the seal script. As for Chen Pingan, although he had returned to being a bundle zhai, his swordsmanship was not sluggish at all. When Chen Quan saw the side of the seal, she paused for a moment and was about to deliberately turn the page. She never thought that from the corner of her eyes, she would see the shameless little bastard staring at her in a daze. Then, the latter smiled knowingly, probably saying that he understood. He would definitely see through it but would not say it out loud. Senior Cheng did not need to feel embarrassed at all. Chen Quan did not mind. He reached out his hand and touched the words, especially the word beauty, at the end. It made the old sword cultivator sigh. Worn donkey hat and old clothes, green mountains and clear water, old roads, morning dew, evening glow, starry river, lantern light, beautiful woman. Qin Quan and Zhao Qi had been fighting for their entire lives. He did not know who she liked. She only said that she liked whoever reached the immortal realm first. At that time, Qin Quan's realm was higher and his aptitude was better. Therefore, Qin Quan said that she definitely liked him. However, Zhao Qi kept saying that it was her good intentions back then, hoping to inspire his Dao heart. They both had their own reasons and fought for countless years. Once, there was a female sword immortal called Song Yunkai in the Great Wall of Sword Qi. She, Qin Quan, and Zhao Qi were all born in the same shabby alley. With Qin Quan's temper, once she got angry, let alone cursing Qi Shou, she would not even let the 18 generations of the Qi family's ancestors off. Qin Quan smiled and said, "Brother Qin, after sparring with you, I'll quarrel with that sissy Zhao Jiao. It'll be a sure win." Qin Pingan waved his folding fan and said with a smile, "Allow me to say something fair. I can scold both of you alone." Qin Quan glared and said, "You're going to open a dye house just because I gave you some color. Let's spar again." Qin Pingan seemed to be silent, but he conversed with Qin Quan through telepathy. Qin Quan seemed to be weighing the pros and cons. In the end, he nodded and said to Qi Shou, "That little bastard from the Qi family with eyes on his forehead, Grandpa Qing sees that you have a good foundation. How about I give you a fated chance?" Qi Shou pretended to be deaf and dumb. Qin Quan took out 2 more stacks of talisman and went to Qi Shou's side. After a while, Qin Quan returned to her original spot. She was not beside Qin Pingan, but at the city wall where the female sword immortal Xie Songhua and the scholar Lu Xianyang were. Qi Shou took out 2 talisman. They were the guiding talisman and the bridge talisman. He looked at them carefully. The 2 talisman were of higher quality than he imagined. It was really a waste of talisman to be drawn on these crude talismans. Qi Shou hesitated for a while and finally said to Qin Pingan telepathically, "What are you planning?" Qin Quan said that Qi Shou's natal flying sword jumping pearl had not been refined to the acme of perfection. It only had the quantity, but it still lacked power. Then, she mentioned some seniors' teachings that Qi Shou had to ponder seriously. They were all Qin Quan and Zhao Jiao's sword manipulation insights. They might not be completely suitable for Qi Shou's sword, but for a nascent soul cultivator who could easily fall into a state of immobility, even the slightest benefit of the great Tao could not be underestimated. Apart from that, Qin Quan also suggested that Qi Shou might as well do business with Qin Pingan. He would not suffer a loss, and if he did, he could ask Zhao Jiao for compensation. Qin Pingan smiled, "Helping others is helping yourself." Qin Pingan added, "As for whether or not you want to give the world of wastelands a little surprise, that's up to you. I've never done business with a Pole. I'm particular about mutual consent, the happiness of earning money and the happiness of spending money." Qi Shou fell into deep thought. Qin Quan's previous plan was very simple yet complicated. It was simple. It was because the jumping pearl flying sword that had a chance of becoming an immortal weapon in the future could transform into thousands of flying swords that were true and unmistakable and had sword intent that would not be reduced in the slightest. Even if the cinnabar used to draw the talismans did consume a lot, with Qin Pingan's stingy temperament, the quality of the talismans couldn't be too good since he could draw more than 1,000 celestial cinnabar in one go. How many grains of grain rain money could he spend? At most, it would be a few grains of grain rain money. Chen Pingan didn't stop him and just said, "This talisman formation of mine is related to the 3 mountains and 9 marquises. Of course, it's not an exact copy. To be honest, with my current level, I don't have the ability to draw it. However, the foundation of the talisman formation does have a great origin and is related to the 3 mountains and 9 marquises. Other than that, I'll definitely use my lifetime's talisman drawing skills without hiding anything. If I can save a talisman for Brother Qi, I'll do it. Of course, I'll say this in advance. After all, this is a talisman formation that has been lost for a long time. It's not a simple talisman drawing. Brother Qi must be mentally prepared for some wear and tear. As for how to attach the talisman intent to the sword, it's also an amazing unique skill." Qi Shou squatted back to his original position. The difficulty of climbing the mountain was the stepping stone. 10,000 taels of gold couldn't buy a technique. This was the rule of cultivation on the mountain. Qi Shou squinted his eyes and said with a smile, "How can these 1,000 talisman pieces be used to supplement my flying sword? Could it be that you've thought about this from the beginning? You wanted to make this deal with me, so each talisman was targeted. And you could even guess that we're neighbors. Look, Brother Qi, you're gauging the heart of a saint with the heart of a gentleman again. You've wronged me." Chen Pingan was a little embarrassed. He picked up a stack of talisman papers and used his fingers to open them one by one. It turned out that other than a few at the beginning and the end, the rest were all blank. Chen Pingan said helplessly, "The path of talisman drawing is the most difficult thing to do. Last time, I fought with Li Zhen until the sky turned dark and I lost too many priceless talisman. I was severely injured and dropped 3 realms in a row. Brother Qi, in all honesty, can you imagine this kind of suffering? After that, I was always busy. I had to practice my fist and repair my realm. I didn't even have time to draw these talisman papers. That's why I forgot to mention the labor costs of talisman drawing and the loss of so many demon-slaying battle merits." Qi Shou sneered, "Qing Quan helped you kill demons. The battle merits can't run away." Chen Pingan made an oath sound. "Then we'll just talk about the labor costs of talisman drawing. In our vast world, we all pay attention to the cost of polishing the brush. Brother Qi, it's fine as long as it's just a small sum of money." Qi Shou said, "There's no such thing in the Great Wall of Sword Qi." Chen Pingan said, "Then I really can't give you a discount for those 3 grains. Qi Shou said, "You're deliberately killing pigs. Brother Qi, I won't allow you to humiliate yourself like this. It's fine to call yourself a sucker." After saying this, Chen Pingan let out a rare hearty laugh. He patted Qi Shou's shoulder. "I thought of an old friend who parted on good terms. Brother Qi, you'll definitely be like him. You'll be extremely lucky and live to the end." Qi Shou pushed away Chen Pingan's hand from his shoulder and frowned. Chen Pingan raised his head and stared at Qi Shou. He smiled, "I didn't misjudge Brother Qi. There's no need to fight to the death on the battlefield." Qi Shou asked, "What do you mean?" Chen Pingan said with a smile, "Take a guess." Qi Shou laughed, "Aren't you afraid that I'll beat you at your own game? Don't forget that there are many jumping pearl flying swords. You still don't know how many I have.